You know what I mean? Now, you know, we built on the shoulders of those. You know what I'm saying? And so we have to be cognitive of our choices. You know, kind of push back on some of the things that society deems as sacred or whatnot. You know, tradition. You know, because we're not. I'll say it all the time. I mean, we in the space age now. You know what I mean? And I want Black people to be a part of going to get those.
You want us to thrive.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely. You know, because Shepard, it's obviously they're gonna start to use natural resources from some of these planets. You know, they'll find something on the moon or find something on Mars that we could use. You know, as far as natural resources, and they're gonna stake claim on that natural resource. You see what I'm saying? Like that. Somebody's gonna own that, you know, and the problem is we ain't never the pioneers or nothing. We always the naysayers. Well, let's go back to Africa. Let's do it like they used to do in Africa. Why not jump ahead and be on board with where the world is going? You know what I'm saying? And the world is going towards the space age. We make the dollars.
We in the space age.
Space trips, yeah. Finding new medical breakthroughs. You know, like I said, all of the natural resources, the raw ore and shit that they may pull out of these different planets and moons and shit, because they talking about going to Enceladus next. You know what I mean? And Europa and all of those moons. You know what I'm saying? And it's bad business because, and we are on the forefront of that. It is Black men and women on the forefront of that, Shepard. But the thing is, it's not popularized in our community, in our society. Right. Yeah. So, you know, I think we got our work cut out for us as far as that goes.
Yeah, it's not promoted in our schools and stuff that's in our communities. It's usually, you know, somebody who went to school outside of our communities. That's one of us that end up, you know what I mean, excelling in, you know, science and math.
Yeah.
You know, so inside our community, the stuff that we're producing, we're not producing those people. Even though they one of us, our communities are not producing, you know what I mean, people that's going into science and technology, you know what I mean? And we got to work on that, you know. We know what our communities produce. You know what I mean? We produce musicians.
Yep, artists.
Yeah, we produce artists.
Athletes, you know.
Athletes and artists, right. You know.
Which it ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean,
nothing wrong with it.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, but we need to cover all the bases up. You know what I'm saying?
You got be able to walk and chew gum at the same time.
Absolutely.
You know
absolutely.
Yeah. We all not LeBron Jameses. You know what I mean? We all wasn't born with those physical gifts. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, definitely.
And I think Unc is doing some research on that Wonderlust gene. That's gonna be a really. That's gonna be a real.
He need to get in here then.
Yeah, that's gonna be a real good conversation with that Wonderlust gene. I didn't want to really, you know, I read the article or whatever, but I know Unc understand them genes and the sequences. You know what I'm saying? He understand how that all tie together a lot better than I do.
Yeah, he do good with that. Hey, Cedric, what's up, Cedric?
Oh, I forgot Cedric, a biologist too, ain't he?
Good afternoon, family. I'm good. I'm just listening to the conversation. I kind of like Ankh, where these conversation is concerned. I think all throughout time, we had people that were not buying the nonsense.
Absolutely.
We always had a group of people that wasn't buying the bullshit. Like, nah, hell no. You cutting off the chicken head to do what? Man, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat that chicken. I think we always had a group of people that feet were firmly planted in reality.
Yeah.
And watched all the spookism and shook their head like, no way, I ain't down with that. I mean, again, I'm a product of the Caribbean, and we spooked out the shit, just straight up spooked out. And I haven't got a spook bone in my body. So from a kid, I used to be looking at everyone like, y'all, that don't make no sense though. But how that don't make no sense. You learn to hold your peace. You learn to laugh along with the nonsense. But there was always people like me who were no, mean by it. It just, it just no.
Yeah. And I was trying to make that point the other day
no,
too.
no, it ain't working. Yeah.
What's up, Sosa?
And the other thing is, all cultures produce athletes. Chinese produce super athletes. Chinese produce excellent musicians, but they give their sciences just as much recognition. And that is what we fail to do in the Black community. We don't hold up a Neil deGrasse Tyson like we do a LeBron James. We do as if LeBron's accomplishments are better or more significant than a Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I don't understand this part though, Cedric. Like nobody in the Black community would challenge LeBron James to a game of one-on-one, right? But they sit and they challenge people like Hakeem Olajuwon and Neil deGrasse Tyson's work. You know, as if they have done the amount of work and amount of study that they did. You know, they kind of.
That's a great point, Corey.
They dismiss it out of hand, but nobody would get on the court with LeBron James and think they finna do something with LeBron. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how we revere. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with being an athlete. I don't want to sound like I'm beating down on athletes, but it's just crazy how we revere only the athletes and the musicians. And we don't even know who Hakeem Olajuwon is. Yeah. If Neil wasn't on TV, his face everywhere he can. That's why a lot of people know him. But go ahead, Cedric. Go ahead, man.
And realize that he's almost blocking out the sun, and realize that you physically can't defeat him. But mentally or intellect, there is no physical attributes to it. So everybody's opinion, everybody thinks they have an opinion, especially in this day and age. So you get people playing out, challenging me, who actually study these fields and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. But they think but they don't know that hepatitis is a virus, for example. But would actually challenge me in a vaccine debate. It's like, what the hell? Based on what? Why do you feel you're in a position to do so? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I just got stitches the other day, right, Cedric? And they gave me a tetanus shot. You know, that's a vaccine.
That's a vaccine protocol. Nobody asks you. It is not of your opinion. It's not your choice. It's standard protocol. You get that shot. You're not going to reach here in 2 weeks with your foot infected with gangrene and sue my ass because I allowed an infection to happen.
Absolutely.
It's standard protocol. So, you know what I mean? So a lot of these debates get way too much validity. I feel this whole vaccine debate at this point, once it's approved by the FDA and it becomes mandatory, I'm done. I'm done. I'm literally done. I don't care whether you're educated on the subject or not. You're just gonna behave like you do with your kids. You take them to the clinic and they get a shot. End of story. You don't ask no questions. You don't want to know what's in it. You're not concerned. You just got a shot. In 2 years' time, this whole debate is gonna be null and void.
Yeah, and it's funny how, you know, you tell them what's in it. You tell them, well, you know, it's just salts and sugars. You know what I'm saying? And they really don't understand that everything, even the food you eat, is just salts and sugars. I mean, your body understands how to code for it and get the nutrients out of it that it needs. You know, your glycogen, your glucose, you know, and so on and so forth. Like I said, I'm not the savviest guy on the biology.
You know, imagine in 20 years' time, they come up with a new technology for wheels on cars. So the axle doesn't spin anymore. They use bearings, only the wheels spin. So it's a high efficiency. You don't, the gas consumption drops to 50%. You don't have to, it's much more safer. Your acceleration and your braking time improved by 40%. This is the new technology that they developed in wheels on cars. But the car still drives as a car. You still got to get in it. Everything remains the same. Now you got a group of people saying, these are experimental cars. And I'm not driving in that car. What's the brakes made of?
Yeah.
It's like, what, like, really, like, it's the same car. They just changed the technology on the tires.
That's the crazy part, Cedric, because they trust wholeheartedly when they go test drive that car. They put it on the highway and do 60, 80 miles an hour on the highway with it, get it up to 100 to see what it can do. And then and what they doing is they trusting that car gonna stop.
That's exactly my point. Now, just because of some new technology comes out, all of that gets thrown out the window. So Henry Ford, all of that history is now thrown out the windows. People are actually questioning the validity of cars. Is it safe? Will it get us to the other side? Mind you, the vaccines and the end result is the same. It's a car. What we change is the wheels, the way that we deliver it. That some part of the process has been changed. At the end of the day, it is still a vaccine. It works the exact same way. Now people are questioning the validity of vaccines while fully vaccinated. This makes no logical sense. No way I turn a twist. It just doesn't make no sense. Like however you put it, it's like, why are we even having this discussion though? Like, and if you really look at it, again, it's the same sector of people, whether it's in the Black community, whether it's in the white community, it's the conspiracy theorists and the tinfoil hats in the white community, and unfortunately, way too many Black people in the conscious community, the Blackologists, and we don't trust the white man and the white man science, and while fully vaccinated. I got studied some psychology.
It's like the conscious community, right, has become the black wing of right-wing conspiracy theorists. Like, y'all just the black wing of the shit now. You feel me?
It's like
y'all actually allies.
Yeah. The black version of the KKK and associates.
It's crazy.
All of them preach the same Alex Jones rhetoric with a different color.
Y'all preaching right-wing conspiracy nonsense. But y'all pro-black, supposedly.
But pro-black. So the white conspiracy theorists say they're taking away our rights. They're trying to kill us. They're taking away our freedom. There's a chip in this. Black folks saying the Tuskegee experiment. They want to take us out.
Mm-hmm.
The exact same arguments with a different color.
Yeah. Y'all are using the talking points to disparage science and technology from a black vantage point, but y'all are basically allying yourselves, right, with right-wing conspiracy theorists. That's the white side of it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. Black people.
KKK make the exact same argument. Same argument. KKK.
The exact same arguments made by the KKK. This is impossible.
So now the KKK right, huh, y'all? Now the KKK right. Now you niggas agreeing with the KKK now. Now the KKK smart now, right, huh? Now the KKK know what they talking about.
Oh,
you niggas got to be out of y'all minds, yo. Got to be out of y'all minds. Nonsense. Them religious wise, how do y'all believe the same religion as the KKK? Like, it's nuts. You know the KKK is a Christian organization.
And that's why it gets you to the same place. It's all going to lead you to the same place. some dark corner and scared, because that's all it is a scare tactic. Everybody's scared. You know what I'm saying? It's a lack of understanding. So belief in religion keeps you in a dark corner, scared to death. And that's that Tucker Carlson. That's what Tucker Carlson do. He scares his audience to death. That's his main goal, is to scare his audience.
I bet Tucker Carlson is vaccinated.
That nigga vaccinated, bro. Like, don't get it twisted, bro. Like, money in real, like, yo, like.
I just told y'all, he's the heir of the Swanson.
A lady told me on a post.
Yeah. Go ahead, yo.
Sorry, a lady put on a post what you were just saying. It is scary to me. How this mRNA works. So I say, your ignorance makes it scary to you, and based on that, you decide it's bad. She answers me yes. So yes, fear, scared. This is all sci-fi to them, and it's just scary. So that means it's bad. Logic. If it's scary, it's bad. Developed on the plains of Africa. Primal instinct at work. It's scary.
Crazy.
Bad.
Hey, so Sosa, what did y'all end up? What conclusions did y'all come to last night?
Man, I finally tap out, man, because shout out now Valley Hebrew, because he went when he started going to them letters. He started pulling out letters written by the people. You know what I'm saying? And,
showing that they actually believe the shit.
Yeah. He put out a letter of a lady appealing to her brother who died. But in layman's terms, she was mad because she's like, yo, I'm doing all these rituals and you not looking out for my daughter. Like, she was disappointed in the services. In other words, that her brother was applying from the afterlife. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? So,
well, that's a kill shot right there.
Yeah, so Wuja put it off. So he tried to bring up an example of somebody arguing with their soul. So I'm like, Wuja, this ain't the same thing. He's like, yeah, but I just want to give you, but that does happen. You see what I'm saying? So he's kind of deflecting to that. But I'm like, that ain't this. So then he put that off on. He put that off on. Y'all don't really know the culture, and you know what I'm saying. So
Wuja put on a performance.
He brought up that point because you know what I'm saying. Because what now Valley Hebrew is basically saying is like, yo, a lot of this shit we can say about Christianity is the same concept. You know what I'm saying? Because Wuja like, the people never expected anybody to come out of the grave. And I'm like, Christians don't expect the niggas' body to walk out the grave. He's like, well, yeah, they do. But, when that shit happens, like, that's like the end. That's like, roll credits. You feel?
But not in everyday life.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that's not a good excuse, a good rebuttal for that. Like, you feel me? Like,
that's end times. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's over at that point. Yeah, I hear you.
Nigga, the credits roll, nigga, the producer, you see who made the film, all that shit. You know what I'm
saying? I have a question, because I was left confused after Wuja was doing that kind of ballet, had my head spinning. I still want to know simply, what's the car and the bar, and do the Egyptians believe that shit is real?
He never gave a clear understanding of the car and the bar.
Wuja dance around that thing like a magician last night. I was laughing so hard. Oh my God. Wait, you don't understand.
It's everything.
You don't understand though. What you gotta get? Stop. I'm listen. You don't understand though. You don't understand the way. Stop. You don't understand. It's a life force. But when explain what a force is, then what's a life force? That's that pseudo stuff. So they believe in a life force because force is just a natural product. There's no such thing as a life force. Mind, Ankh was right. Mind is an emergent property of the brain. So it cannot be fundamental in the forming of a human because it is the emergent property of a brain. There's no mind at conception. So
I like Unc's point that he brought up with the burial practice. You feel me? When they had the ritualistic suicide, people with that shit. So you have to show when the demarcation line, when they stop believing that. Because just because you stop the ritualistic suicide don't mean the theology changes. Just
No.
like with Jesus, just like when Jesus replaced the sacrifice, but the theology didn't change. That was just something to substitute having to make sacrifices. But
Exactly.
the main theology remained the same.
Yeah, somebody gotta die. Somebody gotta die. The scapegoat principle is still in place, and Christians engage in that ritual every year, eating a man's body and drinking its flesh. Cannibalism. I don't understand how they do that stuff.
But he was saying that, and Nile Valley, he would point out they got that same process in Egypt with the Osiris. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of, you feel me? So like he was, he got a Wuja. Wuja got mad one time and like threatened to kick him off because I think he said he made a statement that Wuja didn't say, and he was like, "Yo, that's your fourth time misrepresent what I'm saying. You do it again, I'm kicking you off the panel." I'm like, damn.
That's crazy. But hey, didn't the Salem witch hunts, isn't that in modern times?
No, that was back in the 1700s.
Facts.
Oh, okay, 17. Okay.
Yeah, that's in modern times.
Yeah,
That's
and they got it.
Early modern, I guess.
Yeah, it wasn't technically considered modern. You know, they got they doing scientific study on that shit, right? And they're saying like it may have been like I forgot. I don't know if it was a plant. I don't want to damn miss
Fungus.
Fungus, right? Yeah,
fungus.
You heard about
fungus growing in the wheat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A fungus growing in the wheat that caused mass hysteria.
Yeah. I was like, yo. Yeah, that shit was crazy. Yeah.
That makes sense. A community
they thought they was
sense.
burning because they didn't understand, the germ theory and bacteria and fungi and all these different viruses and everything. So they burn these women alive at the stake. And they said, well, if she don't scream, then okay, she wasn't a witch. But if she screamed, then she was a witch. Now that just don't even make sense at all. Who's not gonna scream when they burning alive?
Unfalsifiable.
It was in the case of mass hysteria, it was like
unfalsifiable.
Yeah, in the case of mass hysteria, though, it was like, well, she gotta die because if we let her live, the shit gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't gonna die down. They like once she's been accused of being a witch, it's over with.
Yeah,
you
know
what I'm saying?
With.
Like, you can't come back from that shit because, like, I'm not gonna stop believing you, witch.
That was like the dipping also, when they would dip you if you're a witch. Well, that's a double jeopardy. Yeah. If you survive, you're a witch, and then they burn you. And if you wasn't, you drowned. Like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's a double-edged sword, though.
There wasn't no way out of it, really.
Yeah,
you were a witch, you was gonna die, pretty much.
Yeah.
Great. Hey, what's up, Thunder?
How you doing, boy? My brother Shepherd. You all right?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, first of all, peace to everybody on the panel, man. Corey, you all right? Everybody straight?
Sir.
Yeah, I'm doing better, man. I'm doing better. Yeah.
How you doing,
man? That's good. How you doing, brother? So first, man, Shepherd, this is what I want to do, man. I want to commend you on what you're doing as far as sacrificing your time at our expense. I logged in. Well, I was up last night around like 12. Just got in, and I think you had just started up. Went to sleep, woke back up. I was still on like 4 this morning, and I think you. I don't know what time y'all ended it, but I think it should not go without being said, man. That I appreciate anyway. Your sacrifice, man. Time sacrifice away from your family, all to entertain us. So I just want to lead off with that. But Corey, let me. I know this is off the subject, but
all subjects welcome over here. All subjects are welcome over here, bro.
All right, cool.
I don't allow sick, and we don't talk about melanin. That's the only thing we don't talk about over here. But go ahead.
Melanin. Let me ask you this, man. have you been keeping up to date with the black hole issue that we are seeing now?
What's the issue? I may or may not be familiar with what you're talking about.
Okay, so if you somebody do a Google search right quick, I don't know if I can't share my. Can I share my screen? Well, anyway, I mean, whatever. I'm driving.
If I have to.
Yeah, you driving, man. That's dangerous as hell.
Yeah.
Share your screen while you driving, Thunder. Let's see how much you dedicated to the community.
So we got black hole phenomena being caught on camera for the first time.
Oh yeah, the stars being eaten by it.
Right.
Well, yeah, that. And we also now, I think, as of 2 or 3 days ago, we have footage of whatever the light is. It's a light, but we can't see it with human eyes. But they have telescopes or whatever that can see the light. That has the light going out the back of a black hole.
Yeah. So what that is, let me explain that. That they call that it's slipping my mind right now, but let me explain what it is. So you ever see the Cookie Monster eat cookies? So when the Cookie Monster eat cookies, right? He trying to eat so many at one time that a lot of the shit is falling out his mouth. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what the black hole is doing, is gorging on so much material, so much matter and material, that some of it spews back out. You know what I'm saying? It's because it seems counterintuitive, but when you get that gravity intense like that, when you get because a black hole is where you get the most intense gravity, and physics breaks down. You know what I'm saying? Not even light can escape, but as it gorges, all of it don't fit. All that material don't fit out, so it shoots out both sides. I don't think I've never seen one that only shoots out one side. I've seen them shoot out of both sides of it. You know what I'm saying?
Is that my fault?
No. Did you hear me? Did I break up?
Yeah, you did. On my end, anyway. What did you say?
What I was saying was I've never seen I think they call them geysers, but I've never seen one with it coming out of only one side, with it spitting out the material on one side. I usually see them spit out of both sides.
Well, if somebody can share it. I know it's a simple Google search, just put in black hole or whatever. And y'all will see what I'm saying, man. But the shit is, I mean, from what I'm 42, so coming up, I was under the impression that nothing could escape a black hole, not even light, not nothing. Now I was seeing
true, but the thing is not gonna escape. It's not gonna escape, right? The thing is, it's spewing out, but it's coming back, because once you reach that event horizon, eventually you're not gonna come out of there. You see what I'm saying? The thing is, it's always under the influence of that gravitational pull. It's always coming back, and it's spaghettifying. So the part that's closest to the black hole, like you can have the tip of your finger, right? Just take the very, very tip of your finger, right? If one end of your finger is closer to the black hole than the other end, it's going to start to stretch your finger out. They call that spaghettification. And so it'll start to spaghettify. So you'll see a stream. It'll seem like it's a stream of your finger, like your finger been stretched into a piece of spaghetti. You know what I'm saying? But really what it does is it just broke down all the atoms, and the gravity is so strong that it's pulling one side of your finger faster than the other. That's how intense that gravity is. You know what I'm saying? So if you go in head first, let's say you could go to a black hole and you can dive in head first, like your head would be stretched apart from your body, from your feet. You know what I'm saying? Because the gravity is just that intensely more pressurous, where it's your head, where your head is at, and it's just a little slightly less gravitational influence on your feet, very slightly, but it's so intense. The overall gravity is so intense that it will spaghettify you. So you'll see it look like a string of spaghetti, but really your whole finger is gone. It'll never come out of that black hole, but it just like the first part of your finger going to reach the inside of it first. Or if it is an inside, I don't even really like saying inside a black hole, but go ahead.
Yeah. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say, man. Other than that, like I said, Chef, man,
I'm gonna look into that. Say that's some new data,
Oh,
huh? I'm gonna look
yeah,
into that.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
real interesting.
This is this week.
Yeah, see, this is my busy season right here. You know what I'm saying? As far as
I got you.
construction and shit, like so I'm on the clock when I'm off the clock. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ain't been able to catch up on my reading. I got a brand new book. I cracked open. I read the first page, and I figured out what I did figure out about the book is I need a thesaurus and a dictionary to read it. So it's gonna take me a little while to read it.
What type of book would you need a dictionary and a thesaurus, brother?
A book where you don't understand all of the terminology. Because see, I'm an astrophysics enthusiast. So I'm an astrophysics enthusiast. But when they get into the mathematics and stuff, some of those terms I'm not familiar with. And it's not like I'm going to go in and do the math, but I just want to be familiar with the terms and understand. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so what I'm seeing is, they okay, in the 1900s, I think early 1900s, Einstein came up with some theory, and what they discussed. Man, listen, somebody got to share the screen, bro. Well, they're putting Einstein in the black hole and then share it so we can kind of read it.
You want me to tell you?
It's pretty cool. I mean, maybe relativity.
Hey, let me tell you the top authority on black holes. His name is Alex Filippenko. If you want to know about black holes, he's the #1 top authority on that. I actually got a video from he got a great courses thing. I ordered it, and I haven't really watched it or nothing like that. Black holes are interesting, but
Corey, where is he? Is he a professor somewhere? Is he teaching?
He's been a teacher and a professor for a long time. But Alex Filippenko, he's the number. He's very popular in the community.
Yeah, I'm saying 'cause normally you can go to that school where the professor at. That's what I love to do. I find when you find that professor, you go to school and they got like an entire lecture. It's like a semester of college, though. You feel me?
Yeah, but
Thunder,
you know what, Thunder? I could mail it to you. I got the whole course on it. It's a book and it's a DVD. I can mail it to you if you want. I'll give it to you. You know what I'm saying? It's real interesting. I just, black holes, I just don't really do it for me. Like I said, I'm into it. I'm into it. If it's new, when they come up with new information, for a while they was at a standstill with black holes. That's kind of why I wasn't interested.
But I think two different things just happened. Okay, they said for the first time they see that they see light observed from behind the black hole. So that right, I mean that right there lets you know that it's not an infinite space or whatever. I don't know, man. It's a lot. I gotta read. I'm driving, but I wish somebody would pull it up, man, so we read. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Just put in Einstein in the black hole, man. Whoever, somebody.
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen?
I'm gonna pull up new discoveries with black holes or something like that.
What's up, man?
How everybody doing today?
What's going on? What's on your mind?
All right, my name is long time listener, first time caller. I was listening to what you guys were talking about here. I think Brother Corey, you were explaining a quasar.
Quasar, yeah, absolutely. It was sleeping. I had a brain fart right there. I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that.
And Brother Thunder, Brother Thunder, what you're speaking on is them proving Einstein's theory of was it relativity?
Special relativity, yeah. I kind of figured that, yeah.
With the gravitational lensing, that's what you're talking about, Thunder, where you can see the light from a black hole from behind the black hole as it curves around the black hole. They would call that gravitational lensing.
Yeah.
Oh, so they,
Yeah.
you're right. It's not really actually light. It's the effects that the black hole has.
Has on the
Because
light.
it's an event horizon. It's called the event horizon. Once you get to that event horizon, it ain't no coming out of that. You know what I'm saying?
No. What he's talking about is
Mhm.
you have a black hole, and then there's a galaxy that's billions of miles away on the other side of the black hole. But
Oh,
the light from that galaxy is bent around that black hole to where you could see it. It's like light curving. The black hole,
yeah,
the black hole makes the light curve.
absolutely, it makes space-time curve. It puts it curves space-time, and so when gravity is that intense, it does bend that light. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So
I see
that's
what
where
you're saying.
they had that was the proof of Einstein's theory of
special relativity. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. So that's what
And
what Brother Thunder was talking about.
So
and that's what has to do with light.
That's 1916.
Special relativity has got to do with light and light speed and shit. So I appreciate all of it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I forget a lot of the stuff. I forget a lot of the shit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I couldn't think of that quasi.
Black holes are my thing. That's where my interest lied in.
So you know Alex Filippico then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm familiar with all of them.
He the top authority on that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them all.
That's
my thing. The black
that's 1916, man.
What is
1916? This dude came up with that theory. That theory, man.
You talking about Einstein?
Yeah. He didn't fully understand
crazy.
it like the scientists do now. You know what I'm saying?
Darwin shit, natural selection.
1850.
55 or some shit like that. It's just that, shit always get proven long before. Well, they come with the concept long before it takes the technology time enough to prove it. That's how it works.
Yeah. And usually what humans do, our great people, we usually ridicule them and throw them in the trash. And then later on down the line, once they dead, then we revere them. That's kind of what humans do, you know.
Hey, that's what's happening to me right now. I'm looking at the chat, you know.
Hey, because other scientists was like, some scientists are dogmatic about their position, and you know what I mean. They don't be willing to surrender their position, bro. And they fight like pseudos fight to hold on.
They will fight. They will
fight hard, bro. Like they'll just be like, okay, you're right. I'll step to the side. You know what I'm saying? Remember Einstein was debating old boy with quantum physics, right? What is it, Neil Bohr? The Bohr? Yeah, like they don't just step to the side with a new shit pop up there. Like they fight, bro.
Lawrence
hold on, Jehudi Mod says we gotta stop fronting like these cats is doing something. My 4-year-old can regurgitate an article. Damn, we can't even have a conversation and be enthusiastic, right, about science. We can't even be enthusiastic about science or what we reading. We got to be frauds because we want to have conversations. That's wow.
And the crazy part is we don't claim to be the ones doing the work or coming up with the research or nothing like that. We just following the experts, you know what I'm saying? And we enthusiasts about it. So if we was on here giving out stats about basketball and all the college sports.
Man, you took the words out my mouth. I'm gonna mute my mic again.
You can all right to be a sports enthusiast, even if both of your legs is cut off, right? Even if you're in a wheelchair with no legs, right? It's cool to be a sports enthusiast. Nobody's gonna say, "Well, dude, how can you talk about sports when nigga you can't even walk?" You know what I'm saying? Like nobody would say that. You know what I mean? So I don't understand. I don't get the point that when we highlight people who doing great things in the scientific field, or we enthusiastic about it. Now we some type of frauds or something. And a 4-year-old can read a scientific journal or an article out of a scientific journal. You know what I mean? Like I said, I just bought a book. I need a dictionary and a thesaurus to read it. You know what I mean?
Right. I love to see it. I love whoever that was. I love to see you get your 4-year-old and come up here and do this. I love it. I love to see
man,
that. Man, I thought that this
some
was
people be trolling though.
I thought this was a platform that was based around science. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure.
They mad about the Wuja conversation. They mad about the Wuja conversation.
The Wuja what?
They upset about part of the Wuja dialogue and stuff, and we went on kind of banged on Wuja a little last night. It might be a little upset.
What did he say? I mean, what's
the conversation we had last night about the soul and comparing what they did in Kemet and seeing what was spooky and what was based in reality type conversation we had last night.
We talking about black holes, man. I don't care about all that stuff.
Yeah, but they they taking shots because you gotta
when you unfamiliar. Hey, Thunder, when you're unfamiliar with stuff, you tend to dismiss it out of hand. You know what I'm saying? I think I was talking about that earlier, how nobody would challenge LeBron James to a game of basketball, a game of one-on-one, right? But they would challenge the information coming from Lawrence Krauss or Neil deGrasse Tyson, or somebody of that caliber. You know what I mean? And look at it as look at it as, oh man, my 4-year-old could read that. You know what I'm saying?
My 4-year-old know about
that. Yeah, I mean, we talking about comprehending what you're reading, not only just reading it, right? Because I wouldn't doubt that a 4-year-old could read some words, right? But you have to be able to comprehend what you read. You have to be able to make it make sense to you, and then you have to explain it to somebody else. You see what I'm saying? That's when you know.
Like what he just did. He just came on and explained.
Tell him jump on and have a dialogue. Jump on and have a dialogue about that subject matter. See how well it goes. An article can only get you so far. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? There's a difference between reading an article and then being able to sit down and talk to somebody that's in that field and have like pertinent questions and then understand what they're explaining to you. You know, like you ain't, you reading words, you even know what the word means.
I appreciate the brother who came on. I forgot it. I don't know what his name was, but he definitely clarified that, because I was talking quasars and you was talking gravitational lenses, so we was having two different conversations. And see,
so your 4-year-old know what a quasar is?
Yeah, and see, that's how complicated it is. Like, it could seem like you're having the same conversation, but you're actually having two different conversations. You know what I'm saying? So it's just it takes understanding. It don't take just reading the article. You know what I mean?
Man, and that comment just threw it off, because I was just listening, full fascination, like a real nerd listening to you guys. Man, that was hot.
Corey, you don't believe that a black hole at some point will devour this galaxy?
No, I don't necessarily believe that. What I do believe is all black holes is going to evaporate sooner or later. Now, the thing is, if we're not influenced by the event horizon, what we're doing is we're spreading farther and farther apart from the black holes. You know what I'm saying? So like planet Earth and the end of the planet Earth is most likely, to me, in my opinion, to be swallowed up by a red giant. Our sun is going to turn into a red giant, and it'll just scorch it and burn it till it's nothing. It'll just swallow it up. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I figure out. Now our sun is just going to keep on expanding. Space between our sun and other bodies of matter, like galaxies and other stars and stuff like that, the space between there is going to get greater and greater and greater. Now, our sun only got enough fuel. It's at midlife right now. Our sun is at midlife. So our sun only got enough fuel left to go another 4.5 billion years. You know what I mean? But the process of a red giant is going to happen before, it's a process of turning into a red giant. So that'll start to happen, a lot quicker. It's a long process. Go ahead.
So you believe that the Earth is going to be burned up?
Pretty swallowed up by our sun. Yeah, basically. It'll be scorched first, and then eventually the sun will.
All right. So is that not biblical? Is that not biblical prophecy?
Say it again.
Shit. Now you know.
Is that not
Oh no, thunder done gone and went there. Oh no, thunder done gone and
No,
went
that's
there.
not a
There you go.
We
That's
always
the problem we have, like trying to syncretize that shit with science.
That's fair though. You can't tell me that. I mean, it's fair. Stick it to.
Oh, they gonna make the argument. Yeah, I ain't tripping. They gonna do that.
If you want to make that argument, somebody would make that
It's
argument.
not outlandish.
And at the same time, they got the science right about it, though. I really wouldn't mind. That's cool, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, but the thing is, it only it's the guy to the gaps. Like, you wait until science figured it out, and then you adopt the idea. So that's cheating to me, really. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't.
You can't do that. Not back in the early BC area. They waiting on science. No, I don't believe so, bro.
No, they wasn't waiting on science, but now science has the explanation.
I have a question for
Go
Thunder.
ahead.
With regards to the morality of your God in ending the world that way.
Listen, man, don't get me.
Now I can understand nature. Understand nature not caring about us. I can understand that. I can understand that nature not caring about us and we being wiped out. But God taking us out like that, that's kind of cruel, eh?
Yeah,
hey, let me ask you this.
That's pretty bad.
Let me ask you this, Cord. Let me ask you this, man. So look, we as humans, well, about 7-8 billion people on this earth, right? And we don't know how many people was here before. So, you can round up to 10 billion.
They got the estimation, but they estimated it already. Yeah, you can look it up.
Yeah, whatever. All right. So, how do you think all this got here, Cord? Can you find another planet with life teeming such as this?
See, that's the argument from ignorance fallacy, but it's true. I'm gonna run with you. I'm gonna walk with you though.
Yeah, walk with me, man. He brought up God. That's why I'm talking about.
Nah.
Right.
No, you brought up God. You talking about something he brought up God.
Yeah, he just rebutted your
I brought up biblical prophecy. I didn't say nothing about no God.
Biblical God. I
yeah.
mean,
So the thing is,
I said biblical prophecy, man.
Yeah, the thing is though, Thunder, is the universe is at least the observable. I always want to make it clear when I say the observable universe is so vast. You know what I'm saying? That I wouldn't think that we would find another planet. I don't think life like this is as common as some would like to believe. You know what I'm saying? But I do think it is common. You know what I mean? But the problem is time and space. You're talking 14, damn near, you're talking 13.8 billion years, damn near 14 billion years, right? Yeah. So now there could have been species that we may have been able to observe at one point in time, right? Seeing as our location in the space-time continuum, right? But the thing is, we wasn't there at the right time. You see what I'm saying? So by the time Earth had got done with the great bombardment, with the heavy bombardment period, right? This is after that period is the period of time where life started to spark. But it went through the great bombardment for, like 1 billion years, right? And then even before that, the solar system took billions of years to build. Our solar system is only 4 billion years old, right? 4.5 billion years old. But the universe is damn near 14 billion years old. So the universe got 10 years on us. I mean, 10 billion years on us. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of things, a lot of things could have been here, and we just can't see them now because we're not in the right place in the space-time continuum.
Okay. But
you have to remember that space is very vast. Space and time is very, very vast. You can't wrap your... Go ahead.
Space and time is vast, but also God could have created all this. And this is the only place that is occurring.
So right, when we understand So what would God be able to create that we don't know how it's made right now?
Yeah. Corey get in a rabbit hole with the God.
No, I ain't gonna go in no rabbit hole. I'm gonna walk right with him. What would God create that we don't have an understanding of how it's made right now?
Okay, what came first, the chicken or the egg?
Oh, big girl. Huh?
The egg.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg.
The dinosaur.
Well, the egg came first, but you know what I'm saying?
First.
Yeah.
Whatever gave birth to the egg, whatever produced the egg that produced the chicken, what the chicken it was evolving until what became the chicken.
It was
the dinosaur. It was the dinosaurs.
The chicken evolved for something. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that the chicken evolved for
something? Of natural selection, you know.
Yeah.
The out of the group of dinosaurs, the ones who could fly was the ones who survived the most. You know what I mean? Although there are bird species that don't fly, but for the most part, I mean, those dinosaurs, which birds are dinosaurs, you know what I mean?
All right. Like, so we got the you said we got the bombardment period, right?
The heavy bombardment, yep.
Heavy bombardment, and then after that, that's when you telling me life started, right? A billion years later, something like that.
Where Earth was settled enough to where life could start to.
So now,
so we know about
how did that life form?
So we know about cyanobacteria, which is cyanobacteria is the oldest, one of your oldest forms of life right here, and they still here with us right now. And so they got these cyanobacteria. What they do is they're the ones who help the great oxygenation, because you know oxygen that you breathing right now is actually a poisonous, noxious gas. And
oxygen is what wiped. I think that was a cause of extinction, wasn't it?
Some life, some microbial life.
At one point, yeah.
But it couldn't grab hold. It didn't take hold like these cyanobacteria. So the cyanobacteria.
Let's do this, Corey. Let's do this right now. Let's cut to the chase. All right, so we got a great bombardment, right? So we got asteroids and everything attacking the Earth. We got oxygen. We got ash from volcanoes. We got all kind of stuff, right? We got all these poison gases. We got everything happening.
Yeah.
How could I survive all of that?
So you don't know about extremophiles. So they got these things called extremophiles, right? Have you ever
Hold on, Corey.
Go ahead.
So what are you saying, Thunder?
I am saying if we have
because you got a smirk on your face.
We have a world that is poisonous at this point. We got a world that is being bombarded with asteroids
that you have adapted to. That you have adapted to be able to breathe, like the.
But look at the smirk on his face, though.
You always got that.
So
I'd be worried
he's saying something with that, Corey.
I'd be worried if you didn't have
a God conversation and a scientific conversation.
Exactly.
That shit don't go. It don't go together. Like you can't. It don't go together.
It's gonna go now. What? I'm telling you, I'm trying to walk you there. So we got the
because you don't have to prove. You don't have to prove nothing.
No, Corey was waiting for this conversation. Go ahead. You got the right one now, Thunder.
I'm not debating. I'm not debating that. I'm just asking questions. So we got the great bombardment. We got the great bombardment, right? We got asteroids attacking the Earth, killing off dinosaurs and everything, right? So we ain't even gonna talk about how the dinosaurs got here. No problem. So we got oxygen.
We gonna go back to the extremophiles.
Okay, go ahead. You go ahead.
So I was explaining to you that extremophiles, you got these extremophiles right now today, like thriving in things like methane gas and boric acid and stuff like that. Like these life forms are actually thriving. It's this one little bug. God, it's slipping my mind.
Tardigrades.
The tardigrade.
Mm-hmm.
when you, I got daddy duty right now, but
Yeah.
the tardigrade though, right? This is a form of extremophile. Now this thing can take all the radiation, like from the sun and everything. Like, you know, if you get that direct, hold on 1 minute, my baby tripping. Hold on.
Okay, Chef, let me ask you, how was that tartar, whatever it was, how was that created?
How was it created? I think created is the wrong word.
Okay,
Thunder.
how did it come into existence?
Thunder. Have you ever heard of the Miller? And I'm gonna give you a.
How did the tardigrade? I got you. How did the tardigrade come into existence? Somebody.
Go ahead, Fitz.
I'm giving you the Miller and Urey experiment. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Go and search it out. They give you what you know. You want to know basic life. You want to know how the first cells got on Earth. That will tell you. They've done an experiment on that to show you how the environment. The Miller and Urey experiment.
Miller, and how you spell the next?
Urey.
How you spell it? U-R-O-I?
Yes.
U-R-I. Oh, U-R-E-Y. Okay. U-R-E-Y experiment.
Yes.
Okay. I got it. I'll look at it when I
Okay, so it's basically showing you what the environment was at, what it was like at that time, yeah, and what it's giving you a hypothesis on how things started, yeah, and when things cooled, because you think life started and then it was still bombarded. No, there was a cooling period, so it started to cool down, and it was more conducive to life, to cellular life. Extremophiles is what Corey was saying.
Yeah. No, I'm with him, but he's saying after the bombardment, after the oxygen, after the gases, after all that.
That was all after that. That was all after that. I think you're mixing up time periods. The dinosaurs come way after that.
He collapsed and
They
everything.
come way after heavy.
He collapsing everything down to complex life. To when he's basically saying how did complex life, which we are, evolve on the planet, and went through all of these extreme conditions.
Yeah,
that's what he's saying.
You asking a biological question, and which is fine. I'm not mad about that, right? But my thing is the cosmos, right? But we do know about abiogenesis. We do know that chemistry gives birth to biology. So it's no argument about that. Like, that's not no argument in the scientific community. Nobody has that discussion in the scientific community. The only thing that they discuss in the scientific community is the mechanism. So they know all these different types of ways that chemistry can be sparked into biology, but they just don't know the specific way that life got sparked here on Earth. But they know all the different ways it could do. You can do it.
That's fair. What you just said was fair, and I believe it's accurate. They don't know. Well, I'm not even doing gods of the gap. I'm just saying we got all this stuff occurring. We got the ice age. I didn't even bring up the ice age. I didn't bring up none of that stuff.
There were a number of ice ages. It's a number of ice
ages. You're getting things mixed up. The God of the Gaps doesn't start with life on Earth. When usually people use the God of the Gaps, that's when we don't know the beginning of the universe.
Brother, this is what I'm saying. I'm asking about how we were formed. How will we create? How did we come into existence? Right? Christians would say that God did it. Right?
That's where you wanted to go at. Go ahead.
Science say, hey man, we don't know. Like Cora said, we don't know. We're trying to figure all that stuff out.
I don't want to say we don't know. Like I said, so they got a list. They have every way that life could be sparked, right? They know all of the ways. They just don't know which one of those ways was. Yes. So yeah. So I don't want you to say they don't know.
They know it wasn't created.
Yeah, which is still a separate question because even when they come up with the answer, it's still not going to tell you who. Science is never going to answer.
No,
who. So even when we figure out all the mechanisms, you can just be like, "Well, who did that?" And we'll be at the same position.
Yes, exactly. Science don't act like why or who. You know what I'm saying?
Why, but not who. Say why.
No, why entails intent. And so you always want to ask how. That's going to be your first question, to ask how. Because why, when you ask why, it automatically gives you a presupposition that it's a reason. So you don't want to start out with a presupposition. You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm not. Yeah, that's you could say science don't start with why, but they won't.
Okay.
Once they figure out how, then they'll answer why. You see what I'm saying? That's
right. Okay. I got you. That's fair. That's
y'all are giving me hope right now. Y'all have come a long way, and I'm glad to hear these answers, man. These are great answers. No beef, no debate, no arguing, no fussing, no cussing. We just, I think we could.
And you know one.
I think that was great.
You know one thing though, Thunder. Those answers are not supposed to make sense to you, right? I'm not saying it's supposed to make sense, because we always say, science is counterintuitive. So what I'm saying is, go and look at what the experts are saying. Like, I'm just referring you and telling you what the experts are saying, but
as of 2021.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up. I got the theory. Yeah, I got the
Sound like you just drove underwater.
Turn your camera off. Turn your camera off, Thunder, because you're using too much bandwidth. It's too much bandwidth with your camera on. You went robot. Yeah, still, now you're silent. You just got to turn your camera off because it's using too much bandwidth. There you go.
Yeah, so I'm heading to Birmingham. Yeah, so if I had a couple of dead spots, I apologize. But yeah, that was great, man. I appreciate the answers, man.
Birmingham, Alabama? Is that where you at?
Yeah, Alabama. Yeah, my son lives there.
Oh, man.
My son lives there.
You know what?
Huntsville.
I need some towers down that motherfucker.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, Birmingham, Alabama, right? And then we talking about scientific literacy. It's just so funny. I don't want to down nobody in Birmingham, Alabama, but what I'm saying is, in that location, that's why your cell phone towers. That's why your
Okay, so since you're gonna do that, UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham.
Yeah, I'm sure at it. I'm not mad at
it. They had a lot to do with that vaccine. They had a lot. They had a lot of people. Not a lot of people, but they had. I know one of the heads of those departments that was integral in dealing with that vaccine. So yeah, I'm not gonna. You can't do that.
All right. So, hey.
No, I'm just having fun though.
Kofi, you had a question. You ready for your question?
Yeah,
or you still working?
Oh, my bad.
Nah. Give me about 5 minutes, though. I'll be ready. Give me 5 minutes still.
Okay. Hey, Wuja, what's up? What's up?
Wuja in the building.
Yeah, he probably working.
Peace.
He probably deciphering the whole wall right now.
I hear him.
Hey, peace. How y'all doing?
Boy on that.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, peace to the panel. How y'all doing?
Chilling.
Yeah. All right, what's going on? Yeah, I just popped in because I saw my name mentioned in the chat and heard it mentioned. So I always like to be present. So nothing will get thrown off. Misconstrued.
Ain't nobody saying that about you, man.
No, but listen, I did pop in at the same time too. I know the brother Jehudi, my aunt in the chat, he's just poking fun at y'all, and I can't believe some of y'all took it serious because he got.
That's what I said. I said he be trolling. I said sometimes he be trolling, but I just we just want to, you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm saying because it sounded like y'all were about to go in like the 4-year-old daughter and this and that.
Yeah.
Was saying he muted his mic back because he was about to jump in on it too. I was like, man, that was just a joke. Yeah. So that's cool. But Corey, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna go back on mute. You said a couple of things earlier that was a very good, accurate observation analysis of even the things that I see. One thing you said was people, when they don't understand something, they tend to do blah blah blah, like what you said, and then it was something else. And I find that to be true on a lot of conversations, that people will be more dismissive and 90 miles an hour with something when it's not their area of focus or their area of understanding. And this is the issue. This is the issue. What you said, to me, in my opinion, it describes a little bit of what took place last night, when on subject matters that come up and there's really not that much understanding about it, but everybody wants to kind of speed through it at 100 miles an hour. And in fairness of everybody getting equal time to speak, is really not the environment to slow it down and really break it down. And so I think that's unfair, and we got to really keep that in mind. And so that's why I tend not to really engage real heavy on anything unless it's an actual environment where we can slow things down and actually probe with rigor and not just fastball through stuff and everything. So that was just my take on what you said. It kind of reminded me of last night.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm mad I missed the conversation last night. From what I'm hearing, it was a real interesting one. And yeah, I didn't get in on any of it, so I got to go back and
well, it's a 6-hour video, so I don't know how you're gonna do that.
Yeah, I put my homie Vance, he puts it on our podcast. By the way, we got a podcast, on iTunes. All of the shows are uploaded on iTunes podcast, and you can listen. You know, like I said, you don't have to run out your battery. You know, you can put your phone on, turn the screen off, and just listen through your headphones or whatever while you're driving. So I listen to a lot of our shows like that. That way I'm able to actually hear what's going on rather than having a visual, you know what I mean?
Right. Well, that's cool.
I need to put that out there because I know a lot of people, they don't want to watch the whole YouTube. And then when you're watching YouTube, you got to keep your screen on unless you got a subscription or whatever. So if y'all ever do want to listen to some of those longer shows, my homie Vance, it's called the Real Black Atheist Podcast. It's on iTunes podcast.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna subscribe to that. Yeah. But yeah, that's but it's interesting when you hear it, you're gonna hear it back. You're gonna hear that some people don't have minds. Some people define something and then no, I'm poking fun, but the brother Unk actually last night, and see, I can't. That's why these conversations, and sometimes it can confuse the heck out of people who's listening. I know it does, because like last night, Unk said he doesn't have a mind. Right now, I don't know if he's being serious or not.
He dead serious
when he say that. But that's what I'm saying, because check this out. You like right now, you just say he's serious, but I bet you if he come on here now, he'll mess around and say, "Oh, y'all know I was just playing and this and that and whatever." And so I know it's fun and stuff, but I think in a bigger picture, it kind of hurts the learning process when stuff like that happens too. Like, I think we gotta just kind of be careful with that, because yeah, go ahead.
Let me speak to what you just said, bro. So everybody know me. I got a certain energy, and y'all know I'm not confrontational. I laugh and smile a lot. Certain people got certain energies, right? And a lot of people come on the panel to debate and fuss and cuss and all that other stuff. Of course, I hate it, because when we're talking about science, bro, that's the last thing I want to do is holler and scream and cuss. That's just stupid at a point. I'm not gonna have I'm not gonna tune in to Neil deGrasse Tyson to hear him talking about nigga this and fuck you. So when I'm tuning in, I want to hear what me and Corey just did with Chef and the other guy who just jumped in and said, no, that's a quasar. We talking, we having a regular conversation. Now, it may be boring to some, and that's fine, but if you got certain energies, you should be willing to learn. Like, I just learned about the Miller-Urey experiment. I just learned about extremophiles. I'm learning about the black hole, a little more about the black hole, the professor, what's the professor name, whatever his name was. There's little stuff like that. So if you coming on to debate and act an ass,
Alex Filipinko.
Filipinko.
Yeah, if you want to know
Now,
about black holes, like he the one. Like you don't want to go nowhere else. You at least see him first. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
So if you coming on to act a damn ass, then yeah.
Oh, you faded out. Hey, Thunder, since you faded out, let me just say something that what you just said, which should be highlighted. Now, yeah, I know he probably still talking too.
Yeah, he just said some real
it's
powerful
gonna
shit.
learn experience, the whole learning experience.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, Thunder? You kind of broke
We
up
missed
there.
all.
I want to
We
highlight.
heard a little bit of that, Thunder. You broke all the way up.
Well, Thunder,
Go
I
ahead.
think
we get the gist of where you was going though. We
Yeah.
feel that for sure.
Yeah, so Thunder, I just want to highlight what you said and point out the difference, right? What you you all are having a conversation dealing with scientific issues, and the conversation is flowing and everything. And I like what you said, that you just learned something new. And so this is the difference. That conversation flows like that because you're not one that's trying to create an argument or to find something to be adversarial about just to have an opponent. And so now you have to take what was said and you are humble enough to admit, like, okay, dang, I didn't know about this, and this. So I'm going to write it down or document it so I can check it out and then come back and bring something back to the table. You see, that those kind of conversations go smooth, and that's what we should have more of. And so this was just a good example of that. If you don't know something, we just don't know, and everybody should just be able to admit that, and then improve by going to do the due diligence. That's what we need more of. So I just wanted to point that out. That's one of the reasons why the conversation may go so smooth. It doesn't go smooth, like you said, with somebody being anal and just trying to find adversary, be an adversary, be oppositional. And I find that to be true a lot of times in a lot of people's live streams. It's like, it's got to be about adversarial argument, because scholars argue all the time, but there's a difference between being an adversary versus the actual formal argument and through logic, where you set forth the premise and then you argue your points, hopefully leading to a sound conclusion. Those are arguments as well, but not an adversarial oppositional one where, ego comes in and the learning process is killed. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out.
If I'm having a conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson, the last thing I'm trying to do is, I don't even want to talk. I want to listen to what he got to say. I want to learn. You know what I'm saying? So if you're coming on to learn, especially when you don't know, man, you should have a different sort of energy. If you believe that I'm a know-it-all, I think what's the thing that a person that knows a lot knows nothing, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So when if you realize that you really don't know what the hell you think you know, man, you should have a whole different attitude about having discussions. Like if I'm talking to Corey, I'm getting Corey's perspective. I'm not even really trying to debate with him. I want to see what you think about these black, because I know he's a cosmos guy. So I'm coming to him. If I'm gonna come to Sean and Unc about vaccines, I'm gonna come to Chef about whatever, Baltimore, whatever. You see what I'm saying? So I'm coming to you all as authorities, not to have a debate about Baltimore. I've never been there. So I'm gonna ask Shepard about Baltimore and have the mind to learn. Ain't no need for me to be adversary. Why? I don't know shit about Baltimore. So yeah, that's it.
But you can already have an opinion formed. But I'll say this about the conversation last night. Now, like I said, my position was I would rather for Wu-Jia to talk, and I don't mind answering his questions because I don't mind being wrong. Like, I just wanted to hear what his take was on it. I kept saying that. Like, I don't care. It doesn't affect me one way or the other. I feel as though I'm an atheist. So I don't care what somebody else believes. I don't feel like whatever he believes or know is not going to convince me that the supernatural world exists. So I don't mind walking down any road he want to go down, because my mind is not going to be changed. And I don't think that. Now, I'm not saying he's not intelligent, but I don't think that he can prove the supernatural. So I don't care which way the conversation go, right? I don't care how many times he showed me I don't understand a certain concept in ancient Egypt. All right, well, that's why you here. You gonna clear all this shit up for us. So it seemed like we got bogged down a lot with basic terminology, right? We never got a chance. Like, I know what I read the definition of the word ka and ba, right? But that's just a basic definition. I know Wuja likes to go deeper into the meanings, right, and give the cultural context of it in the standard context that the encyclopedia gave. That's all I wanted. I wanted his take on the shit. You know what I mean? So, but you know, conversations go.
So let me say something real quick. And I appreciate that, Sheffrin, but I want everybody to understand that how you just expressed that is anti-science, because and here's what I mean by that. Because as a scientist, what scientists do, their minds are not made up. And you'll hear actual scientists say this all the time, that a scientist's mind will change with evidence. And so there's not a position. You're not something because of a position. You're something because of wherever the evidence dictates you to be. So if evidence presents itself to the contrary of your previous thinking, a scientist would therefore change their position. It's the dogmatic people, or what we would like to say is religious folks, that are stuck, where they choose a stance and then they disregard the evidence, and they have confirmation bias. And this, we get into all the different forms of biases and things. And so I think that's, you got to be careful with saying things. Okay, like, I understand you feel that you're an atheist, but that stance you have now as an atheist should always be in lieu of the presentment of any other evidence. But if you feel that you're an atheist, full stop, then anything that's going to be presented that's outside of your knowledge and stuff like that, you're going to have a subtle tendency to reject as your first knee-jerk reflex, as opposed to
that's why I preface this, and I said I was willing to hear you out, because I said I don't believe that you could change my stance. I said I didn't believe that you could change my stance.
Okay,
now
so
you could have put forth the best. Look, it's no way. All right, it goes like this. And I'm gonna just throw it all out on the table. It goes like, you will never be able to convince modern people nowadays, right, of certain things. I think we already done reached a certain level, right, where most people, like, if you can show them something miraculous, the first thing we're going to do is look for the best explanation for it without going to the spooky. You see what I'm saying? So the moment that you present something to me that can buckle my mind, right, and say, damn, I never knew that, I'm not going to jump to the fact that it's supernatural first. So I'm saying I don't believe that you could change my mind in a conversation about the supernatural.
Okay, so let me say something. Okay, so let me say something right quick. Now, I really honestly do not know where you're getting that from when it comes to a conversation with me. Mm-hmm. I do not believe in the supernatural whatsoever. I never claim anything about the supernatural. I never make a claim about it. Therefore, I should never be required to prove the supernatural, because that's not me. That's not even in my sphere of conversations or anything like that. So whenever the supernatural comes up in a conversation with me, is real puzzling to me, because I think the opposite. I don't think anything is supernatural. I don't believe in magic. There's no such thing as magic. What people describe as magic is really rooted in ignorance. Because, just as a quick example, since you brought up that example, mm-hmm. Magic to a magician is simply science being performed or executed. But to the audience who doesn't know how it's done, they'll describe it as miraculous or magic. So the core issue in that scenario is ignorance. Ignorance is the key. So if you don't know how something is done, you can attribute it to all kinds of things and be wowed by it. But if you know how it's done, then you're not on that side of being wild or spooky, as you put it.
So did Egyptians had spells and incantations, right?
But I'm saying so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole today, because see, when you say did they have spells,
right?
Like who is describing them as spells, and what do the people who are describing that from Egypt mean by spells? Because when you say spells, when we hear spells, we think, what we see in the movies, magical spells, Bewitch, I Love Genie, and Aladdin and stuff like that. And that's unfair. And this is what scholars are saying to.
So you saying the scholars are wrong?
Well, the scholars are causing confusion, especially early Egyptological scholars that recent scholars are in the business of correcting right now. Even on the conversation last night about the Ka and the Ba, the Ka has been traditionally defined as life force, personality, spirit, and stuff like that. And people are only familiar with these older articulations of that information through Egyptology. But if they keep up, if this is their study, they're going to keep up with the scholarship. There's so many scholars that write about this stuff that is not that. And so they're explaining it differently now, but people got to keep up with it. So that's why I work with the definition you gave, because that's the popular one, life force and stuff. So all I'm saying is that the scholars are trying to articulate the information better, with the understanding that people need to understand that we can't project our modern understanding backwards in time and force it on people without putting the time in to understand the people's themselves conceptualization of everything. And that's what I tried to allude to last night. But
can that go in the other direction though?
Say it again.
Does that sometimes go in the other direction? Far as wise, you project your modern day science back onto
definitely. That's what I'm
ancient
saying.
Philosophy, right? So when you call something, when you make it basic as life force, what the definition did is you giving yourself a way out to explain away there's spookism. Go ahead.
Well, no, but see, okay, what should happen in all of these cases, any researcher, you really should approach the issue with an empty cup. Because if you already believe something is spooky or is spookism, then you're going to limit your understanding of any evidence that you find or come across, and you're going to put it in that bucket, that container of spookism, instead of creating a blank slate and allowing the evidence to speak for itself and connecting the dots. And this is the problem that people have. So, but to answer your question real quick, yes, it goes both ways. But actually, that's what I was talking about. People modernly projecting modern things backwards, whether it's scientific or quote unquote religious. People do both. And you can't do that. You got to allow the culture that's under examination to speak for itself as best as humanly possible. And in order to do that, it takes rigorous study, because you have to cross-pollinate multiple disciplines to do it. And a lot of people don't have the time to do that. So I get it, but we got to understand that it's handicapped. So we can't act like all these arguing and debates is really meaningful unless you really going to put in that work.
Sheffrin and Wutawu, please. Have any one of you all witnessed an exorcism?
No, I haven't. Wuja might have performed one before, but I.
Oh boy. All right. I think that.
Hold on, you say One Thunder?
I think that anybody that does not believe in the supernatural needs to first check out an exorcism. That's first. No, an exorcism. That's for real.
You talking about?
I'm saying, yeah, like, you gotta get us.
Listen. Just go to YouTube and put in exorcism and watch one. Right? Start with that, and then number two.
Crazy.
There's no limit what you can do with production these days. But go ahead.
Number two, then check out any voodoo or voodoo session that they have in Haiti or over there in the Dominican Republic right now. Just put that in your YouTube, check them out, and then we can have that conversation. I don't want to debate you. I don't want to argue with you. Just check out exorcism and check out any voodoo ritual session, whatever you want to call it, that are occurring in Haiti, Dominican Republic, all them other places, right? Check those out, and then maybe we can have that conversation, man.
Oh, let me just say something.
All right. Hey, let me ask a question though, or kind of bring it back to, because the chef asked about the spells, right? So you had a kind of a issue with the spells, right, or being referred to as spells. So kind of how is it referred to now, and then kind of define that, and then kind of like let's kind of like dig into that and see like what were the quote unquote spells, for lack of a better term, what were they used for, you know, and how would they apply at that time in chemistry?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the beginning part of what you're saying. So you're saying what's the form of
spells?
spells?
Chef asked about spells. I mean, he was like, that's kind of a, you know what I'm saying? The way that we looking at it now. So like I said, so what would be a better terminology, and then how would you define how it was used back in those days? What was the purpose of it?
Right. So it's not a matter of the form of the word. Like it's not like, this is not about wordophobia. Like the word choice or the sound pattern people use is really not the issue. It's the pragmatic aspect. It's the context in which these things are used that are missing. And so when people just on the surface talk about the coffin spells or the spells and things like that, without the context, which is a whole lot, then the average person is gonna pull in and fill the gaps on their own with their concepts of spells connected to magic and their ideology of magic. And that's why I said a Latin, I dream a genie, you know, all that kind of stuff, when that is not the context in which the Egyptians are using those words. So the word spell itself is really not an issue, other than what it invokes improperly in people's minds. So in order for me to tell you what is actually meant, I got to give you the backdrop and the context, which can't be done in a 2 minute to 5 minute conversation. That's why scholars write actual books, whole books on the topic. Because, for instance, I'm gonna just give a very quick summary about even the word ka from last night. In order to understand the concept of ka, truly understand the concept of ka, you have to actually go all the way back and understand what the Egyptian, and I said this last night, but it definitely got overlooked. You got to understand and fully grasp the Egyptian conceptualization of the human being to know the role of whatever it is they're calling the ka, to understand what the ka is to them and how it relates to what they did about it. Without that full context, it's just not even gonna click, or you can be way off the mark. And that's what a lot of people do. That's why they define it as the spirit, the soul, and then that's ill-defined because people can't even tell the difference. And I asked this last night, what's the difference between the spirit and soul? And it's just so murky right there. You're not going to make any progress. So the same thing with spells, because the word spell in the Egyptian language is the same word to utter something. Like even the Book of the Dead, everybody pretty much knows that's not what the book was called. So people are familiar with the book of coming forth by day when people say it that way, but it's actually the word that begins that phrase, Ra'u, Niyu, Peret, Imheru. That word ra or ra'u is the plural form of ra, which is to utter something. So it is the sayings or utterances for something, something, something. But they translate that as spells to imply magic and take your mind way out there in left field without the proper context of what's going on. And utterances does not mean oracle or sounds coming out the mouth, because the Egyptians understood that utterances can be clothed within the mind. And today we call that thinking or thoughts. And so it's a whole lot that comes along with this to have a full understanding that people may not have time to really dive into. And that's why I say it's kind of fruitless for people to.
Would that be the same explanation if that same situation occurred outside of Africa? Meaning, if you seen the same thing in a European context, we would say that was a spell. But it seems like when it comes to Africa, we over-explain it away.
Well, no, but it's true. No, it's true for wherever. Like even in European cultures, like we should. The bottom line is to be close to reality of the people as possible. So even if describing European phenomenon in using word spells, if that takes you off of what the reality really is, then no, you shouldn't do that either. Africa versus Europe doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where or who you're talking about. It's just what matters is reality, to get to the reality as much as possible. And that's what the scientific process does, whether it's scientific in physics or scientific in methodology or certain methods in all the different disciplines, even outside of the hard sciences. You got other sciences, soft sciences and hard sciences, that have methods to discern. And that's what we should use, and not so be caught up on whether it's African, European, or whatever. We just got to do it right. So spells is not the case in Europe either, in the form of magic. Now you have magic, even to real magic practitioners today. If you ask them to describe magic, you'd be surprised that it's not what you think, what the average person would think it is.
No, I'm not talking about a magic show where a person is paid to put on tricks to beguile the audience to make him think. No, I'm talking like when you go to get you know how they have them parlors, right? Where you could go and get
palm reading and all that.
Not palm reading. I wouldn't say that, because that could be a little bit
divination.
technical.
You talking about divination, oracles, and all that?
Yeah, and get your
crystal
future
ball
read and all of that shit, right?
Yeah.
That is that's in the realm of the supernatural and magic. Like those people actually want you to believe that they are doing something that you can't do. That's why you're paying them. They got a power, or they tapped into something that you're not tapped into. That's what ancient priests and them did. They made you think that they. Go ahead.
Intermediary shit. Yeah, like
intermediaries. That's the part that we're talking about. We're not talking about somebody giving good words or utterance over, or say like when somebody died. We're not talking about eulogizing somebody, right? And putting something on their coffin like an obituary or aspect of their life to remember them. We're talking about when you saying you can communicate, that there is another side.
Necromancy, communicate with the dead.
Yeah, that you'll communicate. That's the spookism. That's what we're talking about. We're talking to those aspects of the culture, not the base. Listen, they were human beings. I get it. They had regular lives and they dealt with their regular day, everyday situations, life and death. But they also made practices around superstitions and things that that's just what humans do. That's the part of the shit that we saying we disagree with. We're not saying we disagreeing, or it seemed like you explaining the way that that aspect of it.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not at all. I just said I put a disclaimer. I always say this. That's why I'm really surprised when people bring up supernatural at least in conversation with me, because I'm anti-supernatural to the fullest. I don't believe in magic. I don't believe in any of that. There's an explanation for every single thing, whether we know it or
Egyptians
not.
believed it.
But you don't know that. See, this is the problem that you're having right now. Listen, no. Listen. Number one, when you say the Egyptians believed it, I'm gonna hope that you have the understanding that we never do the blanket thing of every single position.
My grandmother, a Christian, Wuja. She believed that shit.
Oh no, listen.
She believed her religion.
Oh, but listen, listen to what you're doing though. And see, this is part of what I see is part of a small part of the problem. You have a stance, but you're ill informed. Like, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
And answer me honestly. How much literature review have you done on any specific topic with ancient Egypt? By literature review, what I'm saying is take a survey through the scholarship on any given topic about ancient Egypt and certain issues of Egypt and concepts and things like that. How well versed are you and the time that you've taken?
I've read probably all the Tony Browder books. Dan Sertima, Egypt Revisited.
So let me pause you there. So
couple Dr. Ben, go ahead.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You said Dr. Ben, Ivan Van Sertima, and Browder.
Yeah, Browder. And that line of people in the 80s, books that you could get from the late 70s.
Okay.
Going into the reading those works. But go ahead.
Okay,
Shake at the joke.
Yeah.
Shake shit.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, that is by far not enough to take a stance. Like that's like right now you would be considered, if I was to make levels out of this, you would still definitely be a newborn baby in this area, because that is not enough to take a stance. It's like a 5-year-old trying to make adult decisions to vote and drive a car and stuff like that. We would look at that as totally insane, that they still have a lot to go and so on and so forth. And I don't mean that in any negative way whatsoever. I'm just saying, just in general, and a lot of scholarship will recognize that, because I can tell you, I can show you my hard drive, my archive, and show you so many articles and books and things written on specific topics that are categorized, how I categorize them, that there's a lot of stuff that you have to survey to even start to feel like you have an actual stance. So I think that a lot of that is very, very premature to have a stance without even gone through the basics. Like even the people you name, for example, they're not even the experts in those fields. Like Browder, Dr. Ben, and stuff like that. They're more of some summation type of material, and not a specialist within a specific field. And I'll give you an example. There are people who actually specialize in cognitive linguistics as it applies to lexical linguistics in ancient Kemet, and that's all they write about. And they go through a survey philologically through actual text, translating and showing you these instances of X, Y, Z, so on and so forth. And this is what they do for a living. And they can show, to demonstrate this, that, and the third, that people never even heard of. I can spit off some names that I'm sure I know, I've done this before, that people are not familiar with because they're not the readily accessible, like, the Dr. Benz and the people you just named, especially in the conscious community. So it takes a whole lot before a person can have an actual stance, even though everybody will take a stance. But I'm saying the validity of that stance has to be understood in proper context of, listen, it
I
doesn't
probably
really have a
read
value.
more about Egypt than I did about Christianity. But if I told you that the daggone Christians believed in God, you wouldn't even give me you would be lockstep with me on that, because that's just a basic.
Actually, I wouldn't.
Huh?
Actually, I wouldn't. I mean,
I'm saying, if I told you that the Muslims believe in a God, right?
A God, yeah.
and if I told you that the Christians believe in a God, you
Yeah.
wouldn't then ask me how many books did I read on the subject, or how
No, I
deep
wouldn't.
is my knowledge base on this said subject.
No, I
right?
wouldn't.
So
I
no,
wouldn't.
because it's just, who says that the ancient Egyptians didn't have a religion, believe in gods,
Nobody.
believe in afterlives, and all of these basic things that go into religion?
But
It seems
notice those three things you just mentioned: believing in gods and goddesses, the afterlife, and have a religion. Per the conversation last night, I even said that at all times in ancient Egypt they had all of that. So it's what I think people need to be careful of is not to make an argument when there is none. So did the Egyptians have a religion? Yes. Did the Egyptians believe in afterlife? Yes. Did the Egyptians believe in gods and goddesses? Yes. So I don't want to pretend that somebody's saying otherwise. So we can't compare some very, very popular consensory things about cultures versus getting into the details, because some things are going to require a more rigorous investigation of things, because you can miss the mark, not on the basic surface stuff. Yes, the Christians believe in a God. Muslims believe in a God. Those are very rigid pillars that everyone is familiar with, and there's no need to argue those, because those are concretely established. So I'm not talking about those things like that. Even in Egypt, the afterlife is a concrete concept that everybody should know Egyptians were all about. The gods and goddesses, and so on and so forth.
So what was the contention about then? Like,
no, it was the specific questions, and it was a lot, which kind of convolutes the conversation too, where we never
like pick one, and let's kind of like go through. I think like we can find out where the misfire came at.
It was
okay.
I'll give in the Kai.
I'll give you an example. When I brought up the Egyptian concept of the mind, Ib, that went everywhere. Like I had people say they didn't have a mind. Like I'll say Unc said, for the sake of I'm gonna say Unc was joking, because I don't believe Unc is really saying he don't have a mind, but he said he don't have a mind to try to not, well, and the consequence of him saying that is to derail the flow of the conversation, because the moment that you say,
probably made him mad, that's why I said
the moment you say that you don't believe in the mind and this and that, and it's really talking about the brain, then it's like, all right, well, you're not interested in what the Egyptians thought about it then. And so that's what I'm saying. So specifics like that, like we know the Egyptians believed in the mind, but what about it and stuff? So it's the detail that people are definitely ignoring for whatever their reasons are, but it's being ignored. So I'm talking about things like that.
All right, but listen,
and these are very, very important. Okay, all right, hold up, Corey. I mean, I'm so let me just give you this one example, because I was going to share this last night, but everybody got tired and rolled out. So this is a very important difference between, and I was trying to do this with Nile Valley Hebrew last night. A very important difference between the Egyptians' concept of manifestation versus Judaism or Christo-Judaic Islam, Abrahamic systems. In Egypt, they viewed creation as a continuous, ongoing process that was never a once and for all type of event. But in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, their concept of creation is a one-time event that happened somewhere in the past as a closed event. And in the Bible, they round that off into 7 days and so on and so forth. But in Egypt, they don't have that concept whatsoever, that creation is a continuous, ongoing unfolding that is never ending. And as minor as that may seem by me saying it the way I'm saying it, that is a major pivot point in the conceptualization of everything.
But I don't know. I think they don't could see it as a closed event, that's just the beginning. Like that's what Genesis means. That's just the beginning of what sparked it. And then throughout the story, it unfolds as more ancestors come on and more life is brought about. You see what I'm saying? So it's still continuous. That doesn't like close the book on creation.
No, I'm saying no. In the biblical, in Abrahamic tradition, creation has happened, past tense. In Egypt, creation is happening. It's a gerund. It's presently happening. It's now.
It's present
all the
progressive.
time. It's different. It's totally different. And we can, I mean, if we need to, we can go into that. But I'm just saying, those are those are major, because the reason why it's very important and why it is so is because it dictates and connects to the concept of why existence itself is God, as opposed to under Judaism, God is a separate thing, whatever, and then it uses material outside of itself to create the world, and then occasionally interacts with that world. But in Egypt, it's nothing of the sort. Like the created substances that we have in our surroundings actually comes forth and a part and parcel of God, because existence itself is God. And that's a very, very major pivotal difference in concept, although it may not seem that way the way we talk about it, but that's a big deal.
You would get that more with Gnosticism when it comes to the Christianity concept.
Say it again.
You would probably get more of that with Gnosticism.
No, but I'm saying, okay. Did the earth, is the earth a part of God in Christianity? God himself.
In Gnosticism, that's what I'm saying. That's different. Gnosticism.
In Christianity, yeah, earth is created by God. God is the word.
No. You're saying a part of God.
No, I'm saying is the earth actually
also God?
Yeah. Did God take, did the Christian God take from himself to create the earth, or did God just create earth ex nihilo?
Ex nihilo.
It said he created it out of nothing.
Okay, so that's so you all are demonstrating my point. In Egypt, it is the opposite. They don't have that same concept. Now, like I said, it sounds minor, but that's a big deal. It's a major different pathway. It calls you go down a Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard versus Quebec Street. It's a totally different road, and that alone is a very important point to see how they viewed all these other things and concepts like the Ka. Because once you understand that, you'll start to begin to understand how they view the Ka and what it is to them. That it's not some separate spirit and soul type of thing and all this other kind of thing. But like I said, it's whole books written on it, so I wouldn't do it justice trying to take 2 minutes to talk about it. But I did some of them last night. People don't like it.
Might have been like, what the hell?
I gave the like summation, short answer, very short answer, and people didn't like it. And I don't blame them, because it is a lot of context with it. But I did answer about the Ka, what the Ka is, to the ancient Egyptians last night. And what I didn't get was what's the difference between the spirit and the soul.
So there's no difference?
Yeah. But
it is the difference between the spirit and the soul, because I know a lot we use them interchangeably.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the problem, because we use them, people use those two words interchangeably, but they're actually different. Even from the people who coined those words, from soul, and the spiritus and psyche, or what's the pneumos, or whatever the Latin or Greek word is. They were conceptualized differently, and they still are, but for some reason we have just blurred it and connected the two. And you can't do that. We can't do that. We can't. What do they call that? Anachronism. We can't project backwards something that we've done today to merge two concepts when going backwards, they didn't have it merged. Like, for example, astronomy and astrology. At one point, they were the same. Am I correct? I think Corey will probably know that.
Yeah, you're right.
So at one point they were the same. Nowadays, the way that we view it and how it functions and how we address it, we have separated the two. And actually, one is actually starting is called pseudoscience. But at one point it was the same. So if we're going to talk about historical views, let's say 1,000 years ago, when they were the same, we can't therefore use our separation and how we deal with it today and project it back there on the minds of people who never saw them as separate.
Hey, Sosa, you know what he's talking about? He's talking about serendipity. You know, elaborate on that serendipity for us, Sosa, if you don't mind. If you're still there. Sosa still there?
Yeah, I think so.
So what he was saying is some things work just by pure accident. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you get a good result out of it. But that's very rare. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you can say something or have a philosophical viewpoint on something, and later on down the line, you find out actually scientifically you was actually right. That's called serendipity. And yeah.
On the street, they call it lucky guess.
Yeah. It's a little bit more than a lucky guess. If Sosa would, because Sosa, he can elaborate a little bit more on it. But it's when you boil it all down, I guess you could say that, Wuja. I wouldn't have no problem with that.
No, I'm just saying that's how people deal with it in everyday life, where you take a guess, you really don't know at the time that you're making that guess and things, but then later on scientifically you say, oh, I'm right.
Yeah. So yeah, that's serendipity. I think a lot of that, and I just learned that word, by the way, a couple of days ago. But I think that we give reverence to serendipity when serendipity is just serendipity. Like if it worked out, okay, fine, but that don't mean that they had a total real understanding of the concept that they trying to convey. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay.
No, that's right. But and so it's I agree with that, and it's unfair when we don't. It's kind of disrespectful and unfair to any given culture, be it on the continent of Africa or not, where we don't put in the time to have enough respect for it to engage it, to find out what's what, because we may write things off, like you said earlier, things that we don't specialize in, don't have a focus on, we tend to speedball through it or just be dismissive about it. And I think that's unfair to all these cultures that people want to talk about. If you're not going to
absolutely. I agree 100% with that statement, Wujawa. If you're gonna have a discussion about somebody's culture and beliefs, you at least have to go, if not doing the anthropology yourself, you at least have to go to the experts that spend, because these anthropologists, they sit and spend 5 years, 10 years with a group of people and really, try to understand them. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. And that's what I mean by, at the very least, and this is what I try to compel people to at least do this, at least do the literature review, because not all of us have the time. We got to live, we got families and stuff. So then that may not be our carved out career anyway, but at the least, before people are going to take a solid stance or get on live streams and argue, at least do literature review, which means to defer to the experts, but do a survey of what the experts are saying, pro or con, and what the debates among even them are all about. That's absolutely the least that we could do. And I don't see enough of that.
The experts, y'all disagree.
Say it again.
Even when we pull up experts, y'all disagree. Even when we refer to the experts, it's still a disagreement. It still is in the realm of, okay, well, you really don't even understand what you just read. Everything is condescending, other than it just being, okay, a person disagree. I just it's just so like it's so elitist in that aspect, right?
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm gonna give a basic scenario. 1 + 1 is 2, right? Like I just want to start with something we agree on. 1 + 1 is 2, right? We agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now if expert A says 1 + 1 is 5, and expert B says 1 + 1 is 7, and you only know about expert A, and the person you're arguing with only knows about expert B, and you all are going to appeal to authority and say, well, hey, it's 5 because this expert is saying it, or it's 7 because this expert is saying it. That's not the way that scholarship, or not the way that science works. The goal of it is to get to the actual answer or the actual reality. So it's not about the experts or somebody even being an expert. It's about the making the logic consistent and sound. And so any disagreement with an expert is not to disagree just for the sake of disagreeing. Now, I don't know where the condescending aspect or elitist part of it is, but we got to realize that just by citing a source, and I can appreciate the conscious community at least elevating to that level, but that's not it. Citing sources, that's like just the beginning of things. Like, everybody think that's the end all be all. Cite your source, and just because I cite a source, I'm good. No. Do you even understand? Because a lot of people die at their own sources, as Unc say. But that's why I asked Nabal the Hebrew last night. He tried to cite a bunch of sources to be impressive, but citing the stacking the sources mean nothing if you don't even know how and why the source you're citing came to their conclusion. Because if you don't know that, then you are definitely violating logical fallacy of appealing to authority. Just because this source says so, it must be true. No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. So I love when people cite sources, but the difference with me is that once you cite a source, I want to dig into that source. Let's actually find out how the source came to their conclusions and what did the source see for them to do so. And let's reduplicate that work. Are people willing to do that? Most people don't have the time to do that.
Yeah, so, absolutely. And you know, for the most part, you know, science is demonstrable. So, I mean, 9 times out of 10, whatever an expert says, it just depends on what subject. Like anthropology, that's a little bit more of a gray area right there. But usually in the other applied sciences, you know, you can demonstrate whatever it is that you're trying to convey or the conclusion that you came to. So one can see a demonstration. And also, I say it all the time, you know, real applied science creates a byproduct. So you develop things from real science. You know what I'm saying? Technologies and better know-hows and different insights. You know what I'm saying? Medicines and different things. So you actually really get byproducts like the speed of light and all of that, like understanding special relativity. Like somebody could cite paper, right? But the thing about special relativity is it has created byproducts. We know how light speed works. That's why we can use the internet and all of that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And pixels and our cameras are getting better and all that. So we understand special relativity. You know what I mean?
Right. But see, those are the easily observable ones because that affects our day to day. But then there are ones that are not so in our face that because they're not in our face, people tend to be dismissive about and things. And so
anthropology is one of them. That's one of them things right there.
And so, but now let's reverse that. Let's reverse the logic now, because in some people's mind, because an expert is an expert or whatnot, then logically there should be no expert arguing with fellow experts. If the fact that they're an expert or they can demonstrate is the thing, is the litmus. The ability to demonstrate is one thing, but to do it successfully, where it follows the procedure on how to know when something's known, which is the methodology, and it varies depending on what discipline, but that has to be followed with rigor to be able to prevail. And so if that was not the case, then the fact that an expert writes something and tries to demonstrate it, there should be no arguing among the experts. But we know every day experts in applied sciences, hard sciences, soft sciences, and you name it, they are arguing all the time. They're arguing, not negatively, but they're opposing each other, they're correcting each other and doing this and that. So it's not cut and dry like that. And that's the thing. We have to keep all that in mind. And experts can make mistakes and often do.
But we refer to them,
what I was
right?
going to say about that, we dropped my bad, Shefford, but I was going to say, I think that is a little makes the water a little tricky. What you said, and I ain't being a combative. I just want to make a point. Because the overall theory, or what have you, the data or whatever. Most of the time, they agree on that. It's like small little minute details that they may disagree on, and what that does is, to a layman or to a person who wants to push a certain ideology or whatever. Not saying you're doing any of this, but just for an example, people who try to push certain ideologies, they make a big deal out of the minute detail. You know what I'm saying? So when people say, well, they talk about abiogenesis, but a lot of scientists, they disagree. But the thing is, they don't disagree on the overall theory. It's just that some of the mechanisms are argued or whatever. But I mean, as far as the real science goes, I mean, we understand abiogenesis. At least the experts do. And they agree on most of it. It's just like some of the arguments have to do with minute details, and I hate when people run off with those minute details as if it's a make or break, the overall theory. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not blaming you or nothing like that, Uja. I just wanted to put that out there for the listening audience. So we, I think we make that mistake a lot. That's all.
No,
Corey, can I say something, Corey? But there's a difference between and something that's when scientists are dealing with things that are objectable to nature and something that's a human concept. Now that's where the waters get muddied, because it's a human concept. It's subjective.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. If it's objective to nature, they're not arguing over things like that, because the empirical data is there to be studied. It's when you get to the part where we don't know. There is a part where we don't know, and that's where the hypotheses come in.
Well, and that's what I was saying about anthropology. That's one of those real gray area science. I mean, not saying that anthropology ain't a real science or nothing like that, but in that type of area, you can have a lot of disagreement in an anthropological, and I can see why. You know what I'm saying? Because it's kind of subjective in a way. You know what I'm saying? In a way, it is kind of subjective. But go ahead, Wujari. You want to say something?
Yeah, no, I was going to say that even what you described, it would take a person to become familiar with the subject matter that they want to talk about to even know the separation, to know what the scientists consent to, and then what those minute differences are. And a lot of people who like you said, focus on a difference, don't even do the full scope literature review or whatever to find out that, wait a minute, this is only 0.3% of what they disagree on, but the 99.7%, they all in the same agreement.
Right.
So people don't even, that's what I'm saying. People are not aware of it. And a lot of that is due to, just people not putting in that time. And I'm saying, and I don't blame people. Like, I'm not trying to fault people for not doing it. Where I put the blame or fault, I have a problem with, is when people don't do it for even good reasons. Don't just sit up here and try to argue though. Like you don't have an argument if you're not willing to put the work in. That's like trying to be in the Olympics when you never trained. Like you have no business showing up on the 100 meters track, getting in the starter block if you never went through the training. But I'm not going to blame you or penalize you for not running the 100 meters. I'll never do that. But if you're going to try to run it, don't sit up here and not train and then get out on the field. And that's what we got to kind of stop doing. People are trying to argue who didn't put in the work, and to me that's insane.
Yeah, that's a big time issue. I think that's one of the regular things that we're just gonna have to deal with. People coming in, they got these strong ideas or beliefs, and haven't really did the due diligence to really study whatever said subject may be, but they still strong on their stance. You know what I'm saying? So that's just that's just ego. Humans have ego, and the thing is, people try to apply common sense to the sciences, and something may make total sense to you. You know what I'm saying? It may make all the sense in the world to you, but in reality, it's nothing like that. You know what I'm saying?
Even common sense is basically an illusion. It's
I agree.
An illusion, but it's very popular, but it's an illusion. And some people probably have a hard time with me even saying that. They'd be like, "Oh, you crazy?" But hey, it actually is, and that's something hard to convince somebody. But it just is. Common sense is not. They even say it. Common sense is not so common. That saying comes from because of the fact that it's just an illusion. There is no such thing as common sense, and that's why I like it when these scientists will like Neil deGrasse Tyson will say that eyewitness testimony and quote unquote common sense is at the very bottom of the totem pole in the scientific fields.
Right, absolutely, man.
But conversely,
I was going to share this that made me think about this video that I saw. It was a group of people, and what they did was they had somebody come up and snatch one of the people's purses, right? And so what the guy who put it together did was he went out and asked all those people who witnessed it, like, what did the guy look like? What kind of coat was he wearing? Was he tall? Was he dark skinned? Was he Caucasian? This, that, and the other. Like every one of them got it wrong. Like they said he had on a purple coat. Some people said he had on a black coat. Some people said he was a black dude. Other people said he was Caucasians. Another person said he was Latino. The other person said he was like a stocky build. And then the next person said he was a slender build. You know what I'm saying? Like, but the thing is, they all actually seen this happen. Like the lady screamed, like when he took the purse and ran, the lady screamed and everybody stopped and looked at her. And looked at the dude running away. Now the dude had on a red jacket. You know what I'm saying? And he was a white dude, a short white dude. But that's an example of how human beings are. Eyewitness testimony is like you said, at the bottom of the totem pole. But go ahead. I just wanted to share.
No, that's good. But hey, share that. I like to put that in my bookmarks. Because I
will. I'll figure out where I seen that. It was a YouTube video.
I try to collect those. But no, I was just going to say, conversely, eyewitness testimony is very high valued in the courtroom, which is very, very troubling, because that can make or break somebody's freedom when eyewitness testimony is held up so high in the courtroom, but it's at the bottom and very dismissive in the science areas. And so that is very problematic for me. And then it shows that the system is really kind of needs to be fixed. It adds to why the judicial system is not performing the way it should.
Yeah, and I think I think it's something about the circumstantial evidence where they don't totally rely on the eyewitness testimony, because I think that is considered as circumstantial or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I'm not really savvy on I might be wrong on that. Don't quote.
Yeah. No, you had no. What? No, it's hearsay evidence is
Oh, okay. I see. I got you. Yeah.
There's a difference. Eyewitness testimony is like sought after.
Mm-hmm.
They try to get eyewitness testimonies, people who empirically were there, and blah blah blah. Nah, and
Okay.
that's troubling. Hearsay is different. Yeah.
Right.
But no. So let me ask you. I'm gonna ask you. Because Sheffer, I don't think we actually, because other people came in the conversation, and out of respect, I know everybody had to have time to speak, and I think that kind of hurt some of the conversations, because we were walking down a road, and then it got switched to a different street and switched over to a different street and different neighborhood. We never really kind of went all the way from A to Z on any one thing last night, really.
Facts.
So I was trying to get understanding, because the way we left off, it seemed like you agreed, but then you said a couple of things that made me take that thought back on your understanding of the ka. And right. I was using the definition that you brought, which was the life force. And then so I asked you, because if I were to ask you just outright, do you have a ka? Then, and I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, but I would think that you would be quick to kind of say no, because you don't believe in that and this and that. Am I right?
No, see, this is the issue. Like in the pseudo killers, and Corey and them will tell you, I'm the biggest pseudo in here. They fight with me more about anything. So
I don't know. I'm running neck and neck with you though, Chef.
Right.
They think I'm pseudo as hell though.
Right.
Go ahead.
I can veer over on both sides. I come from a religious family, so I don't dismiss, you know what I mean, the religious aspect of nothing just because I don't believe it. You feel me? I don't dismiss it. So we get into arguments all of the time. Like, so, nah. So, and if I understand you correctly, I can have a conversation with a religious person and still get something out of it. I don't argue with them just to flat out argue with them, right? I try to see what they mean when they saying it. So right. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I just want to revisit that quick point then. So your definition that you read defined ka as a life force. Mm-hmm. I was trying to do this with the whole panel, and I asked everybody.
I said, yeah, I got a life force. Something is, I have energy that's animating my body.
Yeah, right, exactly. So if everybody on the panel has a life force, and ka is defined as a life force, so if we set up an equation, ka equals life force, then when I ask everybody, do you have a ka, and some people say no, but the same people, not you, but the same people who say no said yes to the previous question, then that's a logical inconsistency right there. And that's what I was trying to stress last night, that what causes that. And I was saying, after everybody left though, I was saying that primarily what causes that are these biases and made up minds of being dismissive of things, so much so to the point where they will even defy basic logic. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. So if the ka equals the life force and you have a life force, then therefore you have a ka. But the refusal to
I'm not going to accept that shit. So whatever you say, you are absolutely right. You are, but you're not going to lead me down to accepting
Was the life force defined?
Yeah, you're not going to get me to accept the religious term, and not because that is a whole nother meaning to that.
Okay, but wait. Hold on.
The life force defined as?
The kind of spirit or the soul.
Hold on.
There's baggage that comes with that. Go ahead.
Okay, but Sheffrin, this is why, it'd probably be good to have like a, take time out to have a one-on-one conversation, because here's the thing, and this is I'm glad you said that, because this shows part of the problem is that we like have this habit of adding baggage in there when we don't need to. Now I understand.
You have to know. Now, if I wouldn't, then that mean that you could lead me wherever The
No,
fuck?
no, but
Yeah,
that's
no. See now that's called skullduggery right there.
no,
You're
no.
telling me to dismiss everything that I don't use none of my other brain, just follow you down this
That's that.
logical pathway that you set up.
No, that's
And
not.
I have to dismiss everything. And if I don't, then I'm not being logical. That's basically what you're saying.
No, that's not it. No, here's the thing. If that's why I said what I just said. I said if I were to ask you up front with no context, no setup,
Right.
no setup information to qualify my question, and I just asked you, hey, do you have a car? See, you would be justified in saying what you're saying now. But when I walk through the logic and say, okay, Ka is defined as life force, that's going to govern our conversation now. Ka equal like no baggage. I don't care who you talk to in the past or wherever. What's going to govern this conversation is the definition of life force. Ka equals life force. It's almost like a computer program when you set up the variable. Ka equals life force. So within the confines of our conversation, Ka means life force. So do you have a life force? Yes. Then therefore you have a Ka. That's very basic and simple.
Well, Joe.
Yes.
What is I missed it. What was life force defined as?
Well, we define force as a pushing and pulling on an object. That's what force is, period. You know, and so life force, life being the adjectival form of it, it's just simply the pushing and pulling on things that cause us to live. So there's 37 trillion cells in our body. There's forces at work in our bodies, and our leverage against our bodies that allow us to live and this, you know, participate in this thing we call life.
So it's like
those are life.
Like, would you say it's like a rudimentary form of what a scientist would say?
Well, I mean, that's
like,
what it is.
A scientist would define that, like, would say the heart's beating, the brain, you know, chemistry sending signals to such, and it's like an ecosystem. They'd break it down into all its parts and then tell you how each part relates and so forth. But is that kind of what you mean? Like, it's a rudimentary way of saying the same thing?
Yeah, but more specifically, the forces that allows that to happen, the pressure, the pushing and pulling, because force is the pushing and pulling, not the object itself, but the pushing and pulling on objects. And so there's pushing and pulling on objects that cause us to live. That is the life forces. That's it. You have
yeah, or like I like how Chef would say it would him just what animates the body, that's force that animates the body.
Broke up. I think I heard what you said. You said what? You asked what are the
like Chef said,
yeah, you breaking up. So I think you said
like R2D2, man.
I think you said what are the forces that animate the body or something like that. Well, if that's what you're asking, if we want to name the different types of forces, you know, we have the strong and weak, gravitational, and the different kinds of forces. But the forces themselves is describing this phenomenon.
Do the same with life force, Chef. Sorry, Joe.
Huh? Say it again.
No, I was saying to Chef, do this, pull life force as well.
Okay, so this is the Ka. Now, this is one of the definitions that I read last night.
Yeah.
The Ka in ancient Egyptian religion, with the Ba and the what's that? The Ak.
Yeah, the Ak.
The Ak, a principal aspect of the soul of a human being or of a god.
Wait, stop. Stop right there. Now, what I want you to understand, what you did with me just now, when I say the Ka, you said, man, the word Ka has a lot of baggage. So I'm not going to agree with that, because then that's going to allow you to take me down a whole thing, whatever, right? You remember your reasoning for saying that. Yeah. Well, the way you feel about Ka and having that baggage is the same thing with that word soul right there, because soul is such a ill-defined and murky thing in the way that we use it today, along with the word spirit, that you can't just overlook that. You have to drill down into that, because it says the principal aspect of the soul. But if we don't know, if reading this and we don't really have a proper definition of what a soul is, we're gonna miss it, because we're not even gonna know what they're talking about. It's a principal aspect of something that we don't even. It's not even defined properly yet. So in this situation, I would recommend for people reading this to first get a solid definition of what a soul is. Wrap your mind around what a soul actually is, to even know if the ka, the ba, and the ak is a principle of it. Because otherwise, we're just reading words for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so let's go to soul. Let's go to soul first. All right, soul in religion and philosophy, the immaterial aspect or essence of a human being, that which confers individuality and humanity, often considered to be synonymous with the mind and the self. In theology, the soul is further defined as that part of the individual which partakes of divinity and often is considered to survive the death of the body. All right.
Okay, so now if we limit it to that, just that portion, when they say the ka, the ba, and the ak are principles of the soul, now what do you think that means?
Hold on, say that again.
I'm saying based on what you the snippet that you read,
it said principal aspects of the soul.
Yeah.
The part, but we didn't finish it. It says down here, it says the ka survived the death of the body and could reside in a picture or a statue or a person. Now, when we go back to, dang shit, I gotta learn how to work this computer. When we go back to soul, right? This is where they seem like they overlap each other, right? This is where it seems like the overlapping is coming. It says in the theology, the soul is further defined as the part of the individual that partakes in divinity and often is considered to survive the death of the body. Now
okay.
we go.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
this is where they overlap at, right? It is because it says right here, the ka survived the death of the body. And
Okay,
then when we go back to soul, the soul is believed to do the same thing.
So now check this out. So based on what you're doing right now, the ka is equal to the soul and not a principle.
In that aspect.
And
it says that. It says that.
No, okay. The soul survives the death after survives death of the body, right?
Right.
And the ka survives the death of the body.
Right.
So in that regard, the ka and the soul are the same.
Mm-hmm.
But when you read above, it says that the ka with the ba and the ak are principal
aspects
of the soul and not the soul itself.
Right. They're aspects of the soul. Right.
Okay, so it still doesn't, even though we read a bunch of words, it still leaves us without knowing what the soul actually is.
It seems to me, right, Wujao, in a sense, yeah, these things like the soul and the Kaaba, it seems like they're actual external from the person we're talking about and purely from the sort of person observing the person, if you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but I just want to interject something though, because to fast forward, because I didn't realize the time, and I'm to roll. I'll probably come back if y'all still on. But let me just give you a non-spooky reality that nobody will have a problem with, right? You're like, and I'll use you. Who was just talking? Fitz? That was you? Oh,
no, it's Kofi, man.
Okay, cool. Okay, so anybody, name one of your loved deceased relatives. Just give me their name. Just say their name. Anybody?
Wait,
huh?
You say anybody? A deceased
relative, like a deceased relative. Name one of your deceased relatives that you know. that you don't mind naming?
Anthony.
All right, Anthony. Now, as silly as this sounds, Anthony's body. Okay, so he's transitioned and passed away, but there's an aspect and a principal one at that of Anthony that survived death, and that is his very name. Because if it didn't survive death, you would not be able to give me his name just now. So names can survive death. And so again, in Egypt, and I'm gonna try to come back if y'all are still on, and I can expound. But in Egypt, a very fundamental must-have in people's mind is how the Egyptians saw the makeup of the human being. What makes a human being a human being? And I mentioned this stuff last night, that part of the human being is made up of a composite of entities. One of its entities is called Ren, which is defined as the identity or name. People translate it as name, but it'd be better to understand it as the identity of someone that survives death. So the Ka is connected to the name in ancient Egypt, and it too survives death. And so if I were to put it that way, if I just leave it at name, nobody would even remotely call that spooky if I say that a person's name survives their death. And their name can invoke and affect the living. We call it reputation, or we call it, like, for example, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is dead, but his name lives on, and that's an aspect of him. Therefore, he lives in the minds of the living, and he still has influence on the living. Why? Because of the works that we attribute to him in his name, not his body. His body is not here, but his identity or part of him still affects the living right now. And nobody would refer to that as being spooky. No one.
Not spooky, but subjective to just humanity.
Yeah,
So
I mean, of course, because this is something that all of humanity does. But my point, though, is that as simple as that is, and as non-spooky as that is, when I bring up that aspect, that's how we should start to work towards seeing these other entities that make up the human being that the Egyptians express, including the Ka, including the Ba, including the Ak, including the Sahu, including the Ib, including the Kaibit and the Kat. All these different aspects of the human being, they have a function, and it's not even spooky. Because the Ka is directly, listen, the Ka is directly connected to a person's name. And I just demonstrated that names survive people's death.
It said it was designated as the protecting and divine spirit of a person.
I know. Okay, so
how that's not?
If you want to say
maybe let's stop using. Hold on, Fitz. Let's stop using childish words like spooky. Then I agree.
What about
I will
philosophical?
I will stop using words like that because they can be they're childish. So I'm not going to use, because it seems like somebody is making fun, you know what I mean, of a concept or something when you say spooky. So I'm gonna stop using that so we can get to the bottom line. But I know you gotta go. But that's all. I'm not gonna say spooky no more.
Okay,
to make it seem childish.
But before I go, I chose the example of the name for a reason, and to really get to the nitty-gritty, get to the bottom line. Is that okay? Do this in the same Britannica that you're in. Look up Ren, the Egyptian. I don't know if they have an entry for it, but see if they have an entry for Ren. Like you have Ka, Ba, Ak, but see if they have an entry for the Ren.
What's the Ren? Is it REN?
REN, yep. So see if you could see if they have something for the Egyptian Ren. You probably have to put Egyptian Ren, I think, or something. Or you might have to bounce over to Wikipedia or something like that. But I just want to, I'm using the Ren because in my experience, for over 10 years, that's the easiest way that people can understand without going into left field, because this is something that we do every day, all day to this day, and people can understand it. And I just did it with you. You know, you have a relative who has passed away that you have given me their name, which means their name has survived their death. No different than
the soul came up again, my
children.
man.
Okay, click on that real quick.
Now we in Wikipedia. Can y'all
Yeah,
see
but
it?
now go over to the Ren. Scroll down where it says contents, and then click on Ren. Where it's scroll up. Right where it says content. You're going too fast. On the left a little bit, right? Where it says contents.
Oh, okay.
No. Now go back. Okay, scroll down a little bit in the text itself. In the text itself.
Oh, in the text.
No, it's go down. Now go down a little bit. Right there. See that rectangle says contents. Ket, sa, ib, ka, ba, shut, sekem, rin, ak. Yeah. Right where your cursor at, go down. Go down.
Oh, contents right here. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Now go to number 8 where it says rin.
Name.
Yeah. Okay. So now, all right. Let's just read that real quick, because then I probably have to go. Just read that.
As part of the. Let me get rid of this. As part of the soul, a person's ren was given to them at birth, and the Egyptians believed that it would live for as long as that name was spoken, which explains why efforts were made to protect it and the practice of placing it in numerous writings. It is a person's identity, their experiences, and their entire life's worth of memories. For example, part of the book of breathing, the books of breathing, a derivative of the book of the dead, was a means to ensure the survival of the name. A cartouche often was used to surround the name and protect it. Conversely, the names of deceased enemies of the state, such as Akhenaten, were hacked out of monuments in a form of
damnatio
memoria, or whatever. What that mean? A modern Latin phrase meaning
that's like to kill the memory.
Okay, condemnation of the memory. Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes, however, they were removed in order to make room for the economical insertions of the name of a successor without having to build another monument. The greater number of places a name was used, the greater the possibility it would survive to be spoken, to be read and spoken.
Okay, so just real quick. So the point I'm making here is that in everyday modern practices today, nobody would characterize the survival of the name beyond a person's death as remotely anything spooky. But the difference of today is that we don't have a breakdown of the human anatomy, the beingness of humans in a list of entities like how they do. They have, according to this list, Ket, Sa, Ib, Ka, Ba, Shut, Sekem, Ren, Ak. We don't do that today, but the Egyptians did. So when the Egyptians say that certain elements of the beingness of humans survives their death, it's no different than what we do today when a person's name survives their death. It's the name, and the name is the container of the person's identity. That's why I said earlier, it's the identity of someone, is what defines them. And I gave the real example of like Dr. Martin Luther King. He's dead. He's deceased. He's passed. He's an ancestor. But his name lives on, which means he exists in the minds of the living. So he has an afterlife in that sense. And certain cultures painstakingly protected the name so that that person's identity will live on and have longevity. And the ultimate goal was to live on eternity, like Ra forever. They say Ankh Mi Ra, to live like Ra, Jet forever. And that's after people's names, after kings' names, and so on and so forth. So there's nothing spooky about a person's name surviving their death. Now, if we can have an understanding of that, then we can walk through each of these entities that make up the human and walk through all of that and find out that it's not what people think. It's not spooky like that. And even
but I said I wouldn't use spooky no more. But
okay. No, I mean, what I'm saying, not. I mean, it wouldn't even be a thing to even have the need to substitute that word. What I'm saying is that it is.
It's 14 parts of it. You took one part that fit what you wanted to say.
No. I'm using,
and I'm not disagreeing with you though.
Okay, we could look. We can walk through all of them. I've done this already. I do this all the time. I find that the Ren is the easiest to get people to come to grips on this stuff. But we could walk through all of them. You could pick them one by one. So like I said, I'm gonna try to come back if y'all still on, and we could walk through a few more. But my point, I just want everybody to see, at least with this particular one, that it's not. There's nothing to struggle with. It's nothing struggling with that. It's the names of people, dead people survive. It goes on. And we don't have the same conceptualization of names. That's evident in the way we name our children. You know, we know that indigenous cultures all around the world, they find names to be way more important and surgical with names than you know, this American culture. People name after cars, sports cars, Porsches, Mercedes, and this and that. Whereas, you know, other cultures, a name is a big thing, and it has a whole concept behind it. And all I'm saying is that there's nothing remotely spooky, even if we swap the word, about Rens, a person's Ren surviving their death. And what dies? It's the Khat. They have Ket right there, which is the physical body. It's the aggregation of organic material that's going to decay. And actually, the word Ket itself is even spelled in the glyphs with a fish determinative, and fish as a determinative was a classifier for things that rot and decay because of the smell of rotten fish. And so the body, and we see it in movies all the time, or CIS, or you know, real CIS documentaries where police will discover a dead body and they have to cover their nose because we know that a person is deceased after 7 days or so. They have it's a stench. And so the physical body is what the cat, but they have Ket, but the Khat is. That does not survive death.
Right.
That doesn't go on, but the name does, and the Ib does. So, you know, anyway, I'll try, like I said, I'll try to come back, but I'll see if y'all still on. But hopefully,
all right, but yeah, that was a good explanation. But I feel like, you know, if we do get back on this, you definitely gave me more. You definitely showed me some stuff that speaks to your point, and it doubles down on what I was saying also. So,
right, so
I mean,
I hear that if y'all still here. So
yeah,
I'll be back. So peace to the chat.
Peace.
Right. Peace, man.
Yeah, peace with Jaru. Hey, but you know,
what he ran? What he show y'all? That human beings ain't believe in Egypt?
But he explained
straight on with his shit.
the whole time. What I was thinking while he was explaining that, it just reminded me of what people put on your headstone, like in love and so like he used the example of Martin Luther King and how his name is still revered. So basically, what I'm getting out of is it called the Ka, or what did he call it? The Ket? Whatever. The Ka or Ket or whatever. I can't really remember what he was saying, but that sounds like memory to me. That some people, he did something and people passed down his memory or a legacy, you know what I'm saying? So, and that has to do with the living. That only has to do with the living, period, point blank. Like, the living is the only ones that remember you. You know what I mean? So that's something that human beings do. As humans, they remember family members or important figures in society or whatever. Somebody who made life better than it was in the previous life. You know what I'm saying? Or in previous times. Those people are always remembered. So, like I said, we know what memory is. We can go and look into we can go into neurology and understand or have an understanding.
Did y'all read the Facebook post? Did y'all read the Facebook post?
What
So I don't consider Wu John an expert.
No,
I would.
What?
I'm coming throwing rocks.
Off as an expert.
I'm coming shooting off the get. I swear to God, I'm gonna start a war. I'm gonna start a war, turf war, guys.
Let me tell y'all something, man. I know what you're being shot at, yo. I just play stupid.
Right.
I just look this way. All right. So I ain't starting no damn war, yo. Wu John ain't no damn expert, man. Man, he read meta-lecture, man. But he's not an expert in neurology. He's not an expert in all that. That's what we talk about. See, don't never let a person change the conversation. We know what we saying. Ain't nobody said they couldn't do symbolic writing. Right now, we do symbolic shit, and there's people running around believing ghosts. I mean, let's knock it the fuck off. That's not being immature. That means that we're not willing to believe that bullshit you kicking. That's all that means. Like, don't soft style me, don't fake me out, don't do it. Come on, dog. Like, really? You gonna play me with all that? Nah, dog. Just put a crazy ass Facebook post up. Man, fuck that shit. How about that? Now it's on and popping. Now, good. We will express ourselves.
Hold on. What was a Facebook post on that got you riled up?
Come on, nigga. Dang.
Huh?
Get out of here, nigga.
Turn your camera off.
I'm gonna send it to you, Sosa.
All right.
No corny shit. Y'all got time for the corny. I'm not immature. See, watch this, yo. Just because I talk loud, talk shit, yo, at the base of where I'm at, yo, I'm not immature. I know what somebody is pissing on me and talking about is raining, dog. Like, come on, dude. Everything that he talked about, they do right now in America. Right? And they still have beliefs. Simple as that, bro. So, yeah, you had people in Egypt that believed in half men and half animals. Of course they did. That does not mean everybody did. But what we do know, they did not have an understanding of the cosmos. We know that all creation stories were wrong. Simple as that. And you will find no expert but Wu John will say that. That's the reality of it. So I'll see you. I see all y'all. I hear the jokes. Africans is spooked the fuck out. They were spooked out from the day they hit the earth, and they're going to be spooked out when it ain't no more humans. Human beings are spooked the fuck out in superstition. Now, if y'all can't take that, y'all kiss my black ass. That's not being immature. That's not tripping. That don't mean I don't got love for Tahuti and got love for Wu John. I respect the niggas' work, dog. That's not what we saying. We saying, hold on, I'm going to speak for myself. I'm saying I do not believe that the Nile Valley Africans did not have superstitions and beliefs. I do not believe they have not shown and proved that they had a profound understanding of the cosmos, of quasars, you know what I'm saying, of water being around suns. I don't believe they knew none of that. Matter of fact, I know they did. Niggas.
You breaking up, huh?
Hey,
Wu John came back in.
Yeah, I'm back.
Uh-oh.
I'm back.
Hey, get back.
Yeah.
Get your ass up in here, Wu John. Get your ass up in here.
Okay, so let me. I'll come back because I just noticed that when I left, came in and want to talk trash. So now I'm here.
Wu John, hey Wu John, I'm not talking to you, Wu John. Listen.
Hold on, wait.
I'm not waiting because I don't want to hit the dodge talk. No, I was in the middle of talking. I'm not going to let you come in and cut me off. That's rude, right? And I'm saying, I'm going to tell you to your face, Wu John, I meta-next. I respect your knowledge and wisdom of the Nile Valley cultures. So everybody listening know that. But like I said, when you're on here, it's a bunch of bullshit you kicking, which you know damn well that the Nile Valley Africans had limitations like everybody had.
I never said they
Especially
didn't.
in ancient-
Wait, hold up. Bunk. Let's do
I
this.
don't need you to cut me
Let's do
off.
this.
I'm gonna finish and I'm gonna keep going. No,
I
because you're gonna twist it
I
up.
want to bet your mortgage, though.
No, man, I'm not playing that silly game with you, Wuja.
I want to put some money. No, listen. I want to put some money down.
I'm not doing that, Wuja. Wuja. So what do you want to put money on, Wuja?
Okay, yeah, because everything that you said when I left, nothing that you said are things that I claim. I actually said last night, and you know me, I will go back to the video and I will take the clip right now, and I'm quick like that. I will show you the clip of when I said that even in Egypt they had religion, they had belief, they had superstition, and the whole nine. I said that. So and then the fact you said I'm not an expert. I have never claimed to be an expert. Wait. What I'm saying, you gotta see how that comes off. You gotta see how that comes off because on your phone in the car, you sound. I know you're not screaming, but it sounds like you're being loud and screaming, and you saying stuff that I don't even claim. I have never. Nobody will ever be able to quote, not even you. And I say, put your mortgage up on it. You will never hear me claim to be an expert. So to characterize that, to say that I'm not, that's silly. I think that's silly.
Okay, so let me tell you what's silly, Wuja. That you ain't finished hearing the whole call. I never said that you said that. I never said you said you're the expert.
I didn't say you just said it. I said it. No, I'm saying for you to start by saying I'm not. Where why do you have?
I was speaking to Tahuti. I know who I'm talking about. I call out names because I respect you.
No,
I respect you.
You didn't say Tahuti earlier.
Okay, so I did mention Tahuti in that, and if I mischaracterize it, I immediately apologize, brother. And so, if you said all the stuff you just said, then we don't even have to have a conversation no more.
But I said it last night. Sheffrin, do you remember me saying last night? Do you remember me saying last night that the Egyptian, I said all of humanity, could we start off with Homo sapiens, say, remember? And I said all of humans from then till today have superstition, belief, and religion and all that other kind of stuff, including Egypt. I said it's not exempt.
Yeah, but every time, hold on, you do say that, right? You do say that. And then when we point out something spooky, I said I wasn't going to use that no more, or superstitious in their religion or in their culture, you didn't give us another explanation for it.
Wait, but we just went through an exercise where I showed and demonstrate, and I don't mind doing it again.
Right, that the Ka, when we said it was the soul, you just made it into it just being the name.
And that's exactly what it is. As a matter of fact, Corey, when Corey,
it's more than just the name. It's different aspects of it.
But wait,
that's the part that you want to focus on.
No, that's not the part I want to. That's the part that I had time. We can't talk. Listen, if you want to have this conversation, if you want to schedule a time, I'll go. Like I said when I left, I said I'll go.
Look, I love to. It's nothing but information.
I know, but
I can't be scared of that.
I know, but don't say that's what I want to go through as if that's what I'm limiting. I'm willing to go through all of them. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I don't like how y'all deeming the word spirit spooky, because when I go to my son's basketball game, you better believe I'm dressed down in black and white and orange. You know what I'm saying? Because I got school spirit. So we don't always have to use spirit in a spooky way. So it's different. It's more than one way to use the word spirit. Yeah, and I kind of get offended when I hear people saying like it's a spooky thing or using it in a spooky way, because
in the religious
there's nothing
aspect,
wrong with having school spirit. You know,
but not in the religious aspect, that you're not talking religiously.
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
In that aspect, Corey. So
Corey, let me just say this. When soon as I left, the way that you summarized what I said was on point, and I said that last night several times, that the main thing is memory, and everybody on the panel can go back and listen. I said that the main focus, we were talking about false doors and everything. I said the whole thing is about memory, and it's only dealing with the people who are living. I even said that if a deceased person is not remembered by at least one person out of the 8 billion people on the planet Earth right now, that person will cease to exist, period. And so the whole point was to be remembered in the minds of the living. And I gave that whole explanation last night. So when you said it when I left, I was like, that's right on point. And that's it. So you took from it what you should have taken from it, because that's what it's about. It's about the memory. And we say in loving memory, like you said, in loving memory. Everything was geared towards the memory, so much so that it was protected. They even built things.
Hold on, Buddha. Right? You might can trick all them, but you can't trick me. So this is what I'm gonna say to all that, and be very clear. And I'm not yelling, not screaming. There are plenty of memorials in the United States and abroad.
Yep.
We have memorials to honor the people that came before us. My mother, we have memorial service, all of that in her memory. Bro, we get that. But when you couple that with the Christianity that says you go to heaven, when you couple that with people that would actually kill somebody for all that, when you couple that with the Egyptians building mega structures for their pharaoh for the afterlife, dude, at a certain point, there's things, right, that is strictly beliefs, and there's no getting around it. And there's things that's strictly being memorialized. So we clearly understand that the Egyptians did what any person would do. And memory of my mother. That don't mean I'm thinking my mother gonna come back to life. But when I start developing an afterlife for her, when I start putting parts and goods, so putting everything in there for my afterlife to be comfortable, then that's a different thing. Then it becomes a belief, bro. Like, that's what you can't talk me out. You might can talk Corey out of it. You might can talk, hold on. You might get intellectualize that shit with Chevron, but you can't get me. As a matter of fact, it ain't even worth having that conversation with. That's what I'm like. It's no change in my mind.
Okay, now let me just address.
You literally, hey, well, down, listen. They literally murdered people, bro. They sacrificed other human beings, man. That's a strong, powerful belief.
Okay, I just want to address. Okay, let me just address it, because I understand you say it's not worth having a conversation, but it's this for the sake of everybody else as well. So before you came on, I was saying that stance that you described for yourself is very anti-scientific, because you're saying that nothing I can say that will convince you of what you don't feel like you already know right now. And that's a very stubborn stance and very rigid and anti-science stance to take. Science doesn't work that way. And I hope you do know that, being a person of science, that you. So wait. Let me just.
Always leave the possibility open like a scientist. But I'm not going to sit here and debate whether you killing somebody.
Wait. Let me just finish what I'm saying, because I'm not saying anything. Listen, I'm not saying anything out the clear blue sky. I am listening to you tentatively, and I'm addressing the things you said. So I'm repeating what you said. You said that I can fool Corey and Sheffer and everything. I can't fool you because your mind is made up. So I'm saying that's.
Am I supposed to sit here and think that Malachi is gonna get out of prison with the shams? And for me not believing that now, all of a sudden I'm not being scientific.
See how I get cut off? I get
cut
off. I try to be patient when others are talking. So let me just finish what I'm saying.
Slow it down and fill our hands with malarkey with that. I'm not waiting on Malachi to get out of prison. And the fact that I don't think he's going to get out of prison by no other means but the legal system doesn't mean I'm not being scientific, bro. See, that's the game you just played on everybody. You can't do it with me.
I'm going about what you just said. I'm going about what you just said.
No,
that's a poor analogy. No. Listen,
that's a great analogy, guy. You know exactly what I said, bro. Come on, man.
Okay. Listen. I was repeating what you said. So if that's
you mischaracterized what I said, Wuja. You absolutely did. You did, Wuja.
Okay. So here's the thing. I'm gonna try to change your mind right now. Okay. So
on what? Very specific. On what, Wuja?
On something. So listen up. I'm gonna be very quick with it.
No, on what, Wuja?
I'm gonna be very quick with it. I'll be very quick with it, because the time it take me to say on what I could say what I'm saying. So the name of a person when they're alive, they have a name. Like anyone in your family is a loved one or whatever, they all have names. And if they happen to pass away, and become an ancestor of yours, their name survives their death. And you remember their name, you're alive, and people around you who are alive remember their name. So their name survives their death. Their body doesn't live on, but the name lives on in your mind, in your memory. And so in order to perpetuate that, we will do things to perpetuate it, to keep it going. So we may create a tombstone and say, in loving memory of. We may have a picture of the person, a shrine in the room, or whatever, to continuously perpetuate the memory of that loved one by name and identity. So when the Egyptians say that certain aspects of the being, human being, survive death, it's no different than a name. And I gave the Egyptian example of it, which is the Ren. It survives the death. That is what it means. There's nothing spooky about that. So my question to you is, do you view that as being
No, I do. I feel like I always read it when I read textbooks. I totally agree with that. There's no dispute with that. Why would I dispute that?
So that's
why
not.
Why would I have an issue with that?
Wait.
Why is that?
I just want to be clear. So that's not spooky to you, right?
You wouldn't have to change my mind on that.
Huh? No, I'm saying that's not. Is that spooky to you when I say?
How just the name, you know? It's a sound verbalized by human.
No. It's more.
That is locked in your memory.
No. See now you're changing. A name is not just a sound. I'm not talking about just the noise that comes out of our vocal cords and our larynx and the articulation of the tongue and the teeth. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what the name encapsulates. It encapsulates the identity. Like right now. Now I don't want to use you and your family, or anybody in your family, but anybody's deceased loved one, they're not. Okay. So your beloved mother that passed away, fairly recently. Her name means way more to you than just a sound. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, it's individual. It's on the individual.
Okay. So right now, I just demonstrated to you that what you said earlier is incorrect. A name is not just a sound. A name,
because somebody else is just the sound, Wuja. That has a meaning to it. I'm saying to you, everybody else is based off the value you placed on the name. So if the name has
the
no
meaning is subjective.
No. I'm not. But it being subjective is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that's why I say a relative of a loved one. Because if I don't know, if I never knew somebody who died, and if somebody say, hey, so and so died, that's gonna hit me different than a person who they're relative to, like their father or parent or somebody. Of course, all I'm saying.
Yes, I agree with you.
But I'm saying all I'm saying is that we would never call that spooky or dismiss that. These are things we do every day, all day. But now, so when the Egyptians do it, and I explain that that the Egyptians did the same thing, but they called a name a Ren, an identity, and it's other things along with that. That is what survives the physical death, the death of the physical body. It survives, it lives on. And that is what and that is what has an afterlife. Because the person is no longer alive, but the name survives that moment of death. So the name does have an afterlife, but the afterlife is only in the minds of the living, like Corey said earlier. That's what I clarified last night, or said last night.
Okay.
And today. So do you have a problem with that?
And that's why, hold on, Wuja, I have a problem with the word life. Can you please define the word life? See, this is the in-between fake out shit that I don't appreciate at all.
I don't.
Right? So if you use terms, let me finish. Let me just make my point. So if you start talking about life, it doesn't have an afterlife. It just actually has value to the people that's living. It's not a life. It's a name. That's why I said names are simply sound, phonemes, tones based off the lyrics. And I know who I'm talking to. That's why I'm super, super technical. So we don't get caught in the middle of it. So it actually doesn't have an afterlife. It simply is a memory. And you need a brain to have a memory. I know what I'm talking about, Wuja. I'm keeping it super technical with you. super precise and super technical, and that's how I got to deal with you. I can't let you get away with the name has a life. No, the name actually has a memory, and those who know it, they put value on it. That's all, bro. I'm not doing that.
Okay, let me just address it. Okay, let me just address that. So I get you. Now, Corey, you still here, right?
Am I wrong though? Tell me if I'm wrong.
I'm gonna address you. I'm gonna address you right now. I need Corey's help real quick. Corey, you still there? Corey.
Oh, still here. I hear you, Joe. Go ahead.
Okay, so Corey, I need your help on this right quick. In physics, scientists describe the life of certain subatomic particles as having a life, and they'll describe it as decaying, or isotopes decaying, or it may have a certain time frame of a life, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the half-life and certain isotopes and stuff like that. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, they'll describe it as having a half-life or whatever. Now, scientists have no problem saying that these little subatomic particles have life. They'll use the word life to describe certain phenomenon of sustainment, which means it lasts long, not as in a living organism context, but they use the word life nonetheless. So when I say that a name has an afterlife, I'm not talking about as a living organism. I'm talking about it has sustaining, it has perpetuation, that shelf life. Like when we buy food at the store, certain foods have a shelf life. But when people say that, it don't mean that they have an organic or like, a living organism that's going to talk to you and this and that. We describe these things using these words. So yes, we can be technical, but we can't be ill pragmatic and use these words out of context. We got to understand the context in which these words are used. So again, when I say that a name has an afterlife, I'm not talking about a life that you are thinking of. I'm talking about a perpetuation. So for the sake of you, let me not use afterlife. Let me say the name is perpetuated. How about that?
No, actually, I appreciate the way you put that, because now you're stuck. So if you're using it as scientists use it as a half-life, right? And they talk about the rate of decay, right? And it has a half-life, and that's how they measure stuff, based off its half-life as the decay, right? So if you're saying that, then and in context with the Egyptians, so you was basically saying they wasn't even talking about our afterlife, a place they could actually go. They wasn't actually talking about that. Am I correct? They wasn't saying that when we die, we become a star, that when we die, we've been at the afterlife, and I'm doing all this work. Our whole journey is to make it to the afterlife. You were just saying they was just talking about our whole thing is to make you remember us. That's it, right?
Yes, and the place.
Okay.
The place where the name resides is as Corey said, in the mind of the living. It is all about the living. It's not about a death thing. It's about who it was alive that could remember those who are dead. So the place is in the mind. That's where the name resides.
Okay.
In the mind.
Okay. So the purpose of killing the servants did what?
The purpose of
only thought it was in the mind. Hold on. If you only thought it was in the mind, why the hell you kill the other servant?
Okay, as I said last night, early dynastic. Matter of fact, only in the first dynasty you'll find this. It's called retainer sacrifice.
King I know King I. AHA. Yep. Okay,
right,
but that don't got nothing to do with it. They just realized that what they did was they started to realize how retarded this shit was.
Okay, but
so
we
are.
But we already talked about that last night.
I know, but why would that? But listen, but just because we stopped sacrificing humans, we kept sacrificing animals because we really thought that had value to it. The sacrifices of humans lost value because somebody said, I knew that nigga when he was living, he was crazy as a motherfucker. I'm not dying, man. He wasn't even like y'all saying he was. It doesn't make sense to do it. And they realized it was retarded.
Okay, I don't.
Bro, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
They got
but
away
here's
from
the
that belief. That's all I'm saying. You're like, come on, man. Like,
okay.
come
I
on,
know,
dude.
but I'm saying, but here's the thing. I'm trying to figure out what you agree with what I said, and it sounds like you agree on what I said about the name. The name, like you agree that the name,
Of course.
like you remember your mother, and
Yes.
and her memory, the memory of her lives on in you and in your children, and I would like to think that you will hope that your children will keep up that memory, right?
Yeah.
That's the aspiration of a lot of people, leaving legacies and memories behind. And so so that survives death. And we don't call
Right.
that spooky. We don't call that spooky.
Correct, bro.
Okay, so
But it sounds like you Monday morning quarterbacking for them though, because if they putting all that stuff in their tunes and they saying that this is for them in the afterlife and they putting physical things in these tunes, it seems like that's exactly what they meant, and it makes sense that that's exactly what they meant. But you trying to say, oh, they just put all the stuff in the tunes just so other people can remember their names. It
No,
just sounds like you
no.
Monday morning quarterbacking for them.
It sounds like your
The
Monday
tune
morning
that
quarter.
nobody
Wait,
can see,
wait.
Buddha is in a tune that nobody can
Wait,
see unless you
wait.
break into it and grave rob, bro. So
Right.
that's what I'm just trying to figure it out.
No, so
You
let me
can't
speak to
see
that.
it.
Man, this is what happened last night. This is what happened because I out of respect, I have
I
to
actually
wait.
got
I have to wait. No, I have
all
to
right, go
wait
ahead,
my
bro.
turn. I have to wait
No,
my
I actually
turn
got off.
from
No, I actually got off. Yo, you
from
got a chance to speak, bro. I
no,
didn't do you like that,
I'm
man.
not talking. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying overall last night, if everybody's speaking, I gotta respect everybody's time. So by the time they get back around me, it's like I've waited 20 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Because the more people
Yeah, you have
that are
to.
talking.
Yeah, but you
So
speak for 20 minutes. You get it back, yo.
Okay, but here's the thing. So to the brother that was just speaking, accusing me of Monday morning quarterbacking, that's exactly what you're doing on the conversation. Because because I never said that. Inside the tomb, remember the tombs are sealed. So everything that you mentioned about the tomb is completely irrelevant. The stuff that I was talking about, as far as the memory and the name, is explicitly written on the outside of the tomb. And if I need to, I was supposed to be gone right now, but if y'all are on, I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna bring you these texts, and I'm gonna show you pictures where it's written on the outside, where they're telling people to remember the names. And so I'm gonna back up what I was saying. I was going to talk about what's in the tomb, and so what they put in the tomb.
I apologize, boo, because I was.
But hold up. But here's the thing. To this very day, people will build will have elaborate coffins for their loved ones, and some people even build modern mortuary things, from cremation all the way to mortuary things, tombstones, elaborate tombstones to the basic stuff. And we will bury our dead. We won't just throw them in the dirt. We will dress them up in expensive suits and expensive dresses and things like that, with their jewelry on that they liked while they were alive, and this, that, and the third. And we'll put books and notes and things. People do that to this very day, right now.
But they not doing
And I bet you some of you all have probably done it or know somebody very close that do that or have done that.
But they not saying they taking it to the afterlife.
No, we do that. You want to remember
then why do it?
When they was living,
then why do it?
You're trying to have as much of a memory of the person as when they was living, and so you dress them up in a suit. So when we do the viewing, we can actually get solace that man. They at peace. They got on their favorite shit. This is what they would want. But when you talking about putting $500,000 worth of hold on, John. When you talking about putting $500,000 worth of stuff in the tubes, ain't nobody gonna see. Man, that's part of your superstition, bro. That's part of your belief, and that's all I'm saying. As a matter of fact, the pyramid is gonna give you lasting memory of that person, the actual structure. But the shit that's on the inside that nobody can see, that shit deep down really belief. That's all I'm saying, bro.
Okay,
that's
so I'm gonna ask you, do you leave flowers at anybody's graves?
For me, not for everybody past the grave. You see,
so the answer is yes.
Because
so the answer is yes. So the answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay, so now I'm asking you now, and I'm not asking everybody else.
No, but did you hear what I said though? Because you kind of told over what I said yet.
No,
See, if you talk over why I said yes, then you miss why I said yes. You actually talk over. So let me say it again, Wu, and I'm gonna shut up. I said yes. We leave flowers so that
not we, not we.
human
That's what I'm saying. Not we. I'm asking you, Uncle Keck.
No, I said Uncle Keck. And any sane person leaves flowers. They clean up the grave site so that when other people walk by, they say, "Man, somebody's still respecting the dead." But go ahead, Buja.
All right, so because I don't want to put it on anybody else, just you. So you leave flowers. So I'm saying, so I'm gonna walk through it. You leave flowers at grave sites. So I'm gonna ask you, why do you leave the flowers at grave sites?
But I just gave it to you. Why would you ask me again unless you're trying to be funny?
He did the same thing to me yesterday. I do it too, but I do it for my other family members. I do it for my other
no, because no, Unc, because you mentioned
I do it to beautify my my mother's
you mentioned
grave
cleaning
site.
up. Okay, so that's your answer. I'm asking Unc because either I didn't hear him because he mentioned cleaning up and stuff, but I'm asking.
I said I leave flowers and we'll brush off my mother's mausoleum because she in a big ass wall. She went hard. She didn't want to be in the ground. I sweep it off, wipe it off with a big ass picture out there, so that when people walk by, they say, "Man, is she royalty?" Somebody still cares about that. That's why I do it. We do it for the living, not for my damn mother. My mother is gone. Simple as that, bro. But go ahead, finish your point.
Okay, no, I'm so you leave a flower there for other people and not for yourself or for your mom, but for other people.
For myself, so that people will know that I care about my mother in death.
But how do these people know you though?
And hold on, and to give you something slick, my mother wanted some type of African something, you know what I'm saying, at her ceremony, so that people would know that at the end of the day, she fucked with her son, no matter how much she believed in Christ. And so Teddy said some words, said some Egyptian things, right? Okay, bet. So they said, "Well, why would you do that, huh?" Because that's what my mother asked for. She wanted to have something of African said when she rested her head.
But I don't see the relevance to that. I mean,
it's not relevant. I wanted to throw it out there in case Teddy jump in while ass up and say something.
Okay, I was wondering why you said it because that was irrelevant.
Teddy, my man, though, but you know, I just like to fuck with Teddy.
Okay, that was definitely irrelevant.
It was totally irrelevant.
It was
totally irrelevant. I just want to throw that shit in there.
Okay.
You know, we have fun.
All right.
You know what I mean? Some real shit.
Okay, so the flowers. All right. So the flowers is for you to, I mean, actually for other people to feel that your mother's respected by someone that they don't know, because the people who walk past the site, they're not gonna know you, so it can't be for that reason. I doubt that they know you.
Just say it's customary to do it, like that. That's all.
No, I'll tell you what, I do it.
Yeah, it's customary, yo. Like,
okay, but is that customary thing that people do? Is that spooky?
To some. Yeah, if you believe that your dead member actually can see the flower, or basically feel your whatever you meant.
I'll say that's a case by case basis, whether it's spooky or not. It's on case by case.
Right. Well,
it's based on your intentions or whatever, based on the intentions you got when you, I'm saying, your perspective or whatever belief system you come in, or however you see the dead when you approaching a grave to put flowers down, anything, it depends on that. Like Unc said, he doesn't believe in all that. So when he's approaching the grave to put flowers and clean up, he's not looking at it, okay, they're going to take these flowers to the afterlife, but they're going to enjoy them in the afterlife. That's not what he
All right, so let me get this straight. Wait. So here,
then I woke up and now Valley Hebrew.
Okay, but wait. So that's very, man, hold up. That's very telling, because now spookyism is now being defined as a subjective intent and not the actual act or whatever in and of itself. So leaving flowers at a grave site or whatever, the spooky, what makes it spooky or not, or the level of spookism is in the intent of the individual and not in the act of actually leaving the flower. That's what you all have just said.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. I wouldn't argue with that.
I will absolutely argue with that because I already know where you're going at. So all you would ever have to say, that's right, goddamn right. Let me finish. All you would ever have to say. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Wuja is impossible. He know it. We two impossible people. He know and I know. But watch my impossibleness. Check this out. So basically, when you teach about the Egyptians having beliefs, you just simply have to say, well, all of them, I don't know what everybody was thinking. Some of them did, and some of them didn't. And Eyewitness said, shit, I shut the fuck up. There you go.
Okay, so there's a new saying, and it hit the hip hop arena now, where people say, give me my flowers while I'm alive and not while I'm dead, because giving flowers to dead people is just irrelevant. They don't see that, they don't know that, they can't smell them or nothing like that. So it's really for the living. And so, but going back to the point, all I'm saying is that from the conversation last night up until now, if somebody's gonna represent me, because when I left, the only reason why I came back is because I just don't want to be misrepresented. I can hold my own, I can speak for myself, and the record, these things are recorded, the archives are there. So whatever I say is there. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. And I have no problem, I don't run from nothing. So I just don't want to be. I wouldn't
fuck with you if you was a runner. I'm not. If you was a runner. So already your ass was coming back. I wanted you to come back. But I know who you is. That's why I'm on with you. You're an intellectual gunslinger, my man. I know who you is. I respect you for who you are. I know who you are.
But no,
okay. If you wasn't a dedicated motherfucking intellectual killer, I wouldn't fuck with you. How about that?
Okay. All right. So as long as we can agree that the name of a person lives on after death, and by live, I don't mean it in a literal sense of a living organism breathing somewhere. I'm saying the name of a person lives on after they die in the memory or in the minds of the living. And that's all I've been saying. I've been very consistent with that. And I use that as an example to describe one of the anatomy parts of being, which Sheffrin pulled up on the wiki article. It was number 8. There's more than that, but Ren was number 8. I think it was number 8 or whatever. We can walk down that whole list. Ka is one of them too. Ba is another one. And we can walk down that whole list and find out how the Egyptians really view those things and what they meant by living on and this, that, and the third. I'll be more than happy to do that. But I gotta go. I was supposed to have been gone 30 minutes ago, man. So y'all, I'm gonna blame y'all. Y'all made me late. I'll be back. If y'all still on, I'll be back. But a piece of the channel though.
Peace.
Hey, peace, Wuja. Hey, Wuja, before you go, I'm gonna talk a little bit of shit about you, so you don't gotta come back. Just let you know. Just a little bit.
See, hey, Sheffrin, I told you that I said that. I said I can't tell, and I'm telling you, the audience, you be messing up the audience, you be messing up the listeners. I'm gonna tell you because before I leave, right now, I'm a wipe the slate clean from last night. Your answers from last night. So I'm gonna ask you right now, do you have a mind?
Okay. Do I got a mind? Yeah, that's what human beings call a brain.
All right. Of course I got. I'm gone, man. Hey, peace. I see y'all in a minute.
All right, peace. Peace. No, man, chilling.
You know, the reality is that's a very difficult question, and science is still, pondering on that a little bit. So, I wouldn't be too quick to give a end-all be-all answer on a question like that. You know what I mean? Cognition and the way the brain works and all that neuroscience, man, that's some complicated shit. The experts ain't even all the way savvy on it. So you know what I mean?
I think
I think that's a tough question, but go ahead, y'all.
I think Unc has simple questions to the point, man. Well, no need for all that flim-flamming. It sounds like he was trying to do voodoo or something on Unc. I'm telling you, I think he a secret voodoo priest. I'm telling you,
it gets confusing, right? And
yeah, you had a beautiful point, Chef, man. He pointed out one part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and everybody, I just be looking at the chat like, wow,
you
like y'all can get got by anything. Like it's like that's crazy. Like it had all of the list of the aspects of the car and what it could relate to.
And I saw your cursor over the what it said spiritual,
right?
Spiritual body. I was just waiting. I'm like, I wonder if you gonna click it. I just thought you kept messing with it. Like I'm like, oh.
But my approach is to let everybody talk. So I don't care how long you talk. I want you to get your point out. It doesn't mean because I'm allowing you to get your point out, right, without trying to overtalk you, I can wait. I feel like my point is still valid. I don't care how long you talk. You know what I mean? I feel like my point be still valid, but we so is a microwave society. We feel like if a person don't jump right in and boom, no, you let a person dig their own hole. You know what I mean? The more you talk, the more you know what I mean? You letting us know the real stance. So I don't care nothing about that. But you had some good points last night that and we so dismissive, man. Just because you are the Nile Valley Hebrew, which don't nobody agree with your name, that's crazy.
Yeah. that's basically saying there was no Hebrews in the Nile Valley. That's basically what they saying then. So, they probably need to brush up on their history. That's all it is.
Yeah, but
I think they say
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I think all the motherfuckers that over there was Hebrews or Jewish. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll be already having this discussion, and that's one of the points I wanted to make.
You know how big the Nile Valley region was? It just wasn't Egypt. I don't
even really accept the term Nile Valley. I think that's kind of pseudo, but that's for another discussion.
Yeah,
so what do you think about this this thing that Asaha did today, where it's like saying he can't be an atheist from Africa?
Hold on, we're gonna get to that. Because that's the real topic. But go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, because I got something for that as well, man.
All right, bet.
Yeah,
we gonna let you get it out.
I want to, and I'm glad y'all brought that. And Nile Valley Hebrew, I'm in your corner, bro. And I'm glad they brought that up because I don't the way we talk about Egypt as if those people are somehow connected to us in any way, shape, or form. Like, can anybody in the chat, anybody on the panel, anybody at home listening, whatever, can somebody tell me?
Right now, this ain't the conversation, yo.
Hold on, though. I just want to say, can somebody explain to me in what way, shape, or form those people are related to us? Go ahead.
Bring up a bitch ass nigga name. I'm done with that. Y'all can have fun with that.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I forgot all about that. But while Wujawu was talking, it just came to my mind. Like, we talking about these people, like as if they had anything to do with us. Like, you know what I'm saying? I just have a hard time understand why we even have a conversation about Ka and Ba. Like, why? What concern of that is our concern? I understand, like, some people want to read Greek philosophy or Egyptian work, and that's fine. Decipher the meta-nature, that's fine. But it seems as if we are adopting these things and laying claims to these things as if we have a link to those. And not only do we have a link, but we have some type of understanding of that. And I just have a hard time really, listening to that.
It's just philosophy at the end of the day, though, isn't it? It's just more philosophy, like.
Right, well, but I'm saying, like, why is that philosophy important to African Americans?
Well, it's two. I think
like,
it's
in
two
what
reasons.
way, shape, or form do we relate to them, to those people?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I think it's two reasons, because you got two different class of people that are into this. One class is people who are just scholarly, who have those type of minds to where they're interested in history, and it's for mentally, it's for the sake of just educating themselves.
Right, I don't have no problem with people being interested.
The other side of it is you have people whose identity, ego, sense of purpose, all of that is tied to like having to attach themselves to something great. So that's where you have like the two different, like I said, like classes of people who are into it. I think most of us here, we here because of, for information's sake, and also we know is what a lot of our people are into. So we try to make sense of culture. This is just a part of making sense of culture, which these conversations are a part of our culture. But the other, we are participating in the conversation because so many in our culture see this as like the be all end all of their existence in a sense. Like they need this shit to be what it is for their sense of identity and ego and all that. But let me say this right quick to one of y'all longtime supporters. If y'all ain't got Miss Tiffany T, order Miss Tiffany T. I bought something for the wifey, that Kenyan matcha tea. She's a real tea drinker and she love that shit. Like, and I'm just saying, like, she's a real tea drinker and she said that shit is the truth. So if y'all ain't order Miss Tiffany T, get some of Miss Tiffany T. That shit go hard.
That's what's up. Go ahead. Who was trying to Kofi?
Yeah, what I was saying, like with the whole the African, atheist perspective. Well, with the Sankofa, yeah, like the perspective of Sankofa, if we like go back to retrieve parts of our culture, we don't have to take.
Where you from, Kofi?
UK, man.
You're from the UK, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm saying, like, we don't have to take certain aspects to bring back forward with us. We can leave certain stuff from behind, if you get what I'm saying. And so that's an African perspective that says we don't have to take everything from the past if it don't work with us for the present. So if it's some part of our culture that was either philosophical or religious, we can just choose to leave that behind. We might say that explanation don't fit today. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right on that, Coffee, but we have to.
So we is African though, right? We all African, right?
Yeah, but we have to.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm just saying that from an African.
No, you're right. No, you're right. I'm adding to what you're saying. I ain't going against you. I'm saying we all African, right?
Now, Valley, mute out. You got it. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we all African, then if we create something, that's an African creation. That's an African American creation, yeah.
I know. I was just pointing at. I was just pointing.
No, you're right. No, I'm totally agree with you. No.
Somebody got TV or something playing in the background.
Yeah, that's me in the background. I'm at the Holland joint.
I was using that. I was just using the aspect of the culture that's been left there for us to point to, so we can leave certain stuff behind. You know what I'm saying? And if the African created science and the scientific method, why is it impossible for the African to say, nah, that explanation of what you say in the universe is, existence is, whatever the philosophy was. We can just say that that's not adequate. We could say, to use an Igbo term, we could say Inkiochi would be outdated, or say Abungi Sciences, which would be non-scientific. That's using African philosophy and perspective.
I really appreciate that, bro. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Why don't we know those words? Like, how come I'm not familiar? Because I'm not a history guy or anthropology.
You know a whole bunch of Egyptian words.
Yeah, I know all these Egyptian words. Like, how come I'm not getting taught, real stuff, like from West Africa, from the culture that actually is appropriate for me to want to be curious about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
I just like I said, I appreciate you bringing those words to us. Will you say it was non-scientific? Because that's why that's the new suit. That's the new feeling for pseudo.
A boogie saensi.
A bogey saense.
A boogie saensi.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we got a lot of them out there, man. We got a lot of them out there, bro. But
Yeah,
I'm not trying to, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to beat up nobody because they revere a certain culture. I don't care what culture you're interested in. It's just the way that the community, this community looks at the Egyptians as if, first of all, they had all this type of knowledge and this, that, and the other. Second of all, as if we have something to do with them. Now, I always make the point to Sheffrin and in our conversations that why do we have to? I don't think it's the West Africans' fault because Mother Nature provided everything they needed and they didn't have to be so innovative like these people in the Mediterranean area. And you know what I'm saying? And figure out how to build stuff. And furthermore, they may have been very innovative, right? But it's just the geographical location where you can't dig that stuff up. It's gone. Mm-hmm. It's more moist in that West African area. And then when you have that dry climate, like over in the over in Egypt and stuff like that, in the deserts, you're able to maintain some of those artifacts. But my overall point is, because Mother Nature provided everything that the West Africans needed, it's not their fault. So, that's the thing that I revere about them. They didn't have to change. They didn't have to do, they had to, obviously, any human species, any group of human species have to be somewhat innovative, right? But they don't have to really be as innovative as some other people in different geographical locations, because Mother Nature is more hostile in some of those areas, like I said. But when you can just go outside and eat a mango, or you got a herd of wildebeest, that runs down a certain path every month, like where they're gonna run to, like you can go get it. You can go get a wildebeest anytime you feel like it. You know what I mean? You can go out there and get a mango off the tree anytime you feel like it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's the West Africans' fault that life was good for them. And I think we have a tendency of revering these other countries or cultures that had to be innovative. You know what I'm saying? Or more innovative, I should say, So I just, that's something I talk about, with Sheffrin and the crew. And I just, maybe somebody on the panel might have had a little bit of insight on that. But, I'll stop there.
Okay. Yeah. So
so I was saying though, like sorry, man. Nah, I was just saying, so in regards to like Abrahamic faiths, those who align with it would be atheists. Well, I'm an atheist. But whereas it comes to Africa, I would just say that position, I don't use that to describe reality. I would rather go with a scientific position. You know what I mean? So if I wanted to create a term for that, I'd create one. But
you don't use that as a compass. You don't use those religions as a compass to guide you through life. Yeah, I understand you. Nah, yeah, like I said, I wouldn't recommend that, because those cultures are Stone Age. So we try to move away from that. But
so my mentality
is definitely appreciate them both. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so I was just saying my mentality is the same. The reason for being an atheist towards whether it's Abrahamic faiths or Hindu, it would be because I require a scientific explanation. And because it's those faiths, I'm able to go, I'm an atheist. But then I can elaborate on my reason why. And it's the same for Africa. Whereas the term atheist don't apply, I can just still say, that's like not the way I would choose to describe reality, if you know what I'm saying.
Hey, big brother. So let me ask you, what did your nation, tribe, or clan, what is their indigenous belief systems? Do they deal with the lack of belief in a supernatural force outside of themselves that control what's in nature? Do they not subscribe to that concept?
Well, on my granddad's side, he's just straight non-believer all the way. So even through like slavery and things, like, because my family's basically obviously West African, but via Jamaica. So we're not just like Ghanaian or anything. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so you wouldn't know? Would you happen to know what tribe or clan that your family comes from? African tribe or clan?
Not exactly. I can say from percentage of DNA that I can approximate, but not exactly. You know what I'm saying?
So would you be familiar or have intel on the practice, the rituals of your ancestors back on the continent? Would you have do you have a tie back to that information? And was that information a lack in a belief in a supernatural deity or any type of deities outside the physical world that controls what's inside the physical world?
Well, from basically most of my ancestry, like most of us, would have had some kind of belief. You get what I'm saying? Like, so I'm not gonna say I can't point to a West African like you're trying to say, like, or even like how I'm thinking today, if you know what I'm saying, from a scientific point of view. But I wouldn't also say that those people are like didn't exist, just like you can't say that just like, for instance, in certain Muslim societies, there's a lot of atheists, but atheists, the whole country is known as a Muslim country. Even within that Muslim country, there's a lot of atheists who just act like they're Muslim. So it's safe to say that in all of history, there would have been someone who would be like, yeah, that don't work for me, but I'm just, who am I to, like, I'm the ant here. Everyone's going with that.
All right. Can you give me because what I understand, can you give me an example or a tribe or a nation or of these Muslims, a clan or a sect that had atheistic point of views as a
No, I'm saying right now today in Muslim countries, there's people that who say they're Muslim, but they're not. But it's like a peer pressure thing, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay, absolutely.
And
the Bamalike or the Mandinka, which are the same two.
I was when I was saying that, I was speaking more in a sort of Arabic side of things. That's where it's more like,
yeah. So I'll take Sheffrin for example. Like I would say Sheffrin is an atheist, but at the same time, I would say he was a Muslim too. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a atheist Muslim. Like he's Muslim.
Right.
Like that don't mean he gotta believe. That don't mean he gotta believe everything that comes with it. Like he can just the culture. You know what I'm saying? And his family, the function, the family functions.
You got that aspect as well. Even like I'm sure Ngozi says something like that. He's like a cultural Muslim, innit? But he don't really, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's what I was asking you, though. I was asking you about an atheist Muslim. I was asking you, can you point to any tribe, nation, or clan that was?
Nah, I don't think I can point. I can't point to a tribe, nation, or clan that would be like, nah, we only actually, you know what? Actually,
I can.
Hold on. Actually, I can, because I pulled this up the other day. It was is the Ubuntu, Ubuntu movement. That like the Zulu thing. That's a people. So, and that's like that's nothing to do with. You could say it's atheism sort of thing, but it's probably better to pull it up and see where it. But I know it don't stand on no. I'm not gonna say a spook thing, but nothing external from man. If you get what I'm saying.
No, yeah, but Ubuntu is not a practice. Ubuntu simply means the whole man, the self. That's what
it's a way of thinking, and it's a philosophy. If in that sense.
What I'm asking you is there a group of these Muslims that you said it was these Muslims that didn't believe or was what we call atheists? Do you have any information on these particular Muslims? Or
yeah, the ones that call themselves today, they're in like the ex-Muslim movement today. So those people, because they're the ones who you hear them sort of things from. How the
I don't know who that is. I don't know who it is, but what I'm asking,
there's tons of them, bro. There's tons. It's a whole movement of ex-Muslims and thing. You just have to just Google it.
All right, now I got you. I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna look up that reference. Now back to the Ubuntu. That's my last point. Now the Ubuntu, that means the self. That's not
Jeffrey, can you pull that up?
I'm saying that's not. I gotta. That's not evidence. Yeah, you can pull that up, Chef. That's not evidence of them denying the existence of a supernatural force outside of themselves that control within themselves as well.
Well, let's pull it up then, instead of me and you saying anything.
Yeah, that's not evidence. That's what I'm asking you for. That's
spell
all.
it now, Valley.
Well, you asked me for the people, yeah, and I said the Zulu, so they don't believe in no.
Yes, they
know.
The Zulu do. You say they don't believe in God?
I thought Shaka Zulu was atheist in the sense that he got rid of the priests and did away with all that, and I thought that was what Ubuntu comes out of.
The fact that their name it will contradict what you're saying.
I'm free to be corrected, man.
I mean, if they call themselves the Amazulu, then you know they're speaking in reference to what they believe.
But then Shaka get rid of all the priests and all that kind of.
I don't, probably in the movie. I don't know.
I'm not all about in the movie.
I know people be taking the movie like it's a documentary.
I didn't see that in the movie. I went into that. I never really watched that stuff, so I'm not speaking from the movie perspective.
So what was the name y'all wanted me to pull up?
Pull up the just basically pull up the Ubuntu and the Zulu, so then we can kind of know more about
what's the Ubuntu? How spell it?
I think UNBUTU.
Yeah, did they have ancestor worship family? Let's go straight to it. Did they have ancestor worship family?
I'm not completely sure, bro.
How did they honor their dead?
South African word.
Yeah,
Can
like,
I ask
once
you a question?
Once you hit ancestor worship, bro, like you argue there, bro. Like,
yeah, but me personally though, you can be an atheist and say you could be an atheist or not believe in anything external and still worship your ancestors. So I don't.
No, you can't. No, it's impossible.
Well, I'm an atheist and I worship my ancestors. So how's that work?
You don't know how to worship your ancestors. Then I don't know. That ain't African. What you doing is something you think is how to worship your ancestors, but ain't no African taught you how to worship your ancestors.
So okay, so how does this work then?
I don't know what you doing.
So how does this work? Yeah, because my granddad fought the same way. So and I can point to that ancestor.
Okay, you probably do worship your ancestors. I'm not gonna try to take that.
No, what I'm saying is he fought the same way. What I'm saying is my granddad fought the same way. He didn't believe in no external forces and none of that.
Okay, your granddad is one person out of how many people in your tribe?
And his granddad and his line, that whole line there, didn't believe none of that shit. And
what
my mom was the same way.
Yeah, African Hebrew or Nile Valley Hebrew.
Yes,
that goes to what I was saying a couple days ago, that the term African perspective is pseudo as it gets, because there is no one perspective.
Yes,
now you have popular
some
perspectives that are more popular than other perspectives.
Right, because you have different expressions of cultural belief systems on the continent. I understand that.
And y'all even
also putting a limitation on the African.
Hold on, y'all spoke to a deeper aspect of that. You got a lot of people who feel like they have to practice some of these different cultures or respect some of these different cultures because that's where they at geographically. My man's talked about Muslims acting like they believe, but they really don't believe. You know what I'm saying? So one thing I always want people to understand is Homo sapiens sapien. No matter how far back you go, they still have the same kind of brain that we got. We still got the same brain. Ain't nothing changed. You know what I'm saying? So obviously people gonna say, and I heard somebody say this earlier, somebody gonna say, yo, bro, I don't believe that shit, man. Like every time somebody makes something up, you got somebody standing right next to them at the same time saying, bro, you full of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to make that point, and I think a couple people kind of touched on it a little bit, but I wanted to highlight that.
Can I say something?
Yeah. Let me make a quick brief comment. I'm gonna slide back out real quick because me and Unc we talked about it yesterday. Maybe yesterday, or the day before. When he's asking for a group that's in that manner, the simple answer just to say no, you won't find that, because you always going to have individuals that feel away, but they're not going to express it to the level that it can play out into a group, because they are going to kill you. We have evidence from that from ancient times. From Socrates, when you step out, they will kill you. Earliest humans are egalitarians. You are not able to have individual expressions. They will stamp that shit out. It doesn't get to later on down the line to where that's able to express itself, and now you can get a group like that now. But in ancient times, you will not find a group. There will always be some individuals who feel differently, but they will not be able to express it long enough to form into a group. I think that's you will never get past that part of it. But go ahead.
Yo, Corey, what up? What up, y'all? How y'all doing?
CBO, what's up?
What you just said about the brain is very interesting, because it seems like people think the brain of Homo sapiens sapiens from then to Homo sapiens sapiens up to now has actually changed. And it's very odd, because the only thing that has changed is technology and the ways that we live. But the thinking has always been there. You know, only thing that has happened is we have updated our knowledge. So we don't have to be as spooked out as we once were. You don't have to believe.
Hey, I can't wait until I get into this paper, right? I hurt myself the other day, so I ain't been able to do too much reading. I've been on medication. But I'm gonna come with some information about the Wonderlust gene. And I'm gonna help me out on that. I'm volunteering to help me out. But it's called the Wonderlust gene. Yeah.
What's that, huh?
It's got to
The
do with
Wonderlust deals with like risk taking and shit. Like risk taking.
There you go. There you
Dopamine.
go. There you go. But hey, this is your wheelhouse, so I'm glad you on here. Did you know? Did you know that only 20 that gene is active in only 20% of the human population? Did you know that? Like, people have the gene, right? But all of your genes ain't turned on, right? So
that's just Even when it comes to, that's why I know about milk. Even when it comes to the lactase intolerant gene, that gene is not, everybody doesn't have it. Like, that gene is not active in everybody.
Absolutely. And it's the same thing with the Wonderlust gene. It has to do with curiosity, innovation, traveling, and those traveling. Yeah. So
the main function
with the knowledge that that gene is only active in 20% of the population. So what gene is active? So I know it's got to be a gene for belief. You know what I'm saying? So the majority of the human population. Now, I'm don't quote me on this. I'm still doing my research. I'm still finding out about this. But the majority of the human population have a belief gene that's highlighted, and only 20% of the population has that Wonderlust gene.
What's the belief gene?
Hold on, where you get that from?
But hold on, what's the belief gene though? Like,
no,
I told you I'm still looking on that. But if you have a gene that sparks curiosity and travel and innovation, obviously you're gonna have a gene that makes you believe. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that's the.
Hey, brother, but that's like me telling you I got a job, and then you ask me where I work at, and I say I'm looking for one. You get what I'm saying?
Right. I qualified that, but I qualified that about the belief gene, right? But I'm not pseudo on the Wanderlust gene. That's scientific.
That's the DDR. I think it's the DDR4, the DDR4 gene. But like I said, that deals with the expression of your brain secreting dopamine. And the dopamine, it's the dopamine that gets into the the risk taking, it deals with reward. It's like when you go to gamble, right? the mere fact when you walk into a casino and the machines are ching 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 ching, your brain releases dopamine at that point. The expectation of reward. That's what dopamine deals with. You feel me? But the belief gene part, or you might want to slow down a little bit till you got that. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, it's gonna be
what about when you win and feel nothing? I
Well,
done hit for 10,000 and feel
I
nothing.
was just adjusting, and I qualified that.
Yeah, just the expectation of winning will make your brain secrete dopamine.
Absolutely, no doubt.
The expectation of losing, because I done expected to lose and knew I was gonna lose, and I done hit. And then
I start sweating when I go into places like that, casinos and shit.
So
yeah, I start to sweat.
Yeah, like, so what do you say about that? The dopamine.
Dopamine affects your mood and your psychology. If you got low dopamine, you can have like depression and stuff. Like people with depression will suffer from like low dopamine.
I'm messing with it, man.
Yeah, but you know, I just, like I said, I qualified it when I said it's something that I'm still looking into. But I just wanted to bring that to the panel about the Wonderlust gene. Now, the belief gene is something that I haven't even seen yet, but I just suggested, you know, I'm suggesting that, you know, obviously if the majority, we got 7 billion people on the planet, the majority of them adhere to some type of belief. You know what I'm saying? And so
if 20% have the Wonderlust,
what I think is most of the niggas who have that risk reward gene that's highlighted, the Wonderlust gene,
they got a lot of kids.
Well, the thing is, not a lot of them made it. Not a lot of those people made it because that wasn't good for you. You know, in early human on the savannah in Africa, that was not a good trait to have. You know, them curious niggas got ate. You know what I'm saying? Or they ate a poisonous berry, or they kept walking and they were supposed to stop and they fell off the cliff. You know what I'm saying? Like those types of things happen. But the people who had the belief, those people are the ones who were able to pass their genes on. That's what I'm saying about the belief. I mean, that just I don't have a paper on that. I'm not saying that's the end all be all, but I'm saying that's the line of thinking that I'm thinking along. He's something like
they wouldn't have to be.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, I wouldn't even qualify it as a high.
It won't stand up in the court. It won't stand up in the court of pit bulls. I tell you that.
You know, I'm not a scientist.
I'm saying though, there really don't need to be a belief gene. If you have a Wonderlust gene, then why can't we just conclude that the people who don't have the Wonderlust genes are just people who are going to be more open to belief, and there doesn't have to be a gene there. Maybe it's the Wonderlust.
And I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with that.
Do you know what?
Yeah. But go ahead.
Belief is a part of the evolutionary process. It's not something you can just round off like that. All humans have belief. It's a part of how we got here. It's just the belief that we've got now is more of a domesticated kind of belief. That means that we've got so much things around us now that the fear that we believed in before as archaic humans is not the same. It's transformed, evolved, as you could say, into a religion. But belief has always been there.
The thing is though, Fitz, yeah, I don't think the belief thing, yeah.
That's right.
Fitz, I don't think the belief thing, like in terms of, even if we think from a genes point of view, I don't think it's active in 100% of the human population, full stop. Like I think it's a threshold. I think we're
mixed up, Kofi. I'm sorry to break you. You're getting it mixed up. You're getting it.
No, I'm not.
You're looking at a religious belief. I'm talking about a belief. It was
that's what I wasn't looking at a religious belief. This is what I was trying to say.
Let me finish. Early humans had a fear. It was more of a fear belief, and that's what got us to where we are in a sense. We were predators.
Yeah.
We were
saying that
we were prey at one point. So we had to build up a fear to things that were unknown, and that evolved into a religious kind of belief. It's always been there. A belief has always been in human psyche.
Yeah, and I'm saying, what I'm saying is though, yeah, I agree with you, but what I'm saying is, I don't think that's a 100% population thing. I think there's been enough of a threshold in even in the natural selection regard, and just in terms of like how the population is seen for even no matter what level of those that didn't believe, it's always been low enough for those that do believe to become the overall society, if you get what I'm saying. But
in the article, it goes on to talk about how these things happen in populations. It's not one person, like one person turned on their Wonderlust gene. Like you can't turn that on. Like nature has to put those environmental pressures on you.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? And so most of the time, nature is not really putting that pressure on you. It's really more beneficial just to believe. You know what I'm saying? You have less risk that way.
All nature is putting the pressure on you to believe. That's what we keep talking about, the lion. When you hear a sound, it's more beneficial for you at that time in the jungle to believe there's a lion there than to not be. Because to not, and there's a lion there means death. To believe and run away means safety. Even if you're wrong, it's better to just run.
Yeah,
I
agree. But
listen, as far as 100%, that's not that's not natural selection. That's why Corey was talking about the population. You know what I'm saying? It's coming through how it talks about the population at large. So that's what it's more about. Like, don't focus on a few individuals that may not. That's irrelevant to the natural selection process.
And that's exactly what you said, Corey, Sosa. Natural selection. The ones who didn't believe at that time, they would die. As you said, if they didn't believe, it's irrelevant if there was a lion there or not. If they didn't run, it is their life. Now now we've culminated into a different kind of belief. And that's where you're looking at it from, Kofi.
Now, I'll tell you where I'm looking at it from. What I'm saying to you is I agree with you about the belief here. And what I'm saying is like and the fact that we can say that those humans back then that didn't believe would have died. I'm saying that there's obviously something within the human himself as a population, like even regardless of the generation, that still throws up this non-believers. So
of course, because we're all individuals.
Hold up, let me finish though. So what I'm saying is, let me finish, bro. After we get past the point where it's dangerous to not believe, nature was still throwing out these non-believers. So all I'm saying is, no matter what point of history we're going through, there would have still been a portion of humans that didn't believe. I'm not saying I'm not. What I'm saying is, I don't think it's just a unanimous who's pumping out believers. Do you get what I'm saying? No matter what it is, even if we had the believing gene.
Kofi, you're right. But what I'm trying to say to you is that it's a part of the evolutionary process. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, I agree. But I also would say then that what I'm kind of pointing to.
Kofi, it's not going to be absolutely 100%. It's not going to be absolutely 100% of the population, bro. You understand that? Like, I think you're arguing that there may be some. Like, nobody's saying that there won't be some. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to argue that. What I'm trying to argue is that look at it like say a six finger that kept getting chopped off because it was just too dangerous to have it and naturals, but it's something that keeps popping out. And now it's like, well, you know what? We'll let this thing grow. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like throughout humanity, it's still something that would have been popping up, but it's like now it's safe to express that part of, you know what I'm saying?
It's just like, Corey, there's going to be homosexual.
So that's what.
Go on.
I was going to say too. I think the environment that we in now will help turn off that the Wonderlust gene too, because technology, you don't have to be, everything is at your fingertips now. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to take as many risks. Like, even if you want to go to a hotel, like going to a hotel is a risk, right? So you go to the hotel, and nowadays you could look on a website. You can get pictures of the room and all the amenities and everything, right? You're gonna know ain't nothing gonna surprise you when you get there, right? But 15 years ago, 20 years ago, right? You only could either go to the hotels that you were already familiar with, or you was taking a gamble that this hotel is going to be of the quality or standards that you would like your family to be in for the family vacation or the weekend trip that y'all taking, right? So, like I said, I think that we to the point now where our environment is helping to push to keep that wanderlust gene turned off. Now, although you're never going to avoid some people having that gene turned on. Like I said, 20% of the population has that gene turned on. Now, maybe in the future, we might, you know, somehow we may lose the ability to these different technologies, and we have, and the people who have that wanderlust gene will be the ones who thrive rather than the ones who are complacent or believers. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to bring that out or highlight something.
Well, if you take
let
gene,
me just say too. Hold on. Let me say this too. And with the wanderlust gene, like, you don't want to cross reference that with the belief, because, like, with that risk taking, right? Think of it like Evel Knievel. Like, there's a high that comes with that, right? So those risk takers too, it's like an adrenaline rush. It gives them a sense. It's like to a smoker getting high off marijuana to them. You know what I'm saying? They live for the risk. It's not about if a lion's there or not. They know the lion's not there. Like, I wanna bungee jump off this building because the rush I get when I jump. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm gonna stand on two hands on the top of the highest building on the ledge. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that type of risk is associated also with a high. So I think that's gonna be hard to stamp out in terms of that. So you're gonna always get your Evel Knievels, your Houdinis, and you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just gonna always just pop up.
Right. That's my point. So that wanderlust gene is highlighted in those guys. Majority of the human species wouldn't do half the shit Evel Knievel did. You know what I'm saying? Like, they wouldn't even consider it. So, like I said, you only have 20% of the population who actually has that gene highlighted in them, and we call them the wild ones.
But think about it, Corey.
Elon Musk,
we wouldn't even be able
people like that.
We wouldn't have made it here if that gene was prevalent.
Astronauts must have that gene.
No, we would have got. I told Unc them. I said, if that gene was prevalent in most of the population, I think we would have got. So that's what I'm saying. Like,
we'd have been out of here long before.
Who that gene? Yeah, the majority of the people who had that gene, or who had that gene highlighted or active, those are people didn't make it, you know, and on the savannah. So that's why the majority of the population, you know, I'm saying, and I'm just deducing this now. Like I said, this ain't the end all be all, but that's why the majority of the population has these belief systems. They stuck. They can't flip over from that archaic way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a disadvantage.
I think the lack of belief gene is probably, is always wanted to express itself though, like, and is showing itself now, if you know what I mean.
Hey, let's not call it a gene yet until we actually got the thing.
Yeah, we ain't gonna call it.
Let's not yet.
All right, call it a jacket.
Yeah.
Where you find that at?
I've been calling it green for 30 minutes. Then y'all saying let's not call it a gene. Y'all said it.
So how you get from how would you get the your peeps from East Africa, bro? Yeah, sure.
Talk to me, Ken.
Pardon?
Say what?
Your peeps from East Africa, like the Nile sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that like how you is that your genetics go back to there? Yeah.
Say, what you talking to me, Kofi?
My genetics go back to West Africa.
That's what I'm trying to gauge whether your peeps are from East. I'm trying to gauge whether your peeps are from East Africa or West Africa.
From all around Africa, East, West, East, Central Africa, West Africa, even North Africa. These are my ancestors. This is what the line go by. It's not one. It's not linear. Ancestry is not linear. It's never linear. You get what I'm saying? So even when you do DNA tests, you can't link yourself back to a people in Ghana and say, see, we're not Israelites because my people right here in Ghana, and what you're doing is assuming they've been there for how many ever years. They don't give you the timeline of how long the people been there. That people could have been there 15 years, and you can lean back.
Well,
To, you know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be.
Yeah, but there's a time limit. There's a time that you can't be.
Go ahead, brother.
Israelite, because the Israelites didn't exist at a.
All right, I hear you. Go ahead, Kofi. What you saying?
No, I was saying
I'm saying that when you.
From my perspective.
I'm saying that when you say that, my bad. Go ahead.
Nah, go on, bro. Sorry, man. I'll go after him.
No, like when he's saying that, you saying that as if when you say, oh, well, you know, your people might not have been here for however long, as if the Hebrews have been here for such a long time. If they were even here, if they even really existed. But so if your lineage, if your DNA test says that you
nobody say nothing about
from Ghana, or whatever, the Israelites, or whatever what do you call these people? What did you say?
In that context, he was asking me about the Nile. That's all he asked me about, brother, the Nile.
No, I was just basically trying to gauge whether your folks is from the East or the West Africa, but you're saying it from West Africa, right?
It says Central, East, West, even North Africa.
So you got like not.
Are
you saying that from? Have you done your DNA? Are you saying it from that perspective where you?
No, I ain't saying it from DNA perspective. I'm saying it from a historical perspective. Now, only thing I would look at from a DNA perspective when it involves ancestry or DNA testing. I would look at it as a reference point, but I kind of know my history already with my grandmother, her people, where they came from in Africa. I know that history. So I don't have to go do DNA to find that history out. I don't have to do that. I know that history already.
You know, I used to think like that. I used to think like that, now Valley Hebrew. But the problem is, you know what the problem is when you allow your grandparents to tell you stories about your history. And I'm not, don't take this as
no. I don't think you understanding what I'm saying, my brother. I think you got a image in your head when I said what I said of me just accepting. Listen, of me just accepting some folklore. No, I know my family history. I'm just accepting folklore. I know my family history. I've been around my family. I have active practitioners of Voodoo in my family right now, of Ifa in my family right now. I have active practitioners. I know my family. I have full-blooded Africans in my family right now, brother. That's back and forth.
Right.
So I know my family.
When you listen to my grandfather, let me tell you about my grandfather, right? When you listen to my grandfather, right, he tell you all these, because he's from Ghana. You know, he came over here and married my grandmother, took her back, got her pregnant. They had my aunt and my mom over there in Ghana, and then they came back to the United States, right? But he ain't alive no more. But when you hear him talk about Ghana, it's as if he knows his lineage comes from Ghana. But the real truth is he don't know nothing but Ghana. That's all he knows, and that's all he was told. But the real truth is my actual DNA, the majority of my DNA comes from Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, yeah, I listen to all of the good things.
That has nothing to do with
how our lineage.
That has nothing to do with your father.
He was the firstborn in Ghana. Nobody else in his family was born in Ghana. Everybody else was born in Nigeria. So to listen to, I'm not saying like my grandfather was lying or he had some type of malicious intent. It's just when you talk about history and folklore and stuff like that, or family history, you have to take that with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? You can't just take word of mouth. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I'm not trying to dismiss your family and your history or nothing like that, brother.
I hope you don't look at it. You ain't did that at all. What I'm saying to you is this: when you're looking at DNA, just because your DNA went back to where?
You talk to me, Kari?
Would your DNA go back to your grandfather's DNA versus your grandfather's DNA? One went back to Ghana, your grandfather was telling y'all was this, and your DNA went back to that?
Nigeria.
Okay, so
his DNA, he's Nigerian.
Right.
But the thing is, his parents moved to Ghana. You see what I'm saying?
From
He
Nigeria.
was the firstborn in my family that was born in Ghana. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Nobody else was born in Ghana. Everybody
Nigeria.
else was born in the United States, or well, my mama and my aunts was born in Ghana. But like as far as like before my grandfather, everybody was born in Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? And then they migrated to Ghana.
Ghana. Okay. So you saying because your genes and your grandfather's oral tradition contrasted that the DNA or the scientific data that you've acquired overrules the oral tradition that your grandfather gave you because it points to a specific location that is more probable of your originality or your ancestors' origination. You get what I'm saying? Or perhaps however they got there. So you're going with that piece of evidence, right?
Yeah. So my people was helping the colonists, you know, which is the Fani. I got mostly Fani, and they were helping the colonists to enslave the West Africans. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the group of people that I go back to. They had a lot of cattle and stuff, so they was able to trade and shit like that. And they was on the world stage. You know what I'm saying?
How long?
So you know they went down there and dominated in Ghana. You know what I'm saying? I think Ghana has Asante. I believe I have to do some. It's been a while since I've read that, but it actually told me that these people went over there and conquered them, the Fulani. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I'm gonna ask you, how long has the Fulani been in their current regions? How long have they been?
Well, they're all over now. They like a nomadic.
They migrate, innit?
How long ago did they come into West Africa and southern?
That I'm not so savvy on, man.
Are you familiar? Hold on 1 second. Are you familiar that the Fulani people is linked to the ancient Ribu?
What's that? Explain the Ribu to me.
The Ribu is what today we would call Libyans, as you see in my epithet. Y'all
I don't have no. No, they was nomadic.
They might not be indigenous. So what I'm saying to you is this: your DNA can link you to the ancient. Your DNA is a reference point. When you do your genetic tests, this is my whole point. When you do these genetic tests, it's their reference points, good reference points, but they're not saying, okay, this is where you're from, this is your people. They saying, no, you have a genetic marker, they have a database.
Well, the probability.
They're dealing with probability. Exactly.
Yeah. I would never claim to you that this is 100%. This is what I'm saying.
Right? So you got to agree with
science talks about likeliness and probability. So when you're dealing with science, you automatically got to know that I'm not speaking in absolutes. Like that's got to be already, you know, to require me to give you something absolute is a religious thought. That's a religious thought process.
So guess what, Kofi? On the flip side of the coin, you have to take that same stance and raise the bar at that same level. When people ask me, did you take DNA test? Prove you're Israelite. You see,
but we're dealing with the
likeliness.
When you're dealing with probability and likeliness in science, you're talking about way more than just an educated guess, bro.
Yes.
It's not a reference point. It is highly probable and most likely.
Oh, yes, it is a reference point. It's most definitely a reference point.
Listen to me when I say this. It is highly probable and most likely.
I agree with you, brother.
So you have to, in order to come up with a different hypothesis, it has to be equal. You have to have equal footing. It has to be probable and likely. You see what I'm saying? And I'm sorry, bro, but I don't even when my grandmother tell me stories and shit that, you know, because on my dad's side, you know, they were slaves.
That's all, brother.
On my dad's side, they was actual slaves. Like on my mom's side, they don't know nothing about slavery. Like they wasn't slaves on my mom's side. They came over here. You know what I'm saying? But on my dad's side, they were slaves. Now, listen to this. Because my grandfather had good hair or silky hair and light skin, right? You know what I'm saying? They would always talk about the Indian in my grandfather. You see what I'm saying? oh, he got Cherokee in him, or Potawatomi, or whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? And even my grandmother on my dad's side would say, yeah, because she was from Oklahoma, and she talked about how her family was Indian because they were on they DNA is traced back to the Trail of Tears, right? But we know that the Indians actually had African slaves. You see what I'm saying? Because you was an African or an Indian slave, right? Or owned by the Indians, don't make you Cherokee. It still makes you West African, or wherever location that my grandmother and them came from on that side of the family. It's kind of real blurry over there. Like I said, because you go, only thing you got to do is go back like one generation before my grandfather, and you running into white people. My name McKinney. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a redhead white boy. You know what I'm saying? With freckles on his face. You know what I mean? So we have to understand what had happened to our people and understand the reasons why we tell these different stories about history, our family lineage, and this, and that, and the other, because there is still some scarring there. Or if not even the scarring, it's a lot of ignorance there. You see what I'm saying? And people do a lot of lookership. So my grandfather, if I had a picture of him, right, he would look like an Indian. You know what I'm saying? But he was a mixed dude. He mixed with black and white. You know what I'm saying? But my family will fight me down, like my uncles and my aunts and they will fight me into the death, telling me my grandfather was an Indian on my dad's side.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Same thing on my family, bro. When the DNA test was right, my family used to think that we had like Arawak in us. When the DNA test was done, bro, there wasn't even an arrow left.
Who'd you get your DNA test done to, big bro?
Shit, I think.
What about you? African.
It was
Rick Kettles.
Yeah, that's African.
It was
sister. Yeah.
I think it was.
That's how I was able to boil it down to Fani. So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Corey, man. I was saying as well. Like, I think we have like a severe case of like cultural inferiority complex as well, man. Because like I don't see how West Africans connect themselves to the Levant. You know what I'm saying? Like that's them people's culture. That's not our culture.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something real quick.
That's the biggest question I have, Kofi, and it's crazy because I don't really talk about the Levant per se because it's a lot of baggage, but I do agree with you. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm more tend to refer to it as a Mediterranean culture. You know what I'm saying? Those Libyans, those Egyptians, those Moroccans, those Greeks, those people from Crete, the people from Rome and all of those people in the Levant. Every group of them people in the Levant, even the Turks and the Persians, you go over to the Turks and the Persians. They still Mediterranean.
Well, you gotta look at the like you said.
Hey Hebrew, I'm listening to the show. Yo, you been cutting everybody off. You crazy as hell.
Hey, man.
I was in mid stride though. I was gonna say something very controversial. I'm sure
everybody. Stop messing up stuff, man.
I'm not messing up stuff. I'm trying to hear the show. You jiving in like you taking it.
It's been all love, man. We've been doing it to each other. It's been all love. We just been talking. There's a bill. Go ahead, bro.
Well, listen to this though, bro. So all of those people, like I said, even the Turks and Persians and all that, and all those people in the Levant, they all did trade and commerce with each other. That we still, like today, I consider our culture really a Mediterranean culture over here in the United States. But see, what I'm saying is, when you get a group of people, right, this is how I know they all the same people. Because you got these groups of people, and what they do is they all lie on each other. They all have kids with each other. They all fight each other. They all steal from each other. And they all make up and kiss and love each other and trade and commerce and everything. They do all of that. And you know what? That's what family does. You see what I'm saying? They all have that same culture, which is a Mediterranean culture. And what I'm saying is, us as West Africans, how are we linking ourselves to a group of Mediterranean people? I wouldn't even consider them people to be, see, I what I consider myself is sub-Saharan African. And I don't think the Libyans and the Egyptians and the Greeks and the Persians and the Turks, them niggas ain't sub-Saharan African. They look all the same. All of them niggas look the same. I know that's lookership. I know it's lookership, but the proof is in the pudding. They all write about each other. Every single group, every single person in that group is writing a story about some of the other people in that group, and they lying on each other. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I know that we don't have anything to do with that culture. We just revere it because it's what's put in our face. The problem is we have
it's what was used to defeat us, isn't it?
Yes, yes. And the problem is we not recognizing the greatness in our own culture. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, my man gave me the word. I should have been known. I should have been known 10 years ago. But yet I know about the Kai and the Ba first before I know about the word that my man told me earlier. You know what I'm saying? Which is crazy to me. But, you know, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, we don't believe you, Corey. We don't believe that shit.
Man, go ahead. Man.
Yeah, I already know. I know they don't believe it. I know they don't believe
I
it. But I asked the question
that Egypt is a Mediterranean. I thought you were quiet.
I asked the question earlier. I asked the question earlier, and nobody was able to answer.
About that.
Hey,
yeah, but don't I mean, some shit. Come on.
You should be on my side, Unc, man. I handle what y'all want for you, man. You should be on my side right now, bro.
I'm a weed. You ain't handle my chain member for me, man.
I put
no, this is an ongoing argument. Like this, for the listening audience, like this argument, me and Unc and Sheffrin and Vance and them, we've been having this argument for like 6 months now. So don't pay attention to what Unc talking. That shit Unc talking right now. You know what I'm saying.
I'm saying for me, I heard y'all talking about the DNA. I heard y'all talking about the genetics and all that. You know what I'm saying? So you just talking about geography, yo. Certain markers in certain geographical areas. And just because you got a different marker does not denote race, not at all. And if you try to do it, you're just going against the experts. People that live in geographical regions coalesce with each other. And because humans move. So when you be talking about somebody in West Africa couldn't have went to East Africa, then you're trying to say when the Europeans came to America that they couldn't walk from California to New York, because they certainly did. And as a matter of fact, it was trail shit. Let me finish my point. Come on. Y'all been talking for 3 hours. I just want to make one point. I'm simply saying that when the Europeans came here, they was able to walk on certain trails that was already here by Native Americans. So Native Americans was walking the United States, or what you would call North America. Right? You feel me? Mm-hmm. So all that. So I be laughing when Musa, right, made his pilgrimage or his Hajj, all right, to go to the QT. QT. Okay, right here, okay. So I be laughing when Musa made his Hajj. This dude walked from West Africa. Everybody know it. He took 100,000 people with him from West Africa, stopped by Egypt, and ended up in Mecca. How we act like that didn't happen? And then how we turn around and act like that it was the earth that showed it the way. At that point, I'm like, man, I ain't arguing with y'all, man. Y'all funny with that. So with that, I'm done.
Yeah, but see, and I hear you on that, and I agree. I'm not really, like I said, when it comes to history, it's hard to convince me more than like 80%. You know what I'm saying? Like when it comes to history, the most I'm gonna go with it is 80%. I don't care what history it is. You know what I'm saying? But so the thing is, in science, right? It's always gonna be at least 20% doubt on me. But okay, fine. I believe the Mansa Musa thing 80%. That's fine. That's the most you're gonna get me to do. But and that's an anomaly to me. But when we look at when these different people came in to conquer these people, right? So you had the Turks and Persians come in at one time. You had the who you call the Greek motherfuckers that came in? Them people came in. all these different people came in and took over Egypt. Can I at least agree to that? Like there was a Greco-Roman conquering of Egypt. Can we agree to that? Anybody?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Population
Okay.
change over time.
All right. Now we finna get to the science. Now we about to get to the science now. Since we agreed to that, right? This is how this was gonna make everybody in the whole community mad at me on this point right here.
No, you're gonna have a bitch ass cheerleader.
For the
You ain't
last
having a bitch ass
8,000
cheerleader,
years.
what you gonna get?
Hold on. For the last 8,000 years, no matter who came in there and took their asses over and conquered their asses, the population has been homogenous for the past 8,000 years. So what I'm saying is, when the Greeks came in and conquered them niggas, and the Turks and the Persians came in and conquered them niggas, they was all the same people because the population stayed homogenous for the past 8,000 years. So what I'm saying is, all them niggas is the same. If the population has not changed in 8,000 years, but yet they have been conquered by different people like the Greeks, the Greco-Romans, and the Turks and the Persians. All these people come in and do them right. The thing is, the gene pool ain't changed. How come when these people, y'all call these people white, y'all call the Greeks and the Romans and all these, y'all refer to them as white, but y'all don't refer to the Egyptians and the Libyans as white. Why? How come? Because when you look at the DNA, they the same people. And they've been the same people for the past 8,000 years. Now, I'm willing to listen to anything somebody say, but you have to address that point if you're going
well, that sounds good. Let me take that down, Valley Hebrew. That sounds good.
And more than sounds good, I can demonstrate that, bro.
No, you can't. You can probably look at a bitch ass. Hey, you can probably look at a dumbass.
I can show you where the experts
something.
have done the work.
No,
I can show you where the experts have done the work.
Corey,
that come out of the nature. That come right out of nature. It ain't no joke.
Hey, Corey.
That came right out of nature, bro.
Hey, Corey. Corey, did you read the journal?
Go ahead.
Yo, did you really read it, yo? Did you really read it?
You know I read it. You know we've been going over for. We've been going back and forth on that.
So what the article actually tell you not to do? It tells you not to do what you just did. It say don't do that.
No.
Do that.
I'm just going with the data. What I'm saying is the problem. You know what the problem is? White people feel guilty. White people are.
Okay. Say it. Let me hear you say it.
So black community are sending white folks on the guilt trip. I'm gonna say this right now, and the whole community gonna be really mad at me when I get done saying this. The white community has allowed the black community to bully them. So they saying, you get all these black people, y'all, that's racist, saying that these people that was in Africa was not sub-Saharan African and this, that, and the other. All the blackologists have gotten to these new age, because I'm with the classical view. You see what I'm saying? I'm with the majority, right? But we have these new age Egyptologists, which is a whole nother ball game, the whole Egyptology thing. I don't even want to get into that right now, but these new age Egyptologists are lending credence to blackology, and I think it's shameful, and I think it's unscientific that they do that. Now the article did say that. I'm not going to take it from you that article didn't state that, but what I'm saying is these motherfuckers is blackology sympathizers. Period. Point blank.
I'm in the car with me.
Okay, man. I never seen you come out to the scientific ground like you did, though. I never seen that before. So now you charging the journal Nature where we get our vaccine information from, where we get our PV information from. Now you saying black people put pressure on them. Them niggas ain't like black people ain't got no damn money to put no pressure on the journal Nature, yo.
They going on. They sending them on a guilt trip. They sending them on a guilt trip. Them blackologists.
Okay, so then why would you even read a journal? That's the purpose of a journal, so I can put you on a guilt trip.
But the thing is, that was not the conclusion, right? So it's not a non-fact. Hold on, the point I highlighted was a fact of data. That was a data point. The point that I highlighted is,
what's the data
listen to
point?
it. Hold on, wait.
Man, all right,
The
man,
point
don't
that I
make me
made
feel
was a
the team
data
member,
point.
yo. I ain't trying to do it. Come on, Corey.
The
Come on,
data
man.
point is, we already know, and we don't have to be ambiguous about this. We know for sure that the population hadn't changed in 8,000 years, right? We gotta at least agree to that. Like all the rest of the stuff, you don't have to agree to that. But you gotta at least agree that the population has been homogeneous for the past 8,000 years. Like they absolutely wrote that in that journal. You know what I'm saying? And so that's not a feel good. When I talked about sympathizing with blackology and stuff, okay, fine. That's my opinion. I ain't mad at nobody for, wanting to get at me for that. That is my opinion. But that data point, I want somebody to address the data point. Now, we already agreed that the Greeks and the Turks and the Persians and all these Romans motherfuckers came in and conquered these people. And throughout all of that, the population has stayed homogeneous. I just want to address that point right there. That's a real data point. That's not my feelings. That's not, my idea or whatever. Like I said, my idea is the fact that we have blackology sympathizers these days. And they not even really lending no credence. They just doing what scientists really do. They're going to leave things open. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to dismiss the blackologists out of hand because that's unscientific to dismiss the blackologists out of hand. So no real scientist would do that. But what I'm saying is, I think they sympathizing, they enablers, they blackology enablers is what I call these new ones. Because now my view is the classical view. Most Egyptologists, most anthropologists agree with me that group of people have not changed for the past 8,000 years. And I'm waiting on somebody to challenge me on that. Like, show me.
I can challenge that easy.
Go ahead, bro.
Now, let me let Unc, because I know Unc wants something. Let me get the boss in here.
Well, Unc busy right now. He's doing some other stuff right now. But he away from the phone right now. Okay, but you have to address that data point, bro. Who anybody, click the link. Come on, because I'm open. I just want them to explain to me how that is, how that's possible, and these people are supposed to be black, but yet y'all don't call the Greeks and Romans black.
I'm explaining in my book. I ain't messing with y'all, yo. I ain't messing with you, Corey. You crazy, yo. I don't even know what you're talking about, yo. Yo, you just overthrew. Listen. You just overthrew, yo.
No, I didn't.
Modern science, yo. Yeah,
no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Wait a minute, dude. Do you know the time period the mummies came out of, yo?
We already talked. We already had the discussion about the mummies.
But the mummies come from an Asian area that everybody knows. So you can't just take DNA. The DNA is only one part of the story. The other half is their history. And the article actually tell you that. So they're not being black out. They doing what they supposed to do. We got some shit in the province.
Don't deal with that. You don't deal with history.
That's right. Scientific literacy. It's the jargon for is the
man. So maybe my phone ain't working. I'm cutting y'all. I ain't fucking with y'all, man.
It's the word for the.
No, we hear you. We hear you, huh?
No, I'm saying, yo, like you need the white. I'm just saying, ignorant niggas. Ignorant niggas, yo, they go off and don't read the whole thing. You read the whole thing, and what you did to save yourself was saying the scientists that wrote the shit that you trust in, they don't know what they talking about. That's crazy. Either you fucking with it or you not, yo. Like,
I don't have to deal with the aspect of the article though, like the whole. I don't have to accept the whole article. I can accept the data points that are acceptable. That data point is not acceptable to me. It's not.
Man, you just trying to win, yo.
Go ahead.
Crazy, yo. You won't let me go ahead. You keep cutting me.
No, what I'm saying though. Okay, all right, because you was misrepresenting me a little bit though, but I ain't mad at you. But I'm saying though, like, I know y'all mad because I said they was enablers, right? I understand that, but we can't.
Yeah, man, because now we can't get around. Yo, now anti-vax gonna say, yo, look at these niggas. Yo, they're supposed to be scientific. Now they saying the niggas that actually writing the article ain't sticking with data and throwing this shit in. And I'm
because
saying that's
that
the bullshit.
part was
come
not
back and haunt you, yo.
That part wasn't scientific of the article, man. It's just not to me. Dave.
It
You know
was
what I'm saying?
scientific based off of the data, yo. They said the Egyptian history is a complex history. We only got this small sample size, 3 goddamn people, yo. It don't let 3 people be the whole population. So suppose they come here and do a DNA test and only get three niggas. And you would actually think, oh, that's the whole population of America.
No, but they getting the DNA from the people. They comparing the genome to the people that's there today, though.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Right,
them people ain't never left. Like, come on, man. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Listen,
Please.
man. Listen.
You read the article. You read that
no,
article.
I didn't. No, I ain't. And I know where they at. So they right. Them people, they never left. Them people that they tested been there in the Delta, in the Mars area. I know. Everybody know it. If you read the Destruction of Black Civilization. And they still Egyptians. So because Egyptian is just like culture. It's not a race. That's why when people try to say a person out of Hebrew based off of DNA, that's wrong, because that is just a religion. So when you say American, that don't mean Native American, that don't mean just black people, and it shows how don't you mean white people. It's a culture, dog. And we look at the cultural context and
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, it's not an African culture. It's a Mediterranean culture.
It is.
You can't say that's crazy to me.
Like
you're
we
not really
here
getting
in
the
the
point.
United States of America. We here in the United States
Man,
of America.
I do not want to have this conversation. Yo,
But we have a Euro Mediterranean culture. That's what we practice. We don't practice Indian culture.
All right, so listen, I'm gonna challenge your logic then. You scientifically literate. You say you classicist. You say you're looking at it from a classical standpoint of view.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying based off your classical view,
you would be right. But since the classical shit happened in the 1930s and 20s and 40s, right, where they hadn't even explored the Sahara and none of that shit, and ain't even explored Nubia, none of that shit. So the only thing they were saying was where they thought they came from, based off of a fucking one item from Mesopotamia and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Now that they have surveyed a lot of the Green Sahara, okay, now they have archaeological digs in 1980, 2000, 2015. Now the new Egypt houses that are doing the new digs, a whole new picture comes. So now instead of using invading race theory, where all of a sudden these people came from nowhere or just the Mediterranean did it, now they realize, well, why didn't we just look to the place right the fuck next door, like the Sahara? Like that'd be the first place you would look. But the racism didn't allow them to look there, bro. So they focus on one part. Now we got a clearer picture. So we no longer say the things that we say. I don't want to get into it right now. Because I know I want everybody here with this subject. Ain't nobody spent $2,000-$3,000 on books to read the new shit. Ain't nobody read the archaeological surveys. And don't nobody understand that DNA does not denote a race. So, I mean, I'll be having a conversation really with my goddamn self on this. So if you want to make niggas a Mediterranean culture just because they trade in the Mediterranean, they're going to do that shit. So why ain't America China? Because we sure supposed to trade with China, but you would never call America China based off of Chinese.
Don't worry about it. I can put it down.
And all that shit. Yeah, we got Japanese cars, Chinese cars, but you would never consider America China. We got fucking China where niggas live at, Chinese neighborhoods in every city of world, but that don't make this bitch China down, and that don't mean America came from China. Same way in Egypt, you got different communities set up in Egypt. It's the same old shit. So I would ask you this one question: what kind of hair and what color is the skin of African Americans?
You said African Americans? We have all kinds of hair.
Thank you. And in my conversation, I'm done.
And that's not even the point I'm even trying to make. I don't care what the Egyptians look like. What I'm saying is the population for the last 8,000 years has been homogenous. That's all I'm saying. That's the clear point I'm making. And that point still hasn't been addressed. When you have all of these people coming in here, conquering these people from outside coming in here and conquering, supposedly outside, you know what I'm saying? Coming in here and conquering people. Like the population hasn't changed. Like that has to be explained. That has to be explained. And you say, oh, well, it was only 3 mummies. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are y'all saying?
Yeah, 3 mummies, Joe.
Everybody
I'm
in the
saying
whole
it's 3
Egypt.
mummies.
So
I'm saying it's 3 mummies,
miraculously,
Joe.
hold on.
Motherfuckers
Miraculously,
taking over there.
this is
They
what
taking over, but
this is where y'all get religious. This is where y'all get religious at. Miraculously, all of the people who were there before the people are there now are no longer there. So when they do the DNA test, this is where it seems like y'all leading me. So now when they do the DNA test and they compare those mummies, and then they compare the mummies to the DNA that's there today, y'all like, well, of course. You know what I'm saying? Of course, because that's the sample. It's the people that's there today. Of course, they changed. It wasn't the same people back then. But the article vehemently disagrees with that. That's the point y'all keep missing.
The article disagrees with what, man? The article tell you don't do what you're doing right now. And you ain't listening to that stop sign.
The article stated about the human. The article stated about the population. They already made the statement about the population.
No, it did, man. Come on, man. You gonna make me do it? So I'm read that whole damn article, yo. Don't make me do it. Like, I don't want to do that, yo. You know, come on, yo. That ain't fair, yo. You can't keep doing that. That ain't even right, yo. We're gonna read the article and say, yo, don't try to make this the whole population of the whole ancient Egyptian population, because, and they give you all the reasons why. The same shit I'm saying. I'm sticking with the data. You went to an alternative universe where you make up your own conclusion. That's crazy to me. When we do that, yo, we stick to the data. We don't go outside of it because we trust the experts. That's all I'm saying. I'm not an expert. I'm a science advocate. So I'm not an archaeologist.
But the point is that, brother, you have to understand, even who we call what you was talking about, your people, the Fulani, you know, through archaeology, through anthropology, through a lot of these scientific disciplines, we've concluded that these are the ancient Libyans or the Rebu. You get what I'm saying? Of old pre-dynastic, that was considered the C group Nubians. You get what I'm saying? They were considered all the way down. That was all the way down, going all the way down the Nile Valley. And information suggests, certain pieces of information suggest that these were the people that Narma conquered, that had a stronghold on that region up there, and what we would call the Delta area, even coming all down by Hyrcanopolis and all these places. They're up. So we have information stating this. And I just feel like, brother, you just gotta look at the information a little bit more. Go ahead.
What was happening in West Africa around them times, bro?
What's happening around West Africa at those times where people were living? That's what would happen. That's what was happening around West Africa at those times. See, when we go to the pre-dynastic times, we don't have too much information on West Africa in the pre-dynastic times. We don't have too much information. They're not looking for that type of information. You go to look for A, you're only gonna find A. If you never look for B, you're not gonna find B. We don't have that type of information yet. It's so much that hasn't been explored. But what I'm saying is, it's not far-fetched to believe that just because your DNA markers don't go back to a certain people, that you're not part of that people. That's in Einstein. That's not even how ancestry genetic testing works. You get what I'm saying? And just because your DNA marker, you have a certain marker, 0.01% of a genome is tested. You get what I'm saying? And even if you have a certain marker that, according to their database in that population, like Unc was saying, they might have had 3 people that they tested. And that's what they got in their database. So they will test the amount of population. And you come along and you test and you match, you have a gene or you have a marker that match this person over here in West Africa. Now what you would do is attach yourself to the people in that tribe. And that's not how DNA work. And I see so many of y'all do that. That's why y'all ask Hebrews for DNA tests. Prove that
I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. I'll be honest. I don't even know.
That's asinine. That's not how science works. It's not how science works.
Disrespecting the intelligence of the scientists in the field. You think that they're not considering what you're considering, 20 times, 30 times more. Like, come on, we got to be realistic about that.
Say that again, big brother. You low. I can't hear you.
Sosa, you're low, Sosa, man.
Can't hear you, big brother.
Hold on, let me take my AirPod. Give me a second.
What you say now, Valley Hebrew? Every time I say that shit, I feel like I'm losing my mind.
No, I was agreeing with you. I was just saying, because I was saying, I was just agreeing with you, man, that we can't look at this like, okay, this the end all be all. You get what I'm saying? We can't look at this because they're only looking at 0.01% of a specific loci. You get what I'm saying? They're looking at that, and they're looking at that. So when we say, okay, based on this probability that I have a certain marker that's connected with this modern population over there, it means that I come from this modern population, and this modern population in West Africa has always been there. And that's the understanding people get from when they take these tests. That's why they turn around and ask.
But West Africans are
Africans
are just modern though, bro.
Wow, you cut my flow. And that's why they ask Hebrews. That's why they ask Hebrews, where your DNA test at? Prove you're Hebrew. Like Unc said, it's no DNA test that can prove you're of a blood of a certain tradition. Because you don't have a blood test to prove that. This is a tradition.
Well, you could just prove.
You could just prove
that you've got. You could just prove that you've got DNA that comes from the Levant, or you know what I'm saying. Like you could.
That's not
do something like that.
That's not how science works, brother. This is what I'm telling you. This is not how ancestral DNA testing works. Even if I don't have a marker that comes from the Levant, that doesn't signify that I don't have ancestors that was residing in the Levant 3,000 years ago. It doesn't work like that. That's not how it works. And just because I have DNA from the Levant doesn't mean that I'm connected to the people of the Bible that was stationed in the Levant at that time. It doesn't.
So nobody knows where. So nobody knows where
people
DNA
migrate. People migrate. People have babies. People trade. People interact. This is how genes get swapped. This is how all type of these different markers come. You gotta understand this, brother. You get what I'm saying? You got genetic bottlenecks and things of this nature that produce different markers in people. You get what I'm saying?
Any of that
you gotta understand it. It's not as simple as you think it is when you're looking at.
What's any of that got to do with the fact that?
I want to ask my big dog. Am I right about that? I'm gonna mute my mic.
Yeah, you killed him with that one. You're right, motherfucker. We forget how much humans just we mix. That's it. Like, let it go, yo. It's just really about the culture, yo. Like, I mean, that's what. I don't know, man. I'm like, if y'all think y'all feet stuck in concrete, I done moved from Baltimore, Maryland down to Atlanta, yo. What's that? That's long, damn near longer than an hour, yo.
And guess what?
Think about that, yo.
You might acquire new genes based on the atmosphere you're living in now.
What?
You get what I'm saying? Yeah. He can acquire new genes depending on environmental pressures.
See, I tried to be quiet.
Diet, quiet. This is what I mean. This is what I mean with genes. When the ATCG, listen, when the listen, this is what I'm talking about.
I tried to be quiet.
ATCG, listen, brother. This is what they call snippets. You get
you gotta let other people get back in, man. Once you start going, man.
I'm dealing with the times, but listen, he can acquire new gene expressions in his atmosphere right now, based on how long he's been there, the diet he takes on while he's there, and that those certain genes can be passed on to his next generation.
That only happens in populations, not individuals, bro. Go ahead.
No. It happens in individuals, and this is what builds the population. This is facts, bro. I got papers on this. I got scientific papers on this. I can source it up. You know,
we don't want to hear that. We're not.
I can source it up.
We're not. You know you can't. I don't even want to see this. So how about that?
I can source that up, man. I can source it up.
You missed. All right, man.
Back to the point. Yeah, back to the point, man.
Oh, man. Go ahead. Who was that? That was Miscommunication was talking about.
Back to the
point.
That? I think that was Kofi.
Yeah, Kofi.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I just want to know how, like, whether it's culture or DNA, I'll accept either at this point. But how a West African gets Levantine culture without it being forced, or say take colonialism or any of that out of it, how West African gets Levantine culture or DNA. Like that's what I'm just I just need education, man. I'm not saying it can't.
Right. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. When did go ahead then, brother? He asking me. He talking to me, huh? What are you talking about? He talking to me.
Anybody can give me an answer. I'm not first, man.
Go ahead. You want to answer that?
I know, but we don't want to hear no more DNA shit from you because you mixing it up, yo.
No. So you say genes ain't acquired. Let me beat you on the head real quick before the Nile Valley Hebrew get to skating. No. Let's deal with the SLC2485 gene. Let's deal with that gene.
Oh, you gotta listen, bro.
Okay.
You just gave yourself the answer. Genes are acquired, but yet you made a statement that would say that a human being, just because they move from one place to another, would change genes. That's not how it works.
No. They can acquire genes. Listen, I said listen. Go ahead.
Listen, brother.
Go ahead.
Individual.
You just said
Corey said it best.
Mm-hmm.
Genes, evolution occurs in the population, not in the individual. So I would give birth to a baby that would give birth to a baby, right? That would express different genes would get turned on. It's called a genetic toolkit.
That's what I said. What are you talking about?
Yo, you just said it wrong. You might admit it, but you said it wrong.
Oh my God, man.
You go back and listen to it, and I'm gonna think you meant to say what I'm saying right now. That's not what you said, yo. That's
all right. Okay. All right. No sweat.
It occurs in the population if you would have said it right. Because we all sitting there thinking that you said because I moved down the south that a gene would change on me. No, that's not. It takes 2,000 for a population skin color to change. No. So I'm saying somebody could have been living in the Nile Valley, right? Up there in northern lower valley, upper Egypt, right? Family of 100 moved down south, and in the next 6,000 years, they have a total different skin color. Simple as that. So your ancestors may have not had the same color that you got now. That's the shit niggas don't want to have the grips with. So right now you hyped up for dark-skinned niggas, and you might not even gang with a dark-skinned nigga population, dog. That's why I'm saying the conversation is really for the experts. That's why I only give experts. I do not offer my personal opinion in this subject. I do not give a fuck about an Egyptian, and no, I'm not a motherfucking Egyptian, and no, we don't descend from Egyptians. Based on what I know of.
You're saying the same thing I'm saying.
You know about the motherfucking Egyptians. They just as African as anybody. They just as African as the West Africans. They just as African as the South Africans. Why? Because all Homo sapiens mix with different populations. So what? That's exactly what it is. That's not a problem. We're still African Americans, and we mix like a motherfucker in our genes. But we still consider ourselves Africans and West Africans.
Yeah. You're saying the same thing I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question?
You were saying it now about that, but the gene part you got wrong.
No, what do you mean? I know what you're saying. Let me help me if I'm wrong. Hold on, big bro. Let me ask him to help me if I'm. 1 second, I got
Valley been talking for an hour. We be in the rabbit hole, yo. We need to move on.
I'm just trying to get some understanding from my brother, man. Help me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to get some understanding because it's scientific literacy. So help me if I'm wrong. I think the problem is with what I said was that I used you as an individual, as an example of gene expression and the frequencies of those expressions. I think I used you as an example instead of a population as an example, and that's what your problem was. So, okay, yeah, I see that, but you know exactly what I meant. I just used you instead of. Okay, I got you.
Ask you a question, bro.
But we don't disagree. For the record, we don't disagree.
Yeah, we gotta move on, man.
Yeah.
Ask you a question.
Yo, let's move on, yo. What's up, man? How you doing, bro?
Oh, I'm good. Just listening to the show. There's a lot of different conversations going on. I think we having a good conversation, but I feel like we stuck right now.
Yeah, you're right. Let's move on. I take your advice for that.
I see Double X and Unbiased in the chat. They might as well come on in here.
Come in, man.
Join the show.
Yeah,
take being around brothers like Vance, Concrete Court. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that, Sosa. I appreciate that, man. Chef and L. I just appreciate it, yo. I just grown a lot. I appreciate being around Uja. I enjoy every time we come on. I appreciate being around the great Asal Hutep, yo. I appreciate being around them brothers, man. I appreciate being around Sanjay. And I appreciate being around Dr. Oyama Yacht. I especially appreciate being around Brother Ben, Brother Sean, Brother Naeezy, She-Tech. I appreciate being around all the brothers. Kofi, the whole Kofi 5-5 research team. I enjoy that, yo. You know what I'm saying? As a 54-year-old, yo, I just appreciate that shit, man. If not for the serial killers, I wasn't fucking with none of y'all niggas no more. When I'm talking about the niggas like the General Poppers, I was done with it. It became stupid. And if not for these brothers, I wouldn't be fucking with it no more. Because I was done. Retired. Riding off into the sunset.
We weren't gonna let you do it, bro. We weren't gonna let you.
Y'all wouldn't let me do it. Vance wouldn't let me do it. Chef wouldn't let me do it. Y'all stepped up like champs, yo. Wouldn't let me do it, yo, because I was comfortable with the mafia. I was comfortable with the Honorable Squad being able to do what they do without my crazy motherfucking ass. I was comfortable, yo, because they do what they do. Niggas ain't never need me to do that. I was comfortable with that the community was left in the hands, you know what I'm saying, with the strong brothers, yo. I was comfortable. And these goddamn pseudo killers, man, smack my ass up and like, where you going at? I say, dang. So I appreciate that shit, yo. I swear I wasn't doing that shit no more with a whole bunch of idiots. Like they experts. Like they know what the fuck they talk about. I'm studying for fucking 15 fucking years and made the fucking mistakes, you know what I'm saying? And pretty much understand the whole goddamn platform. Period. Know who the scammers are, know who the scholars are, know who the fake scholars are, the fake doctors are, all that shit. Know who getting burnt, when they got burnt, and how the fuck they got burnt. Know where the cults are, all that shit. I'm saying, god damn, yo. Know that niggas really think they on fucking TV now, and they play you that shit, and play to y'all emotions just to take y'all money. Yeah, I have a motherfucking museum. Yeah, my ass, $1 million museum, my ass. Who amongst you think you can pull that off and have some real sound shit? You can't even make me documentaries that's on point, getting colors. And when I say it, then I'm an enemy to the community. Come on, man. That shit is wild.
Hold on. Did I hear you say somebody said there's gonna build a museum?
For $9 million. Yeah. Tariq Nasheed, he gonna build a museum.
You see the project that I'm on, right? Like you talk to me every day while I'm at work, and you be seeing the project that I'm on. I'm building a museum as we speak, right? You know how much that museum costs? It don't cost $1 million. I mean, that might get you payroll. $1 million might get you payroll to get it built. Right? But I can guarantee you that's like a $60 million project, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, all museums don't have to be that expensive, but $1 million ain't even gonna get you barely the payroll to build that. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead though.
Hey, $9 million. Yo, who amongst you think you could trust this nigga to put proper artifacts in that motherfucker, yo? Nobody. We see your work. Shit is corny. The only reason I even fuck with the last hidden colors is because of Dr. Oyama Yacht. If not bad, I wouldn't fuck with that raggedy ass shit. I know raggedy when I see it. I know shit when I smell it. Oh, you just hating? Nah, man, that's not the standard, man. That's why the pseudo killers, man, we argue, you know what I'm saying, for the standard. You talk that Egyptian shit, make sure that shit is right, nigga. Because we don't fucking believe you. Let's see the experts. We don't want to hear that shit. So what you up? So what you been around for 50? We don't give a fuck about that. It's a new breed of this motherfucker, yo.
And the crazy part,
the prestige and what you brought to it don't give you no room. Wu Dao being an intellectual fucking gunfighter, that shit don't hold no weight over here. Assault Hotep being a master linguist, that shit don't hold no weight.
That's right, Unc.
Sean being a sign for Sean, that shit don't hold no weight. All for don't hold no weight. Monty Clan Warriors don't hold no weight. Kobe Bryant researching don't hold no weight. It's what you doing right fucking now. It's what hold weight. Simple as that. We stay in the family, and that's how the family keep growing. Because you never get caught off in your own shit. You never think you're greater than great. You're only as good as your last motherfucking fight. And we know that. You're only as good as your last lecture. If it was trash, then you was trash. All that, appeal to authority, all that, that's the guy. That shit is garbage.
Hey, how many times?
Garbage. Go ahead, bro.
How many times you told me, hey, Corey, look, I just don't believe that bullshit. I don't believe you. You done told me that a billion times. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, and you keep coming back.
But you know, we say that to Sheffrin. You know what I'm saying? We'll argue Sheffrin down about something. You know what I'm saying? It's like, Chef, you full of shit. Get out of here, dude. We don't believe that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, we sharpening steel. Steel keep steel sharpened, bro.
Man, listen. Corey was like, no. Chef was like, yo, when they talk about the Mediterranean, yo, it's not even the way you think it's what they saying, yo. He kind of fucked me up with that. He fucked me up with that.
What you mean, huh?
He had to go spend some real money to get with me on that. We'll put it like that. He spent a few thousand. He spent a few thousand to be able to argue with me.
Them man there asking for the link in the chat, man.
Yeah, that's a funny shit. Yeah, you funny. Hey, yo, you funny with that, because you ain't lying, yo. You ain't lying, yo.
And you told me you was gonna do it. You like, oh, hold on, I don't believe that shit. I'm going to get the real shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like books, I'm not gonna, go purchase. I'm not gonna go purchase that shit. I'm glad you purchased it, because if I ever need it, I can have you mail it to me or something.
Yeah.
You gonna get that astrophysics shit. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying they're asking for the link in the chat. I think Sean's asking for it, so.
Oh, put that in there.
What a mod got to do it. I don't see no mod.
Hey, my man here.
Hey, you on Red Form tonight, man. What's up? Send me at him. What's going on, man? Who done stepped on the big bad wolf toe? Send me at him, man.
Nah. Actually, with my homeboy, yo, from Baltimore, man, the bosses, yo. Nigga came down to see me, man. He called the nigga the bosses, yo.
That's what's
I was the boss, yo, but that nigga was the bosses, yo. But it's always good, man, to see some niggas from home, yo. Some real niggas all the way.
That's what's up. That's
Loyal,
right there.
Loyal. So I build friendships, you know what I'm saying, off of that. When I see characteristics in other men and women, yo, that I had that kept me protected and safe, you know what I'm saying, in the midst of the wolves, yo, I gravitate to them type of people, yo. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I know Corey got my back, yo. I know Wuja got my back, yo. I know Sean and Kofi got my back, yo.
I got it too. I know that.
I mean physically. Like I'm saying,
we got mutual love, you know, through Yang. So it's physically.
Yeah, keep that secret. Don't tell them. Keep that secret. Don't tell them who you is. Don't leave that out. Don't do it. Yeah, leave that out.
No doubt, I got you. I'm talking about up close and personal. I get what's up. Yeah, so this is like that. It's like that.
Yeah, I was shit different. I was some different shit. We some real different shit. Get off that. Leave that alone, yo.
No doubt. I got you.
Hey, bro, so like your homie that you was just with, like, what do they say about like how you changed your life and shit like that? Like, do they mention that? Do they know like some of the things that you into these days, or what? Like, what do they say about that kind of stuff? Not, I mean, you don't absolutely have to share that. That's personal.
Yeah, that's good, but we all changed though. That's the point though. We all grew together about the game because we realized the most valuable thing we ever had was our life and our family. You know what I'm saying? So we all made it out.
Yeah, that's one.
I don't know if you would call it lucky, but I mean the way we carried it, the way we lived, yo, we didn't leave nobody, yo. Now I'm saying I lost a dead friend of mine. I'm gonna shout his name out, Brian Bagley, yo. You know what I'm saying? My man did 15 years in the penitentiary for shooting the police in the head. The only mistake he made, he didn't kill him. But he tried to, and he gave him 15 years for attempt murder on an undercover police officer, yo. 15 years, I won baseball championship with this nigga, yo. When we was young. Football with this nigga. Love this nigga. Matter of fact, the first time I ever got locked up in my life, right, was with him. And the reason he fucked with me to the day he died was because I'm 12 years old and we sitting in Luckman Park. And anybody from Baltimore know what Luckman Park is. And we smoking weed, right? And the knockers rolled up on him. Bang. Right? So they had us there to right. And they was like, look, yo, we know he be in this bitch selling weed, yo. Just tell us where it's at, yo. We're going to let you go, yo. You young. I was like, yo, I don't even know what you're talking about, yo. He said, come on, yo. Like, you young, yo. You don't need to get locked up. You out. I'm 12. He said, well, you know, we ain't got to take you to jail, yo. Just tell us where his weed at. I was like, man, I don't even know what you're talking about. I said, yo, just go ahead and lock me up, call my mother, yo. I'm a minor, yo.
That's right. Show me my cell. Show me my cell, nigga. That's right.
The nigga never forgot that. He never forgot that, yo. So when he came home off his 15-year bit, you know what I'm saying? He became my personal bodyguard, yo. And the nigga was mean with it. Simple as that. So, you know what I'm saying, yo, I had a dedicated team to making sure, you know what I'm saying, my life was straight, yo. And so in return, I had to make sure their life was straight. So I wasn't never trying to put them in situations because I wanted to be tough. I was never trying to put them in situations, you know what I'm saying, that would make me better, but they could potentially go to prison or lose their life, yo. So I know what real love is amongst men and women, yo, when we go through the stage. So I look for those attributes in people I fuck with today. I say all that to say that. So if I'm around you, that's an attribute that I've seen before and I can fuck with. If I ain't fucking with you, then that's a bitch-ass nigga mentality, and I can't fuck with you and don't call my motherfucking phone because I refuse to answer the shit from bitch-ass niggas. And I'm done.
Hey, and the reason why I asked that question because you know, like my homies and like I'm the only one pretty much still out here. It's probably like 4 of us, really, like my real tight circle. You know what I'm saying? It's probably like 4 of us left from off the block. Everybody got murder cases and dope cases. You know what I'm saying? Or either was murdered itself. You know, myself, I'm lucky to be here. Uncle already know, you know, my situation. I'm lucky to be here.
Yeah, you got a wild situation.
Way wild. But I said that, I asked you that question because I run into my homies every now and then, and they let me know that they see me and that I encourage them. You know what I'm saying? To do the, you know, to change their life and get out of that dope game, and you know what I'm saying? And and that's important to me because when you don't think nobody looking, you better believe somebody's looking. So you always want to carry yourself, you know what I'm saying, to the benefit of the community. You know what I mean? Because people look up to you. You know, I already know what type of nigga. Like Unc said, he can recognize nigga. I can recognize the type of nigga Unc is. Unc is a leader. You know what I'm saying? I know that because I'm a leader. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure niggas look at Unc. That the people who Unc don't even think niggas ain't looking at him, but they are. You know what I'm saying? And he leading them down a correct path without even realizing that. And I just like I said, I asked that question because I just wanted to highlight that. And that was brought to my attention, not, you know, a couple weeks ago. I spent some time with one of my longtime homies. You know what I mean? We sat back, smoked, went over memories, and you know what I'm saying, kicked it. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, he let me know that he been seeing me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's what I'm done.
I always say this saying, loyalty is life, currency burn, man. You know what I'm saying? So as long as you keep it like that, you'll figure it out. Loyalty is life, currency burn. You get what I'm saying? That's all. I live by that model. So that's all on that side.
I know now, Valley, do not open your mouth. Nah, yo, you funny, yo. Leave it alone. Leave it alone, guys.
Hey, I
know you is, nigga.
I want to ask you.
Well, now, Valley, every time somebody
say
says something about your name,
hold
I'm
on.
back you up.
Because I thought about this. I want you to do something else when you get the chance. I remember we were talking about this about a couple years ago. Look up that Petrolona man and tell me what you think about that when you get a chance.
The what? The what?
Petrolona man that was found in Petrolona, Greece. It was a skull in the cave, dated up to 700,000 years old. And this insinuates that there was a separate species out of the ones that came out of Africa around 200 to 250,000 years ago, because they got this skull that's 700,000 years old in this cave. So check it out when you get a chance and tell me what you think about that.
I'm gonna go ahead and dismiss that.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you, they beat the archaeologist up. They whooped his ass real good. The archaeologist whooped him. He was, go ahead. Check that out.
Where's Sean at, yo? I thought
I'm gonna go ahead and dismiss that article out of hand, bro. Not to be malicious or nothing.
Oh, that's actually published work. That's actually
what journal was that?
Just look it up. Petrolona man, PET.
I'm gonna look it up now.
Yeah.
And you know what's crazy? When I just found this out last week. I knew it. I always knew it.
I put something in the back chat.
I really figured it out like last week. When you Google something, like it's gonna give you the type of shit you've been Googling. So like when my wife Googles something, she's not gonna get the same thing that I get. It's not gonna pull up a journal of science or a journal of nature. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna get some other sites. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying we you know, when I pull that up, right? If I pull up that man, I'm almost guarantee you in it, like it's gonna automatically come up pseudo. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna look at, what is it called again?
Pull it up. Petrolith. He ain't say what species was.
I put it in the back chat, bro. In the
what species?
Kofi put it in the back chat. Okay.
Yo, where the hell Sean at? Didn't Sean want to come on?
Oh, that's out of Britannica.
Yo, didn't Sean want to come on?
They don't know what to categorize this species as. So now you see the source, brother. I'm giving you an academic source. You see the source.
Good source. I appreciate that source. I really do. I really do appreciate it.
And Dr. Palawa, I think his name was Palawa or something. He's the head archaeologist on this site in Greece. Just check out the reference I'm giving. You can read it if you feel dear.
What's the name of the person? You know, it takes
I'm reading it now. It's a hominin fossil. The editor of Encyclopedia Britannica, new edition history.
The hominid. Okay.
Well, Northern Greece called it temporary Neanderthals.
Look up the head archaeologist on this fossil find. Pull up head archaeologist on Petrolona man. You're gonna get Dr. Palau, I think that's his name is Papalau, or something like this. He's actually the HNIC of all the excavations. He actually the HNIC of the anthropological surveys and everything. He's HNIC over everything.
Right. And I don't have no problem with this article, but I just want to point out that you're talking about Homo sapiens sapiens.
Yeah, it's 700 years. I want you to go to
but that's not Homo sapiens sapiens. He ain't talking about Homo sapiens.
Yeah, that's all I want to point out. I like the article.
Species outside of Homo sapiens sapiens, because
it's like Neanderthal, isn't it?
It's talking about Neanderthal and the
logical surveys and everything. He's HNIC over here. Somebody got a backplay.
The petrols have unique features.
Petrolona, RO.
So they were according to the article, these people were indistinguishable from Neanderthal.
Yes.
Now y'all know y'all shouldn't have let Cube up in here. Y'all know y'all shouldn't have let me on this panel today. I'm off. Nah. What's up? What's up, y'all? Peace, peace.
It says full article.
You're pulling proper citation. I think you I'm gonna get them for you right here. Okay. Here we go.
I wouldn't.
All you gotta do is go to I pulled it up. The Smithsonian Museum. You got this here, the Smithsonian Museum. You can use that.
Botanica was good enough for me.
You got archaeology. Okay, let me use archaeologyworld.com. Let me see. Let me show y'all. Let me read to y'all what it says about that. Because if we saying humans came out of Africa or Homo sapiens sapiens out of Africa and migrated about 200 to 250,000 years ago, and then we find
go ahead. We talking Homo sapiens sapien, or are you talking like other hominids?
No, we're talking about Homo sapiens sapien.
Yeah, you're talking about like 70,000 or so like that. That's the
Homo sapiens, the 200,000. Well, you're talking about the probably talking about the second migration out, because we did many of them. You're probably talking. Okay. I'm talking about the 250,000 years with Homo sapien, because we wasn't Homo sapiens. We wasn't Homo sapiens sapiens at this point per se. We was.
Yeshua, real quick. What is it? Yeshua, real quick. What is your point? Hey, peace to you, brother. What exactly is your point, real quick, so I can understand where you're going?
Okay, I'm showing that there's a 700,000 year skull in the Greece cave. You get what I'm saying? And this is, I'm asking Unc about this. This is where I'm going. I'm not making a point. I asked Unc if he was familiar with this skull.
I'm not even here no more.
I know. Y'all remember I did that. That's how the initial question.
It's not Homo sapiens sapien though. You know that, right?
No, it's a Homo, and it's not Homo sapiens sapien at all. It's a whole different species. This is what
Neanderthal.
This is not Neanderthal. This is not
indistinguishable. The article said it was indistinguishable from Neanderthal.
I know. Which article are you reading?
The one you gave me from Botanica.
Okay, I didn't give you the article from Botanica. I just told you.
Oh, well, somebody put an article back. Somebody
put it in the back chat.
So he did that. I didn't do that. I'm at archaeologyworld.com.
I don't have a problem with Britannica. I like Britannica.
And I'll give you this. It says the 700,000-year-old skull. And I could I don't know if I could share my screen. I don't know if I could do that or not.
You feel so much better.
But the Petrolona man is a 700.
You said it was 700,000 years old?
It's between 350,000 and 150,000.
No, that's what they came up with after they beat up the original archaeologist, Dr. Polianos. That's his name. Let me read the article, and I can share the article.
Yeah, but none of the sources that I've seen so far quote any 700,000.
Brother, you can say what you want. I'm dealing with the archaeological evidence, so I don't want to deal with what our mom. I want to deal with. Brother.
What source are you
anybody can share that screen, because I don't know how to share mine on this, so we can just go ahead and get this information out there to the people and leave it at that.
Yeah, but okay. Well,
I know how to share screen. I got it.
You said you started off with a question. Now, what is your point? Since Unc is gone, like, what's your point now, though?
I asked him about the Petrolona man.
Yeah, but he's gone. So my question, I was like, what's
my
your
question
point?
Still stands about the Petrolona man.
Yeah, but what's the point now? Because he's no longer here. You say he was asking him a question.
The point. Yeah, the question's still out there. Don't ask me the point of the question. If you know the question, answer the question.
No. My question is my question is, what are you doing now since your question?
The question is still there to anybody on the floor.
Okay, brother, that's not what I'm saying.
Anything different,
brother. You asked the question to someone that's no longer here. So
okay, I'm asking it to the panel now. How about that one?
Okay, so what's the question?
What do you think about okay, listen, brother. We're not gonna derail me off dealing with the scientific evidence. We're not gonna derail me off doing that. So that's what
let me apologize to you, bro, because I said I was gonna dismiss that article out of hand.
Yo, Corey,
and that was unscientific to me. But I thought you was claiming that this was Homo sapiens sapien. I misunderstood what you were saying.
Not at all. This
I'm
is
going to go ahead and apologize to you.
Yo, Corey.
No,
because that's my character.
No need for apologies, but what I was saying, big brother, was this is a whole different species. They don't even know what to categorize this as, but you know what they say they give it Petrolona Arcanthropus. That's what they give it. You get what I'm saying? So they don't know what the even categorize this thing at.
What do you say the dude's name was? Dr. Aris.
Doctor, listen, I'm gonna give you the exact spelling of it, my brother. Dr.
I've got it here. What this
Poliano. Polianos. Polianos. Are you seeing it now, brother?
I already had it. I was just checking if it's the right guy. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Now check that information. Who is he?
I put a link in the back chat. I put another link in the back chat with that 700,000-year-old. I'm seeing some school with a horn in the middle of it, bro. Don't know nothing to do with no humans.
Yeah, listen. See what you was talking about. Listen, it says in 19. According to the African.
What I'm saying is.
Go ahead, brother. I wanted to read the article if that was okay, or you gonna read it so we can give some people some edification.
Can someone share the screen?
It do got a horn in the skull. I'm looking at it. It do got a horn in the skull.
That's what I'm saying, man. What's that to do with the human?
700. The cave is 700,000.
The skull.
Oh, it's the skull. Okay.
Yeah.
1,000-year-old skull.
Yes. And it says that after extensive study on the 700,000-year-old skull, he concluded that the Petrolona man was not connected to the species that came out of Africa. His arguments were mainly based on the skull's almost perfect orthography. He said the shape of its dental arch and the occipital bone structure. According to the Outer Africa theory, atomically modern humans known as Homo sapiens originated in Africa between 200 and 1,000 years ago before spread to the rest of the world. This theory was related to the fact that most of the prehistoric fossils were found in Africa. In 1964, two German researchers, anthropologist E. Brittinger and paleontologist Sickinger, who was invited to Greece, suggested that the skulls was actually 50,000 years, thus rejecting Poliano's theory. And that's what that brother said, 350,000. Moreover, Brettinger claimed that the skull belonged to the first African out of Africa. This is what he claimed about this skull, thus related to the 50 to 300,000 years. A few years later, in 1971, U.S. Archaeology magazine confirmed Poliano's statement. According to the scientific magazine,
I ain't hear you. Yo, what you say?
Brother, you're not sharing your screen if you thought you.
This is what I'm saying. Can you pull up
my screen? I can't share it, bro.
I can't see it. I can't find it.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Look in the back chat. It's in the
I'm in the back.
I'm looking at
Zoom back chat.
The oldest Europeoid.
I'm right here. Yeah, that's not a Homo sapien.
It's not a Homo sapien at all.
No, it's not a Homo sapien. What's your point?
Pull up this one.
Not a Homo sapien. That's my point. It's not a Homo sapien. Yeah, that's my point. It's not a Homo sapien.
Real quick. You know Chief X was trying to get at you, right? And they said somebody blocked him.
Somebody kick that bitch ass nigga out. How about that? How about kicking that bitch ass nigga out the chat, yo?
Sosa is the host, so you know if y'all don't want somebody
kicked out the chat, man. Let me kick this bitch ass nigga out the chat, bro. Yeah.
I thought you wanted to converse with the brother.
Nigga, I don't talk to bitches, yo. I don't talk to bitches. Y'all talk to bitches. I don't talk to bitches. Once you disrespect me,
you don't have to include me in any of that shit.
You're not in it, my nigga. I ain't on you. You can get in it though. That's how much I don't fuck with that nigga. So if you say y'all, nigga, then I'm on you. So nigga, fuck you too. Then how about that? You on that nigga back.
That's what he said.
Now how about that, nigga? How about that?
You definitely bringing some shit up. What you got to do?
I'm telling all niggas I don't want to hear that Chief X shit. That's what I'm saying. Nigga, I don't fuck with that nigga. Respect my motherfucking space. How about that?
That's fair.
You gonna tell me a nigga that shot at me and niggas still hoorahing for that nigga? Fuck that shit. I don't play like that. That ain't my makeup.
What you talking about? And neither do I care.
I know you don't. Right? You keep howling that nigga name.
I said his name one time, bro. I said his name. Don't take it personally.
Ain't nobody got time to talk about no suckers in the middle of nothing, bro.
Yeah, hey,
Talk
Q,
to that
don't
nigga.
take
Talk about that nigga with your girlfriend or some shit like that.
That nigga, yo, that nigga gonna make me talk to him. What the fuck I look like, a sticker, a sissy? You gonna make me talk to you. Silly ass nigga, nigga silly. I know what silly is. I've been around long enough to know what silly is. I know who got the real package and who don't, nigga. Fuck out of here. I know who got the real dope. Y'all tripping. I know who got the real shit.
These niggas done lost their motherfucking mind.
You play no game with me, nigga. I know who got the real scholarship and who don't. Y'all got me fucked up around here. Yo, I know who got it. Because I spend money to go get the best shit. And the best shit don't say that. Know what the fuck I'm talking about? You confusing the shit out of niggas. Fuck out of here with that. Fuck what I respond to an idiot for. I look stupid. Had your motherfucking shot at it, nigga, and you bowed out, nigga. Then you act like you didn't bow out. You did, nigga. You didn't show you the no-show, nigga. Then you showed up with some lies. I'm not no kid. I ain't got time to play for that. If Corey say, nigga, meet me in the alley, I'm like, all right, nigga, we gonna meet in the alley. And then Corey don't come. And then next week, he on TV talking about, nigga, I couldn't make, nigga, you ain't tell me that. And trying to make it seem like it was something I did. Who do that? So now I know it's a game. I'm not in the motherfucking circus. This ain't the fucking circus where you play with me. I ain't no play toy. I'm a grown ass nigga. I done been through the worst motherfucking situation. Think I'm gonna get on YouTube and all of a sudden nigga chump me off? Y'all got me fucked up.
That's a fact.
Well, nobody knows the interworkings of your conversations that you have
Nigga,
behind
all
the
you gotta
shows.
do, nigga,
Listen,
all you gotta do
no.
is look at the nigga, keep saying my motherfucking name. Keep lying, nigga. You ain't, come on, Cube, you ain't crazy, Cube. You know me, you can get it on a conversation any day of the week, dog. I ain't never seen you lie, Cube. You might be crazy as shit when you be drinking and be bugging, but you ain't no fake ass lying, nigga. You don't do that to me, yo. You say, let's get it in, we get it in. You don't say, let's get it in, then you don't show, and then you show up again talking about, give me, and instead of manning up, say, yo, I just missed it, yo, I ain't come. Like, man up, nigga, we fuck with men around here, yo. We don't fuck with bitches. Y'all got me fucked up, yo. Fuck I look like, yo, nigga's a clown, yo. Now go make 10 motherfucking videos, nigga. Now, nigga. And I still ain't said your bitch ass name, and you know who I'm talking about. Now make 10 more commercials for me, yo. Yeah, shout out Amara Squad, Mossy Clan Warriors. Nigga, go shout us out some more, you bitch ass nigga. Team Osiris, bitch. Now, fake ass shit. Y'all got me fucked up. Why would I talk to this? I ain't no coon, yo. I ain't no sucker. I wasn't born like that, yo. And I ain't on no tough time shit. But don't fucking keep playing with me. I got grown ass kids in college getting A's around this motherfucker. I ain't got time to play with a half silly ass grown ass man.
Niggas
it's just a fucking conversation.
Niggas expect you to be disrespected and then extend an olive branch. That shit makes no sense.
Right, I don't fuck with niggas for 10 years at a clip. How about that? I don't fuck